Chapter 1393. Are you sure that it's a goose that pecked you, and not a phoenix? Asked Ling Qing indifferently. Gao Han covered his face and sighed. Anyway, his surname is Yin. Geese and little yin are just like that. Ling Qing frowned and looked at him seriously. Is there really no other way? We've made so many preparations beforehand. Not to mention starting from scratch. Even if we were to stop, we would suffer huge losses every single day. It's too difficult to gather many treasures and materials. There are still ways. Gao Han put down his hand that was covering his face and said slowly, there's still a backup plan. However, it would still take some time. Ling Qing shook her head. Then don't look as if you've lost your parents. Gao Han smiled and shook his head. I really have no choice but to admit it. Now, the world belongs to the youngsters. Previously, in the Tao Universe's world beyond worlds. Including this time, this is the second time I've lost to that young heavenly lord. If you didn't mention the title of young heavenly lord in front of Li Xingba and Daoist Crimson Mist, you wouldn't have lost the glazed green lamp. Ling Qing said plainly, this is clearly to take revenge on your provocation. Gao Han nodded. This time, I wanted to personally observe that young heavenly lord. It's only right for me to pay a price. What's the result of your observation? Ling Qing looked at him. He's more outstanding than expected, but also more prideful. Gao Han's lips curled into a smile. He's someone who's only willing to take advantage of others. If he feels that he's taken advantage of, he'll definitely think of ways to take revenge. Even if he doesn't, he'll definitely take revenge somewhere else. He won't be humiliated, and he'll definitely take revenge. Even if his opponent seems to be stronger, he'll never back down. Instead, he'll go against his opponent. Although he's calm most of the time, he's also impulsive. Ling Qing evaluated without any emotions. He's easy for others to take advantage of him. Making a mistake once is already enough. Gao Han smiled. Even if this person acted impulsively for a moment, he would very quickly regain his calm and think of a way to deal with the aftermath. Therefore, although he has created quite a few big problems, but if you look back, you will discover that most of the time, the disaster that he caused, in the end, was him or someone on his side. After stirring up trouble, you're able to deal with the aftermath yourself. Isn't this a kind of capability in itself? Asked Ling Qing. Of course, I'm not afraid of people who can cause trouble. I'm afraid of people who can solve problems after causing trouble. Gao Han said in a matter-of-fact manner. This is much better than someone who never causes trouble and follows the rules. Crisis, danger, and opportunity coexisted. There was only endless danger, but he couldn't grasp the opportunity. Naturally, he would be disliked. There was no danger, but opportunities were rare as well. He created a crisis, yet he was able to avoid it and seize the opportunity. If it happened once or twice, it might be luck, but if it happened all the time, it would be hard to explain it as pure luck. Are you referring to yourself? Asked Ling Qing indifferently. Gao Han smiled. I do not dare. While the two of them were talking, energy fluctuations came from the dark and boundless void in the distance, and a figure appeared. Dressed in a purple robe, his skin was pale, and he had a bored expression on his face. He was none other than the heavenly young master, Chun Qianhua. Thank you for coming here, little friend Chun, said Gao Han with a smile. Chun Qianhua said lazily, it's nothing. I'm very interested in anything related to the exalted solar luminary. It's only a pleasure for me to come here. However, I've been busy with something else recently, and I don't have much time to accompany you. Tell me, why did you contact me? Gao Han smiled and said, are you busy looking for Yin Zhaoge and the pill hall's whereabouts? Yes and no. Chun Qianhua replied indifferently. Recently, I've been busy with cultivating and comprehending the Tao. I'm trying to fuse everything I've learned together and pass the pure, profound tribulation. Gao Han understood and said, your goal is still to find someone. The higher your cultivation, the easier it would be for you to find him. Chun Qianhua nodded. Indeed, that's right. However, forgive me for being blunt. Gao Han said, I've met Yin Zhaoge before. He has already pushed open the immortal door. His strength is so strong that no one in the same realm can match him. Even if you've passed the pure, profound tribulation and attained the immortal chi-fused aura, you might not be able to defeat him easily. I know. In the past, before I passed the immortal door, I've fought against him once. Chen Qianhua didn't mind at all. A smile appeared on his face. I don't have to fight against him even if I want to play with him. Fighting against him is just a method of playing. I've already tried it once. There's no need for me to fight against him every time. Passing the pure, profound tribulation is just to increase my cultivation and make it easier for me to find him in the pill hall. Ling Qing frowned slightly as she listened by the side. Gao Han's expression remained the same. According to his understanding of Chen Qianhua, although he was a rare martial arts genius, he wasn't obsessed with suppressing others in terms of martial arts. Most of the time, the purpose of fighting with others was for the so-called pleasure of their own. If that's the case, I have a clue about Yin Zhaoge's whereabouts for you. How about it? Are you interested? Gao Han suddenly smiled. If you don't plan on fighting against him, it doesn't matter if you're a true immortal or a profound immortal. Isn't it better to find him earlier? Chen Qianhua waved his hand nonchalantly. That's good. However, I'd rather find him myself. To him, searching for Yin Zhaoge was also a form of pleasure. The smile on Gao Han's face deepened. How about this? Help me with something, and I'll tell you about Yin Zhaoge's whereabouts. Ling Qing's frowned brows relaxed. Instead, she calmly looked at the two. Gao Han's way of bargaining was very unique. He was rushing to deliver information to someone else, yet the other party didn't want it. Instead, his bargaining method was to request for someone to do something for him. What was more interesting was that Chen Qianhua became more spirited upon mentioning this. Oh, what's the matter? Help me find something. A treasure that no longer has an owner, said Gao Han. Ah, exalted solar luminary. You're truly an interesting person. Chen Qianhua stared at Gao Han for a while and finally nodded. All right, deal. What is it? Gao Han tapped on the air with his finger, and a silhouette appeared. The silhouette of the glazed green lamp appeared. Within Chen Qianhua's eyes, jade-green radiances surged. They intertwined and danced around before quickly extinguishing. A grand virtual-level Buddhist immortal artifact requires some time. Chen Qianhua said indifferently, I'll inform you when there's a result. Gao Han smiled and nodded. I don't know where the pill hall is or where Yin Zhaoge is currently. However, there's a place that he might be heading to. Of course, I'm not sure when he'll be heading there. He might have already been there. Although the content of his words was unclear, his tone was very firm. Now that he has pushed open the immortal door, the immortal artifact left behind by Yin Tianxia should have already been refined. From there, he might have already found out the final whereabouts of his mother, Xue Chuqing's grandmaster, Hu Yuexin. Coincidentally, I have some clues regarding that place as well. Furthermore, it's convenient for you to find some helpers at this moment. Chapter 1394. Gao Han chuckled and said, Since you have nothing better to do, why don't you give it a try? Just wait for a while. There's no need for clues. It's fine as long as I know about it. Chen Qianhua said nonchalantly, I know about the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin. It's not difficult to locate her burial ground, unless she died in the original nebula or something similar like her master. That's naturally the best. Of course, I still hope that you can help me locate it first, said Gao Han with a smile. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Chen Qianhua laughed. Gao Han scanned the surrounding void. Right, someone had a conflict with Yin Zhaoge just now. Little friend Chen, if you're looking for someone, you should have at least one virtual immortal and one profound immortal as your helpers. Then, he waved his hand, and 2 green talismans floated towards Chen Qianhua. You can use these to contact them. I'll see. Chen Qianhua did not resist, nor did he ask any questions. He took the 2 talismans non-committally, then turned around and walked away. Looking at his disappearing silhouette, Ling Qing asked, Asking him to locate the glazed green lamp for you is equivalent to exposing your traces to him, giving him the chance to investigate your background. Is that what attracted him? Instead, he reluctantly provided clues regarding the young heavenly lord? That's it, Gao Han said calmly. Initially, he wasn't that interested in me. After knowing that K2 was my clone, he became excited. Previously, Chen Qianhua didn't have much contact with Gao Han. Hence, even if he thought of such a mysterious figure like Gao Han, he wouldn't pay much attention to him. However, he had interacted with the concealed sovereign quite a bit. In the past, after knowing that the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, was Gao Han's clone, Chen Qianhua truly remembered Gao Han. He possessed the origin heavenly scripture. However, Gao Han's current cultivation realm was far from his. Moreover, Gao Han possessed many hidden techniques, which made him a mystery in Chen Qianhua's eyes. The more it was so, the more interested Chen Qianhua became. I've heard of him. However, it's true that knowing him by his reputation isn't as good as meeting him in person, said Ling Qing. Gao Han smiled. It's rare for you to say good things about me. It's actually because of this. You should be able to challenge the pure, profound tribulation soon, right? Ling Qing asked with uncertainty. He should only have one bottleneck in a leakless, true, immortal realm. From the looks of it, it has already been filled, Gao Han replied with a nod. This clone of the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, had been hiding in the world beyond worlds in the past. He had been living in seclusion. Although he seemed ordinary, he hadn't wasted any time at all. It seemed like he was in seclusion all year round, but it also provided him with enough time to plan and work with peace of mind. Other than analyzing the mark of the Triratna Jade Scepter beneath Kunlun Mountain, he had also analyzed the people and matters of the world beyond worlds extremely thoroughly over the years. He's also walking the path of a wide range of knowledge, a path where all techniques return to their roots. Gao Han said, it's just that he doesn't do anything about learning martial arts. He just follows his heart and lets it go. Therefore, if he wants to cross the pure, profound tribulation, he must first master what he has learned. Even if he didn't care before, at this point, he must take this step. Of course, there's no need for them to truly become one and act as they please. At the very least, they must be able to help each other. Gao Han waved his hand and left this place together with Ling Qing. However, he only has this one bottleneck. It's much easier than Fu Jinxiu's 5 and the Heaven Emperor's 4. Since all the difficulties had been resolved, it meant that his preparations were mostly complete. There were no more obvious hidden dangers. He could now accumulate his strength and prepare to challenge the pure, profound tribulation. Of course, this didn't mean that he would definitely succeed in crossing the tribulation. However, if he were to take the risk before the difficulties were resolved, he would die under the tribulation 10 times. Everything would turn to dust. Speaking of Fu Yunqi, he should have obtained the 5th scripture of the Tai Fist, right? If that's the case, he's only left with the final hurdle, asked Ling Qing. Gao Han chuckled. That's right. Originally, the final hurdle was the Tai Fist. Now, the final hurdle is the severing emotions parasitism and recovering the grand oblivion of emotions. As for the Heaven Emperor, his final hurdle was the later Earth text. From the looks of it now, he can only think of another way to resolve this final hurdle. Gao Han's expression was a little strange. He wasn't taking pleasure in someone else's misfortune. Instead, he seemed to be sighing. Young Heavenly Lord, how many hurdles do you need to overcome? Ling Qing suddenly asked. I don't know either. Gao Han answered honestly. I can't see through the first person in history to cultivate the 3 clear lineages and push open the immortal door. He's not like his father, Yin Di. I don't even need to look at him to know that he doesn't even have a single hurdle. After becoming a true immortal, he only needed to accumulate his strength for a few years before he could challenge the pure, profound tribulation. I wouldn't be surprised even if you tell me that he's already achieved the duo Qi's fused aura and reached the profound immortal realm. Gao Han clicked his tongue in admiration. Taoist Yin, Taoist Di, and Yin Di himself, this family of 3 is indeed impressive. It's just a pity that this supreme martial art cannot be spread throughout the world and is still a little useless. However, to Yin Di, it's too perfect. After praising him, he sighed. However, I really can't count on that young heavenly lord. Could he be the same as his father? Or perhaps he's an unprecedented number. Perhaps he'll make history again and become the first person in history to overcome more than 10 hurdles in the true immortal realm. Gao Han smiled as he spoke. Ling Qing said indifferently, "Do you believe your own words?" "All right, I don't believe it either." The smile on Gao Han's face disappeared. The hurdles in the true immortal realm actually meant that one's cultivation would resonate with the great Tao of the heavens and earth, resulting in flaws. The reason might be due to one's cultivation or one's own flaws in the martial Tao. Other than the man-made disasters mentioned above, there might also be natural disasters caused by external factors. There were many different reasons. Although one had achieved the leakless true immortal realm, it was the person who was leakless, not the Tao. Similar flaws would be formed on martial art practitioners who had just achieved the immortal realm. Only after making up for these flaws, one would have the confidence to challenge the pure, profound tribulation. The hurdles differed from person to person. Naturally, the way to overcome the hurdles was also the same. According to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's words, "I'm really interested to see how much of a commotion this young heavenly lord can cause." Gao Han smiled and said he had made a trip to the Five Elements Mountain. "I feel that things aren't over yet." Ling Qing said indifferently, "Isn't that exactly what you want?" "Only partially." Gao Han's gaze was deep. "Don't you feel that there's a place that has been too peaceful in recent years?" "The 9 underworlds." Ling Qing's gaze suddenly turned cold. Although they've been acting with their tails between their legs most of the time, no one has ever let down their guard against them. Gao Han said leisurely, "However, now that the Western Pure Lands and the demon race have appeared, it's a little abnormal that they're still so quiet." Chapter 1395. The two heretics are currently engaged in an intense battle. The Western Pure Lands and the demon race are also involved in it. To us Orthodox Taoism, our activities are much more extensive, and it's a rare opportunity for us to take action. Ling Qing said, "However, it's similarly convenient for the 9 underworlds." Gao Han walked within the boundless void with a deep gaze. That's why they're so quiet now. Other than the wood devil's brief appearance, there aren't any other movements. That's why it's so abnormal. "How's Daoist Chen doing?" Ling Qing was asking about Chun Xuanzong. Gao Han sighed. If not for the young heavenly lord's interference, the matter would have been settled. With Daoist Gao and Daoist Li of the roving jade heavens around, the water devil would have been annihilated on the spot. Ling Qing said plainly, "If not for your interference, the water devil wouldn't have gotten the chance to reincarnate through Daoist Chen's disciple so easily. Then Jidu would have been exposed in advance." Gao Han said innocently, "I'm helpless as well." Moreover, his expression became a little more serious. Moreover, dragging this matter isn't a solution. Sooner or later, this will have to happen. Chun Xuanzong himself is the water demon's most desired reincarnation body. Even the 9 underworlds hope that the water demon can use Chun Xuanzong as his reincarnation body. Back then, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor had instructed Jian Shenhua to obtain the Devil of Aged Metal's authority. However, she acted on her own and swallowed an elephant. Ling Qing said slowly, "The Devil of Aged Metal has been put aside. After so many years, I haven't heard of any other movements. After Yin Xianyang's death, there hasn't been any suitable reincarnation physique for the Devil of Aged Metal." She looked at Gao Han and asked. Gao Han said, 800 years ago, there was one that barely appeared. However, the Devil of Aged Metal never showed any movements. Back then, I thought it was because of Jian Shenhua. Now, it doesn't seem to be the case." He laughed. The 9 underworlds would rather have nothing than a substandard one. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor gave the black jade bottle to Daoist Feng. "Isn't that a little?" Ling Qing had a rare expression of hesitation. "Isn't that a little too early? Otherwise, I wouldn't have suffered such a setback." Gao Han continued her words, his face filled with helplessness. "Just based on her current strength, as long as this Daoist Feng dares to use her strength, she is a genuine young heavenly sovereign. Even a true heavenly sovereign might not be able to take her down." Ling Qing frowned. You know what I'm talking about. Gao Han's expression turned serious. No matter if it's her or Yin Zhaoge, they both know their limits. Even if they obtained the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's black jade bottle, they wouldn't be so complacent and rush towards the origin heavenly realm. They aren't that foolish. A mere duo flowers converge crown would easily attract the attention of the 9 underworlds, said Ling Qing indifferently. Gao Han smiled again. It's just right. The 9 underworlds will pay more attention to her, and pay less attention to Chun Xuanzong and the others. Ling Qing's expression regained its usual calmness. She shook her head lightly. If Jian Shunhua didn't die, her side would be less. Yeah, Gao Han did not deny it. He sighed leisurely. However, it is indeed a little too early. I wonder if the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor has any other considerations? Ling Qing did not answer. With a calm expression, she calmly walked forward by the void. Gao Han was already used to this. I'll go look for Daoist Chun and the others. I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on the heretics. All right, Ling Qing responded. Then, the two went their separate ways and disappeared by the boundless void. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge, An Feng, Yunsheng traversed the void and returned to the awakened sky cosmos. The sect's legacy treasure passed down by the Grand Masters has finally returned to the broad Creed Mountain. I could finally console the past Grand Masters. Yuan Zhengfeng held the cyclic Heavenly Seals fragment in his hand and lamented. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, not only the past Grand Masters, but everyone in our sect as well. Yuan Zhengfeng looked at the cyclic Heavenly Seals fragment in his hand and smiled as well. In the past, when I returned to the 8 Extremities world from the Floating Gate world and stabilized my footing in the Royal Reed Sea in the world beyond worlds, the only regret in my life was this missing sect's legacy treasure. At that time, I always thought that if I could find the treasure one day, I would finally have the face to meet my master and my ancestors in the underworld. The old man chuckled. However, after that, this worry remained a worry. It was no longer my only regret. Yin Zhaoge roughly understood the changes in Yuan Zhengfeng's state of mind. He immediately smiled and said, Grandmaster, with your current cultivation realm and lifespan, you're still very young. Even in the current environment, you're still a rising star, a young prodigy. Yet, you're making fun of me? Yuan Zhengfeng smiled and nodded. Then, he shook his head. What you said makes sense. While it's true that increasing one's cultivation is the foundation of everything, the things that I've seen and heard in the past few years made me feel like I've been reborn. With his horizons broadened, his state of mind would naturally be different. Yin Zhaoge smiled and repeated, everything in the past was for the sect, for our fellow apprentice brothers, for the sect disciples, and for continuously advancing in the martial path. Grandmaster, you've always been sincere and never slacking off. If I didn't jump out from the well, I wouldn't know how vast the heavens and earth are. However, the past shouldn't be described as ignorant and mediocre. He smiled softly. Yuan Zhengfeng pointed at him and smiled. The past is exciting, and the present is also exciting. Who knows if the future won't be even more exciting? Yin Zhaoge chuckled and said, just like what I said earlier, in this era, everyone is a part of Taoism's revival after the Great Calamity. Indeed, Yuan Zhengfeng's thoughts wandered. Then, he said with a serious expression, don't forget the person who dug the well when you're drinking water. If we're confident in finding the Bright Connection Emperor's corpse, it would naturally be the best. It's not just because she's Chuqing's grandmaster. Due to the immortal court, Yin Zhaoge couldn't explain everything in detail. However, Yuan Zhengfeng knew that the dim radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia, and the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin, had contributed greatly to all Taoism's successors. Don't worry, Grandmaster. I understand. Yin Zhaoge's expression was also serious. After cupping his hands towards Yuan Zhengfeng, he bid farewell and left. His North Ocean clone and Pan Pan had already started devouring and refining the demon monkey's bloodline that he brought back. However, they wouldn't be able to see any results within a short period of time. They needed time to get used to it. After all, that was a monkey race small saint's demonic blood. If the North Ocean clone and Pan Pan wanted to devour it before becoming an immortal, a lot of preparation and processing were required. On the other hand, through Yin Zhaoge's manipulation, the three brilliances sacred water was starting to be put to use. Yin Zhaoge still brought a portion of it with him. This treasure had many uses. Unfortunately, the amount of divine water he obtained this time was still limited. After bidding farewell to his mother, Shui Chuqing, and his fellow disciples, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng left the sky beyond skies once again. They left the awakened sky cosmos and returned to the boundless void's outskirts. Chapter 1396. The dim radiant emperor should have fallen before the bright connection emperor, right? On the way, Feng Yunsheng asked, how did the dim radiant wheel contain clues to the whereabouts of the bright connection emperor? The heavenly essence stone shattered many years ago, and most of its fragments were collected by the immeasurable heavenly Lord. However, there are still some scattered fragments that have been scattered outside, and the immortal court has always been searching for them. As Yin Zhaoge walked, he said, back then, the war between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus was at its most intense. Coincidentally, someone from the heretics managed to find the heavenly essence stone fragment and brought it back to the immortal court. In the end, the dim radiant emperor took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the immortal court, intercepting the fragment. The immortal court sent people to pursue them, and the dim radiant sect declined. The dim radiant emperor secretly gave the heavenly essence stone fragment to the bright connection emperor, who came to his aid. Then he tried to divert the pursuers. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. However, the immortal court also suspected the bright connection emperor and started tracking her down. In the end, the bright connection emperor accidentally entered an illusory realm by the void's outskirts and was trapped for hundreds of years. When she returned to the Tao universe, the dim radiant emperor had already perished for many years. Did the bright connection emperor go to the dim radiant mausoleum? Feng Yunsheng guessed. Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right. It was therefore that my mother learnt of the location of the dim radiant mausoleum afterwards, also choosing a date to head there based on the time that the bright connection emperor had calculated that year, helping to complete the dim radiant wheel as a final aid. Feng Yunsheng understood. The bright connection emperor left a clue in the incomplete dim radiant wheel at that time. She couldn't predict where she would be buried, but she left behind a location of the illusion she was hiding in. Unfortunately, the bright connection emperor, Hu Yuexin, was hunted down by the heretics and was severely injured. Although he once again entered that illusion to take refuge and shook off his pursuers, he still died regretfully in the end. To the outside world, including her successor, Shui Chuqing, and her disciple, her whereabouts were a mystery. Instead, some clues had been left behind in the dim radiant wheel. This clue should have been left behind intentionally by the bright connection emperor. I'm not sure if others would be able to find their way there through other means. However, through the dim radiant wheel, we have a great chance of finding it, Yin Zhaoge explained. At this moment, black and white lights appeared in his eyes. Sometimes they interweaved, and sometimes they fused together, turning into a hazy light that was neither bright nor dark. Following the guidance, the two traversed the vast extra-dimensional space. The concept of time gradually became blurry here, and the road ahead seemed endless. However, Yin Zhaoge could feel that he was walking in the right direction, getting closer and closer to his destination. After traversing through the crevice of the folded space again and again, Yin Zhaoge suddenly stopped in his tracks. We're getting close, Yin Zhaoge said softly. The space-time scene before her returned to normal, no longer distorted. Feng Yunsheng looked around and saw a brilliant light. At this moment, the void that the two of them were in was filled with resplendent starlight. The radiance was extremely bright, and there was even a burning sensation. In the past, the starlight that had been like lamps in the starry sky was now dazzling. It was as if a great sun had appeared nearby. Between the stars, there were repulsive and attractive forces. They rarely gathered together, but each had their own orbit and rules. That was the immense power of the star path that even an ordinary immortal realm cultivator would find hard to shake. It was magnificent and vast. However, right now, there seemed to be many stars gathered together, densely packed and radiating. The power of the stars pressed against each other, causing the space-time to distort unnaturally. However, it contained a unique harmony, which prevented any real chaos from erupting. Looking closely, one could see that there seemed to be water flowing between the stars. It was the purest water flowing between the heavens and the earth, existing between earlier and later. Within this cold and desolate void, it coexisted with the blazing and dazzling stars. It wouldn't freeze into ice, nor would it boil or evaporate. The water flow was vast, and it flowed slowly. Looking from afar, the stars seemed to be bobbing up and down in this vast river. Heavenly River. Feng Yunsheng recalled the legendary existence and felt a little surprised. She looked carefully and realized that the faraway Heavenly River seemed to have broken apart. Although it extended far and seemed endless, Feng Yunsheng could see that at the end of the Heavenly River, there was a huge stellar whirlpool that devoured the Heavenly River. That meant that the space was severely ruptured, and even the Heavenly River was cut off. However, the long, vast river wasn't completely cut off. In the end, it formed a tributary-like existence within this universe. This should be the result of the great calamity in the past. Yin Zhaoge said, after the great 1,000 worlds shattered, the 9 heavens, the 33 heavens, and the 10 layers of the underworld all suffered from the calamity. Feng Yunsheng nodded. No wonder I feel that the Heavenly River's momentum is much smaller compared to the rumors. Indeed. However, the creation Great 1,000 is truly miraculous. It actually formed a tributary-like water system here. Yin Zhaoge continued walking forward. However, under the distortion of space, it's still far from the true Heavenly River. It's precisely because of this existence that the Bright Connection Emperor could shake off her pursuers. Yin Zhaoge said, after entering the river, the space would be chaotic, and it might lead to different places. Are you confident in locating the Bright Connection Emperor's burial ground? Feng Yunsheng asked. The situation here is slightly better than the original nebula, where the Exalted with Luminary perished. It's not as chaotic, and the changes are random. However, it's still very complicated. Otherwise, the Immortal Court wouldn't have given up on pursuing her. Of course, it was also because they didn't know that the Heavenly Essence Stone fragment was in Hu Yuexin's hands. They only chased after her because she was familiar with the dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia. Otherwise, even if the pursuers couldn't overcome the obstruction of the Starry River tributary, they would definitely invite the higher-level bigwigs of the Immortal Court to search for her. We can give it a try. Let's go. After saying that, Yin Zhaoge descended towards the Starry River tributary. Feng Yunsheng descended together with him, and her eyes lit up with devilish blue-black flames. When the blazing starlights got close to her, they all turned dim. Within Yin Zhaoge's eyes, the fusion of black and white lights flickered even more frequently. As soon as he sank into the water, a bizarre scene appeared in front of him. Layers of space appeared in front of him, attracting Yin Zhaoge to enter them. Yin Zhaoge stood still. His hands kept forming hand seals, and one seal after another was integrated into the Starry River tributary in front of him. After a long time, he finally stopped. After a while, a dim radiant will seem to be rotating within Yin Zhaoge's pupils. In the end, his eyes lit up, and he brought Feng Yunsheng into one of the layers of space. When the scene in front of him returned to normal, Yin Zhaoge realized that the two of them were already in a foreign space. However, this place didn't seem to have escaped from the Starry River tributary. The four corners of the world were filled with water curtains, and on the water curtains, starlights were shining. Chapter 1397. It's here. Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes. After sensing for a moment, he made his judgment. Blue-black devilish flames flickered within Feng Yunsheng's eyes. This doesn't seem to be a completely sealed dimensional space. Yin Zhaoge nodded. The first time the Bright Connection Emperor entered this place by mistake, She was trapped for hundreds of years. After that, she opened the door and left. After that, the spatial boundaries here underwent some changes. Now it's somewhat connected to all directions. If one enters from different places, they might end up in different places within this dimensional space. As they spoke, the two continued moving forward. In the world in front of them, layers of water screens intertwined, turning this place into a labyrinth. Coming into contact with a water curtain or trying to pass through it, one might be able to leave this foreign space and be teleported to another place. After a while, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng walked past the corner where two layers of water screens intertwined. When they turned their heads, their eyes lit up. There was a tall Sanhua divine tree standing there. Although it wasn't as tall as the divine tree transformed by the exalted wood luminary, Xiao Junwang, it was still a towering tree. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng let out a sigh as they looked at the tall spirit tree flickering with jade-green luster. At this point, there was no longer any room for luck. The bright connection emperor, Hu Yuexin, had fallen here. One of the unique characteristics of her lineage was that if an immortal expert perished, their remains would transform into the Sanhua divine tree. The towering divine tree overlapped with a water curtain, and it seemed to be immersed in the water curtain. Its entire body seemed to be standing between two different spaces. However, it wasn't torn apart. It was extremely mysterious. However, one could tell that it was currently in a weak balance. If one was careless, the balance would be broken, causing the space to distort. The tall divine tree might even be split into two. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng arrived in front of the tree and felt the aura of a living being. The branches and leaves on the tree swayed without any wind. Yin Zhaoge frowned slightly. He extended his finger and tapped on the tree trunk. Please forgive me for my rudeness, bright connection emperor. Along with his touch, radiance suddenly burst forth from the tree trunk. As the lights and shadows intertwined, a projection of a person gradually appeared in the void. After the projection stabilized, a woman's silhouette appeared. The woman looked to be in her 30s. She wore a white dress and was sitting cross-legged. Although she had a pretty face, she wasn't peerless. She wasn't as pretty as the exalted wood luminary, Xiao Junwang, or Yin Zhaoge's mother, Xue Chuqing. Both Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng were familiar with her. They had seen her image before. They knew that this woman in white was Xiao Junwang's disciple, the Grand Master that Xue Chuqing mentioned. The bright connection emperor, Hu Yuexin. It was just that while the Hu Yuexin in the image that Yin Zhaoge and Yin Zhaoge had seen could not be said to be peerlessly beautiful, her temperament was lofty and her unique charm surpassed that of countless women in the mortal realm. At this moment, in a reflection of the Sanhua tree, Hu Yuexin's face was gloomy and her skin was extremely pale. Many years had passed, but through this image of light, Yin Zhaoge and Yi Zichen seemed to be able to feel her weakness. This seemed to be the last scene of her life. His injuries were difficult to recover from. Even though he used the heavenly river tributary to shake off his pursuers and hide here, it was already too late to save the situation. He was on the verge of death. Hu Yuexin, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, let out a long breath. That aura wasn't colorless. Instead, it was a mixture of gray and blood red. As soon as she let out this breath, her originally pale cheeks became a bit rosier. Unfortunately, that wasn't the sign of her injuries recovering. On the contrary, it was the final radiance of her life. In the image, Hu Yuexin's eyes were lifeless, and her expression was gloomy. Her tensed body gradually relaxed, and her straight back gradually slumped. Her eyeballs moved as if they had regained their focus. However, they gradually became blurry and were covered by tears. Patter, patter! Tears dripped down from her eyes. Her eyes were filled with panic and weakness. The current Hu Yuexin was very different from everyone's impression of her in the past. I don't want to die, don't die, don't. Within the void, weak sobs resounded. They were filled with the fear of death and the desire to survive. Later on, the voice coming from the image was filled with regret and dejection. She regretted that her life had passed away just like that. She regretted that she had sacrificed her life for a heavenly essence stone fragment. She regretted that she was addicted to the illusory idea of reviving orthodox Taoism. Later on, the regret gradually turned into hatred. She hated that she had sacrificed so much, yet she was chased away by her fellow Taoists of the world beyond worlds. She was alone and hunted by others. She died alone in a place like this without anyone knowing about it. She hated her own stupidity. For an illusory ideal, she had wasted her youth and exhausted her entire life's experience. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't wise at all. She hated her master, Xiao Junwang, who had tricked her into walking on this path. She was extremely stupid. Not only did she ruin her own life, she also ruined Hu Yuexin's life. She was filled with endless remorse. She hated herself for sacrificing her own life for the sake of others. Curses, unimaginably vicious words came out from Hu Yuexin's mouth. She targeted Xiao Junwang, the southern extremity longevity emperor, Gao Han, Ling Qing, and even Yin Tianxia, who were originally like-minded. She targeted everyone else. The curses went from high-pitched to low-pitched. In the end, they turned into sobbing and crying. Everything that was revealed was actually because of her fear of death and regret towards her own life. The sobbing became weaker and weaker. The white silhouette became weaker and weaker as well. Slowly, it collapsed onto the ground. Only despair remained. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing looked at everything expressionlessly. Someone once said that one could only see the truest secrets within his heart before his death. Only then would one know what kind of person he was. Yan Zhaoge's voice resounded within the space. I agree with this point of view, especially when one couldn't die quickly despite knowing that death was inevitable. Instead, one could only helplessly wait for death to descend upon them. That would be the most torturous moment. Yan Zhaoge's face was expressionless. He passed through the tree trunk and arrived in front of the water screen. Although the situation was unbearable, and although it was unexpected and disappointing, it's understandable if the Bright Connection Emperor had feelings of regret before her death. However, Yan Zhaoge raised his palm and pressed on the water screen. The water screen instantly trembled. The scene projected by the ancient splendid tree was suddenly interrupted. I want to see the true scene before the Bright Connection Emperor's death. I don't want to see something created by some bastard. Yan Zhaoge stared coldly at the water screen that caved in and transformed into a spatial hole. On the other side of the spatial hole, a person's silhouette appeared. He said lazily, "Oh, you saw through it?" Chapter 1398. Yan Zhaoge looked at Chun Qianhua and said, "Concealment of the source, or concealment of the longitude. If it weren't for some special concealment technique, I wouldn't have failed to notice that someone had already reached the tree. However, this illusory scene seemed to originate from the ancient splendid tree itself. How could I not notice that someone was faking it?" He glanced at Chun Qianhua. "I knew it. Who would be so bored as to think of no one else other than you?" While Chun Qianhua's expression was lazy, his eyes lit up. He stared at Yan Zhaoge and smiled. You were filled with reverence and yearning for it. You even tried your best to bring it back to its roots. In the end, you realized that the truth wasn't as beautiful as you thought it to be. I thought that you were a person who was willing to sacrifice yourself for righteousness, a person who was firm and fearless, but in the end, you turned out to be extremely ugly and disappointing. I'm really interested in how you will react to this disparity. How can you be bored?" Chun Qianhua shook his head regretfully. "What a pity. You could tell that it was my handiwork." He suddenly smiled. "When I created this projection, I used many secret arts to enhance it. Not to mention true immortals and profound immortals. Even virtual immortals would be fooled. However, you saw through it with a single glance. Yan Zhaoge, you're truly unique." Yan Zhaoge stared at Chun Qianhua and smiled. "Even if I didn't look at it, I would know that the Bright Connection Emperor's final words were completely different from the illusion you created. Now that you're suspecting me, even if it doesn't match your expectations, you would still think that I'm faking it," said Chun Qianhua indifferently. He opened his palm. An ice-like crystal appeared in his palm. The light and shadow projected by the crystal fell on the water curtain that was erected in the void like a barrier between the two of them. A figure appeared in the projection. It was a woman in a white dress. She was the bright connection emperor, Hu Yuexin. Compared to the projection created by Chen Xianhua, the current Hu Yuexin in the projection had no difference in appearance. Her face was dim, and her skin was pale. Anyone could tell that her injuries had already reached a critical point, and she was at the final moments of her life. However, different from the projection created by Chen Xianhua, Hu Yuexin's expression was much calmer. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air that was mixed with gray and blood red. Hu Yuexin's face, which was originally pale, was now flushed red. In the final radiance of the setting sun, her expression became even more tranquil and open-minded. Although there was an unconcealable weakness in his eyes, they were as calm as water, without any fear or resentment. "Master, may I know where you are now? Are you all right?" Hu Yuexin looked up at the water curtain in the sky. Looking at the strange and dazzling scene reflected on the water curtain, she couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. "With your temperament, I don't think you would be afraid of matters of life and death. In fact, I have already prepared myself. If you were still here, you wouldn't have stayed silent for so many years. But I still have some hope in my heart." Hu Yuexin smiled. "However, I'm afraid I'll have to leave first today. I sincerely hope that you're still alive. It's a pity that I won't be able to wait until the day you return. But I didn't embarrass you." The lady in the white dress murmured softly, "If I drink with you now, I can drink 2 or 3 of you. I've been taking care of the wooden bed that you like to sleep on. It has been preserved for so many years, and it hasn't been eaten by worms. As long as you want, we can drink from 3 o'clock in the morning to midnight, and then sleep from midnight to 3 o'clock in the morning. It's just that it's hard for me to change my bad habit of arguing with you. But if you're willing to come back earlier, I'll try my best to change it. I'll try my best to talk less to you." Hu Yuexin nagged as if there was no point in her speech. But in the end, she smiled brightly, and her pale face became redder. "I've never forgotten what you taught me in the past. No matter how bumpy, how difficult, and how hopeless the road ahead is, I've never wavered. I'll do my best for the revival of our orthodox Taoism, to sweep away the heretics and to clear the universe. I've gotten the heavenly essence stone fragment that you mentioned in the past. I'll also do my best to prevent this treasure from falling into the hands of the heretics. Even though my fate has come to an end today, I have a successor, and the torch will be passed on. Just like what you taught me all those years ago, I believe that my successors will also persevere, and they will eventually wait until the day when the evil is cleared and the chaos is restored." The redness on Hu Yuexin's face started fading away, and the light in her eyes started dimming. She was really on the verge of death. Within her pupils, the figure of a beautiful lady in green dress appeared. That was the exalted wood luminary, Xiao Junwang. I won't be able to see that day, but our successor will definitely be able to see it. I hope that master can also see it when you return in the future." Hu Yuexin's voice gradually became lower, and her breath gradually became weaker. The figure that appeared deep within her pupils gradually turned into another person's appearance. It was a young man in black clothes with a white robe draped over his shoulders. His long black hair draped over his back. His facial features were clearly similar to the dim, radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia, that Yin Zhaoge and the others knew. However, compared to the familiar image that Yin Tianxia left to others, this man was much younger. At the same time, the Yin Tianxia and Yin Zhaoge and the others' memories had long black hair and pure white eyebrows. This young man's eyebrows were still black. However, the pair of calm eyes with distinct black and white were exactly the same as the one in Yin Zhaoge and the others' memories. I know that it's not good for me to always be late, especially this time. I'm late for a few hundred years. The lady in white dress neck gradually lost the strength to support her head. Her head drooped lower and lower. However, I guarantee that this will be the last time. 100 Rivers, I'm coming. In the end, her voice became so soft that it couldn't be heard anymore. The lady in white dress sat stiffly on the spot. Her head drooped, and she no longer breathed. The bright connection emperor, Hu Yuexin finally passed away in a foreign dimension within this starry river tributary. Within the scene, her remains gradually changed, and radiances extended from within. Vigorous vitality erupted, and in the end, her figure disappeared. Only a sapling was left rooted on the spot, and its branches and leaves curled up. In the end, it turned into a towering divine tree. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng stood on the spot and watched this scene in silence. After a long time, the two of them bowed towards the Tsanghua divine tree. "Is that the dim, radiant emperor?" asked Feng Yunsheng softly. "Yes," Yin Zhaoge quietly answered. Yin Baichuan is the dim, radiant emperor's original name. After he succeeded the position of the dim, radiant sect master, he changed his name to Yin Tianxia. He turned his head and looked at Chen Qianhua with a cold gaze. "You're satisfied just like that?" Chen Qianhua's expression was filled with disgust. Being unexpected is the greatest joy in living. What joy is there in knowing something? Yin Zhaoge coldly said, "Some people, some matters don't allow you to find joy in them. Who do you think you are?" Chapter 1399. The lazy expression on Chen Qianhua's face was no longer present. His eyes were brimming with vigor as he appraised Yin Zhaoge. "Yin Zhaoge, you're a very special person. However, many of your thoughts are too vulgar. Are you willing to be so ordinary? That is really—" He still wanted to say more, but Yin Zhaoge had already brazenly made his move. Separated by a layer of space, Yin Zhaoge used his finger as a sword and stabbed towards Chen Qianhua. The terrifying dark red sword radiance pierced through time and space as if it was not affected at all. It arrived in front of Chen Qianhua. Chen Qianhua didn't move from his original spot. He stretched out his hands and clasped them in the middle. The water screen that obstructed space reappeared and formed a vortex, attempting to lock Yin Zhaoge's immortal trapping sword light within. As the water curtains surged, the Tsanghua divine tree, which was half submerged in the water, was also swept up. Half of the tree trunk, branches, and leaves remained in place. However, the other half that was submerged in the water was affected by space-time and was moved. Although the branches of the towering divine tree were strong, they still felt like they were about to be torn apart by the distortion of space and time. Yin Zhaoge remained expressionless. He extended his other hand and pressed it against the trunk of the Tsanghua divine tree. Yin Zhaoge's deep understanding of time and space allowed him to stabilize the Tsanghua divine tree, preventing it from being sliced into two by the distortions of space. Chen Qianhua took the opportunity to retreat. "I've already fought you once. There's no need to fight a second time," he said indifferently. "This time, I wanted to see your disappointed expression when your expectations were dashed, but you saw through it in advance. Let's find something else to play with next time." As Chen Qianhua spoke, Yin Zhaoge strode forward. He slashed with the dark red sword light in his left hand and pulled back his right hand. The sword light slashed through the water screen, and the entire Tsanghua divine tree was dragged out from the water. Affected by this, the Tsanghua divine tree itself trembled violently. However, Yin Zhaoge's fingers moved rapidly and knocked on the tree trunk. The jade-clear Aeon Light heavenly scripture and the void heavenly scripture's profundities were unleashed at the same time, rapidly helping the Tsanghua divine tree to calm down the sudden changes in the environment. With a wave of his hand, the Tsanghua divine tree was uprooted from the ground. The ground below was actually formed by water. After leaving the tree, the Tsanghua divine tree seemed to have lost its nutrients and showed signs of withering. However, Yin Zhaoge flicked his fingers and rays of radiances flew out. They enveloped a portion of the water and continued to surround the Tsanghua divine tree's root system. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge struck out with his left hand once more. Where the red light passed, the water screen before him completely split apart. Yin Zhaoge's figure advanced. Under his manipulation of space, the Tsanghua divine tree beside him suddenly shrunk and was kept into Yin Zhaoge's right sleeve. He continued to move forward, stepping through the void and arriving at the space-time where Chen Qianhua was. However, the moment Yin Zhaoge stepped into this space, several terrifying auras suddenly arose. However, at the same time, Feng Yinsheng, who had previously been standing silently and not moving, silently supporting Yin Zhaoge, also moved at this moment. Within her pupils, devilish blue-black flames flickered. Similarly, she took a step forward and arrived beside Yin Zhaoge, entering the space on the other side. More than one grand and resonant, yet also ethereal and lofty, sonorous voice of the great Tao sounded at this moment, and then they clashed together and canceled each other out. There were grand virtual immortals among the ambushers. Layers of lights and silhouettes appeared as they swayed. The one in the lead wore a fishtail golden crown and a pale, yellow Taoist robe. His face was red, and he had a long beard. It was none other than Li Xingba. Behind Li Xingba was his disciple, Gong Sunhui. However, he didn't approach him. Beside Li Xingba stood a white crane. It was the crane race small saint that fought for the Three Brilliances sacred water. Currently, they were working together with Chun Qianhua to ambush Yin Zhaoge. "You're here for the pill hall, right?" Yin Zhaoge's expression remained calm. He wasn't surprised at all. Although they were fighting for the Three Brilliances sacred water together, there was undoubtedly something more valuable compared to the Three Brilliances sacred water. The young heavenly lord title was only a part of Gao Han's instigation. The other part was to tell Li Xingba that Yin Zhaoge controlled the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's pill hall. Although the pill hall could be teleported, Yin Zhaoge was currently outside. Naturally, the pill hall wouldn't be able to follow him. If that's the case, wouldn't it be possible to gain control over the pill hall by controlling Yin Zhaoge? Thinking about this, how could Li Xingba and the crane race small saint not feel excited? Even if the two sides were not familiar with each other before, there was now a basis for an alliance. Now that he had borrowed Chun Qianhua's strength and knew that Yin Zhaoge might be coming here, he immediately set up an ambush, waiting for Yin Zhaoge to step into the trap. How are they related to Chun Qianhua? Yes, it's most likely Gao Han. Although Chun Qianhua used various secret arts to conceal their traces and even forged the bright connection carvings on the Canhua divine tree, they were still discovered by Yin Zhaoge and Yin Qianhua. As soon as Yin Zhaoge discovered it, he immediately realized that unless Chun Qianhua himself ascended to the virtual immortal realm with 5 Qis unification, there would be other virtual immortals assisting him. Otherwise, with Yin Zhaoge's vast knowledge and Feng Yunxing's high cultivation base, no matter how exquisite Chun Qianhua's secret art was, he wouldn't be able to conceal it for so long. As such, Yin Zhaoge wasn't surprised that virtual immortals were ambushing Chun Qianhua. He just didn't expect it to be Li Xingba and the others. However, after thinking about it for a while, Yin Zhaoge understood that the bridge between the two was Gao Han. However, he didn't care about Li Xingba and the others' existence and continued targeting Chun Qianhua. The reason why Feng Yunsheng remained motionless was to guard against Li Xingba and the others. Black devilish flames rose once again and obstructed her opponent. Yin Zhaoge's footsteps didn't stop. He stepped through space and arrived in front of Chun Qianhua. He pressed his palm down, while Chun Qianhua smiled and didn't resist. Yin Zhaoge frowned. He clenched his fingers and crushed Chun Qianhua's body. However, after his body was crushed, a huge pearl appeared in Yin Zhaoge's palm. Illusory mirage pearl? Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered. "You have such a treasure?" Within the pearl, Chun Qianhua's image appeared. He smiled lazily. "I wanted to see your reaction after witnessing the bright connection carvings I created. It's good that you can see it. You don't have to personally go there. The one here was only a fake body formed by the illusory mirage pearl. As for his true divinity, he didn't even enter the Starry River tributary. See you next time." Chun Qianhua waved his hand towards Yin Zhaoge. The figure within the pearl became fainter. "Do you think it's that easy?" Yin Zhaoge stared at the pearl in his hand, and a sneer appeared on his face. He held onto the pearl with his left hand and lifted his right index finger. A speck of radiance flickered on his fingertip. Then, he tapped on the pearl with his finger. The pearl trembled, but it wasn't damaged in the slightest. However, by the boundless void outside of the Starry River tributary, a figure suddenly shook. A purple-clothed youth fell out of the void. It was Chun Qianhua. His originally pale face became even paler. Chun Qianhua froze on the spot for a long time. He opened his mouth and spat out a mist of radiance as if he was spitting out blood. At this moment, his body was like a porcelain. Cracks suddenly appeared on the porcelain surface, and radiance leaked out from the cracks. Chapter 1400. A few hideous wounds appeared on Chun Qianhua's body, from which radiance was constantly leaking out. Within a space within the starry river tributary, Yin Zhaoge sneered, "I heard that you're not afraid of death. Do you mind this?" As he spoke, he pointed at the illusory mirage pearl again. Outside the starry river tributary, Chun Qianhua's main body trembled again, and a few more cracks appeared on his body. Green radiance flickered within Chun Qianhua's eyes. Floating dawn divinity breaking art? Such an unpopular secret art. No, it's not just the floating dawn divinity breaking art. I should be able to defend against it alone. Now, there are many other changes added into it. You're indeed knowledgeable. Yin Zhaoge said coldly. You're just too stupid. Then he pointed at the illusory mirage pearl for the third time. On the other side, Chun Qianhua's body trembled again, and his injuries worsened. Even if his main body fought against Yin Zhaoge, he wouldn't end up in such a miserable state, regardless of whether he won or lost. It was equivalent to sending himself to Yin Zhaoge's doorstep without any ability to retaliate. He would be beaten up by Yin Zhaoge like a punching bag. More importantly, the injuries on his body weren't only affecting his body or soul. Those were Dao wounds that obstructed the resonance and feedback between Chun Qianhua and the world's great Dao. Under the continuous worsening of the Dao wounds, they had already surpassed the limit and reached an irreparable level. In this state, he had no hope of attaining the profound, immortal realm. If he dared to challenge the pure, profound tribulation, he would definitely die. And now it was just the beginning. The immortal realm doesn't welcome you. Get lost. Yin Zhaoge raised two fingers, and his index and middle fingers formed a sword and poked the illusory mirage pearl. Chun Qianhua's injuries had already reached a critical point. After receiving the combined attack of the fallen deity sword and the floating dawn divinity breaking art, his body trembled violently like never before. His body was already riddled with injuries. Now, it was like a broken porcelain, and it completely shattered. Radiance gushed out from countless densely packed cracks, completely submerging Chun Qianhua's figure. Strands of immortal qi dispersed from within and drifted everywhere, stirring up storms within the void's boundless outskirts. When the storm subsided and the light dissipated, Chun Qianhua's figure reappeared. His appearance did not seem to have changed at all, but then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pure blood. The flesh and blood of mortals. This unparalleled genius, who had ascended to the immortal realm before the age of 200 and was once a renowned young true immortal, was kicked out of the immortal door by Yin Zhaoge. His cultivation was forcefully reduced to the martial saint realm. Extremely weak, his complexion turned even paler as he muttered, Yin Zhaoge. Chun Qianhua did not attach as much importance to his own cultivation realm as other martial artists. To him, this was more of a safeguard and tool for him to have fun. Originally, he wanted to find Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, Gao Han, Nie, Jing Shun, and the others. However, he already felt that the true immortal realm wasn't enough. Thus, he decided to ascend to the profound immortal realm within a short period of time. In the end, Yin Zhaoge had directly knocked him down from the immortal realm, kicking him back into the martial saint realm. Even though Chun Qianhua had never cared about martial arts realms, he still felt a little resentful at this moment. He felt a sense of disappointment from not being able to fulfill his wish, which resulted in resentment and grievance. As if he was a floating corpse, he floated within the boundless void. Chun Qianhua was in a daze and was blown away by the starry winds, disappearing within the darkness. Within the starry river tributary, Yin Zhaoge coldly looked at the illusory mirage pearl that couldn't bear the burden and shattered. He shook his hand, scattering the pearl's fragments. He turned around. On the other side, Feng Yunsheng was obstructing Li Xingba and the crane race small saint by herself. The two virtual immortals couldn't even take a single step forward. Gong Sunhui looked at Yin Zhaoge, shattering the illusory mirage pearl and looking towards his direction. A chill ran down his spine. He didn't understand Chun Qianhua's current state. However, the previous experience of being defeated and suppressed by Yin Zhaoge felt like it was just yesterday. Li Xingba and the crane race small saint were forced to retreat and looked at Feng Yunsheng with extreme fear. The current Feng Yunsheng wasn't as domineering as when she swept through the universe with the duo Flowers Converge crown. However, they were already feeling helpless. No matter what, you're all of the three clear Taoists. Taoistly, are you and your disciple going to allow Chun Qianhua to do as he pleases? Yin Zhaoge's gaze swept across Li Xingba and Gong Sunhui. He pointed beneath his feet. The Bright Connection Emperor's remains are undoubtedly a junior to you, Taoistly. However, due to the Bright Connection Emperor's efforts in the past, she managed to snatch the Heavenly Essence Stone's fragments that the Immortal Court was determined to obtain, which allowed our orthodox Taoism to regain its former glory. If the immeasurable Heavenly Lord obtains the complete Heavenly Essence Stone, even us Taoism's successors might be forcefully illuminated through space. Taoistly, although you're a senior that attained Tao during the ancient era, as long as you don't ascend to the grand heavenly realm, you'll still be threatened by this. No matter how deep you hide within the void's boundless outskirts, and no matter how uninvolved you are with worldly affairs, you won't be able to escape unscathed. Yin Zhaoge said with a serious expression, "How can a fellow Taoist that sacrifices life for our Taoism's successors be humiliated like this by Chun Qianhua? Even Chun Qianhua himself benefited from this. Who knows if you're speaking the truth?" Gong Sunhui was a little embarrassed. "Before we came here, we didn't know about this." "It doesn't matter." Li Xingba snorted. "Let's not beat around the bush. We didn't come here for that tree in the first place." Yin Zhaoge calmly replied, "For the pill hall? Then there's no need for you and your disciple to worry about it. The pill hall isn't something you should be thinking about." Li Xingba was enraged. Such an arrogant junior! He pointed at Feng Yunsheng and said, "It's fine if she said that. However, what qualifications do you have to say that? If it weren't for her protecting you, I would have taken your life long ago. Then, I'll take your life first." When Feng Yunsheng heard his words, the devilish blue-black flames within her eyes suddenly surged. A brilliance suddenly lit up above her head. Then, a horrifying black blade slashed towards Li Xingba. Li Xingba was astonished. He raised his square-edged golden sword breaker to block it, but it was instantly slashed apart. "Woman, what's the point of having such a man? He wasn't a refined person to begin with." Under his rage, his words immediately became vicious. "Your grand void, and he's leakless. He can't even stab your falling red sword." When the crane race small saint heard his words, he couldn't help but frown. Feng Yunsheng raised her brows, but no anger could be seen on her face. "Taoist lordly, it seems like you've forgotten. When a mortal woman learns to ride a horse and learn to dance during their youth, their movements might even cause their wedding night to bleed. As for us women who practice martial arts, we train our muscles, bones, and blood during our early years," she said calmly, "unless they want to circulate their blood and blood to regenerate themselves. However, how many of them would do something so pretentious? Therefore, my husband can stab me however he wants. As for the matters between my husband and I, you don't have to worry about it." Li Xingba and the others were dumbfounded. "You woman, don't you have any sense of shame?" "It doesn't matter." The devilish flames within Feng Yunsheng's eyes surged, causing the other party's entire body to shiver. Dead people can't go around gossiping. Chapter 1401. Feng Yunsheng remained expressionless, and no anger could be heard from her tone. However, no matter if it was Li Xingba, his disciple, or the crane race small saint, they all felt a bone-piercing chill as if their lives had come to an end. Good. Li Xingba's red face turned as black as a pot's bottom. "You too, vile spawns. If you aren't from the same family, you wouldn't belong to the same family. He said sternly, "You've entered the Doomsday Devil Dao and received the Fiend God's empowerment. Even I have to admit my inferiority. However, since we dare to come, how can we not be prepared?" Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng frowned upon hearing his words. Feng Yinsheng seemed to have sensed something. She raised her head and looked at the space within the Starry River tributary, at the sky formed by the water screen. Li Xingba sneered, "Evildoers will be tormented by evildoers. You aren't completely fearless." He also raised his head and looked at the sky. "The 9 underworlds is your greatest threat." Feng Yunxing's duo Flower's converged crown possessed extraordinary strength, and few virtual immortals could rival her. Even for grand heavenly immortals, let alone heretics, even orthodox Taoism, Buddhism, demon race, and 9 underworlds grand heavenly immortals might not be able to defeat her. Of course, there are definitely plenty of experts that could defeat Feng Yunxing. However, grand heavenly immortal existences were limited to the various factions. Grand heavenly immortal realm experts were the most important force in their battles, as they were filled with intimidation. The reason why the blessed lands of the White Lotus took the initiative to attack the Immortal Court and gain the upper hand was mainly because 4 of the Immortal Court's grand heavenly immortals perished under Suo Mingzhang's hands. The demon race's rock of 10,000 cloudy miles instilled fear in every opposing faction. Under certain circumstances, this grand heavenly immortal realm demon race, Great Sage, could hold up against several others. For Feng Yinsheng, there weren't many experts that could restrain her under most circumstances. Among them, the 9 underworlds experts were rather unique. Against other experts, even if Feng Yinsheng couldn't defeat them, as long as the disparity in strength wasn't too great, she could still escape. However, the top-notch great demons and ancient devils of the 9 underworlds were able to lock onto her position more easily than the experts of other forces, making it difficult for her to escape. Feng Yinsheng was different from Astro Sovereign, Shi Jun, and Ying Yuzhen. Even the great demons of the 9 underworlds that were equivalent to the grand heavenly immortal realm couldn't trigger her demonic nature. However, in order to fight against the powerful ancient devil, Feng Yunsheng had no choice but to use all of her power, which caused her to slowly lose control. It just so happened that she was facing a top-notch expert of the 9 underworlds, so it was relatively difficult for her to escape as soon as possible. The longer they fought, the more disadvantageous it would be for her self-control. During the battle for the Triple Brilliance Divine Water, Feng Yunxing's twin flowers converged crown did not last long before disappearing. It was not because she was exhausted and could not hold on, but because she wanted to prevent the great demon of the 9 serenities from sensing her exact location and coming to harass her. This is really beyond my expectations. Yin Zhaoge also raised his head and looked at the water screen with interest. You guys actually joined hands with the 9 underworlds. Frankly speaking, this is even more surprising than you guys joining hands with the heretics. It's more than suitable to deal with you 2 rascals. Li Xingba snorted. Moreover, it's only a temporary expedient. What's so special about it? The furious expression on his face slowly faded away, and he became expressionless. Only his eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng both raised their heads and looked upwards. The water screen gradually trembled. Not only was the water screen trembling within this foreign dimension, but the entire Starry River tributary seemed to be affected as well. Within the boundless void outside of the Starry River tributary, the empty universe seemed to have suddenly frozen. Within the originally dark void, an even more extreme darkness seemed to have manifested, continuously corroding the space. A horrifying aura surged from within. The undulating stars within the Starry River tributary started trembling uneasily. Everything indicated that an extremely powerful existence was about to descend upon this place. An ancient devil that was equivalent to a Taoism grand heavenly immortal. Within the boundless darkness, a pair of faintly discernible eyes slowly opened and stared at the brilliant starry river tributary. As expected, it's the 9 underworlds. Feng Yinsheng calmly looked towards the sky. At this moment, she could clearly feel the other party's existence. Even if a great devil leaves the 9 underworlds, he wouldn't dare to be too careless. Otherwise, he might be besieged at any moment. Yin Zhaoga said, "After all, the 9 underworlds is the public enemy. He wouldn't dare to delay for too long. I'm only worried that he might attract other reinforcements in order to end the battle quickly." The 9 underworlds' evil devils were like street rats that everyone wanted to kill. Even if the other factions were in a heated battle, they were still observing the 9 underworlds with caution. As such, the ancient devil didn't dare to be high profile. He hid here and waited outside. Now that he knew through Chen Xianhua, Li Xingba, and the others that Yin Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng had indeed arrived at the Starry River tributary, he finally revealed himself. Li Xingba and the crane race, small saints' expressions turned hostile and approached them again. They wanted to hold Feng Yunsheng and Yin Zhaoga back, preventing them from escaping using the Starry River tributary's chaotic phenomenon. Naturally, they didn't hope to defeat Feng Yunsheng. They only hoped to delay them for a little longer, allowing the ancient devil to rush in. With Li Xingba and the others help in locating them, the Starry River tributary, which had limited effects against grand heavenly realm experts, was no longer an obstacle. Li Xingba's disciple, Gong Sunhui, observed Yin Zhaoga's expression and thought, if he retracted his figure and allowed that woman surnamed Feng to bring him outside, it wouldn't be easy. I have to obstruct them as much as possible. As he thought of this, he raised his voice and yelled, "Do you only know how to hide behind a woman's back? If you're like this, why don't you just hide under your wife's skirt?" It would be best if he could enrage them. As long as he could make Yin Zhaoga hesitate, it would be considered a success. As Gong Sunhui was thinking about this, Yin Zhaoga suddenly took a step forward and took the initiative to approach him. Feng Yunsheng didn't retreat either. Instead, she advanced and slashed with her saber, catching Li Xingba and the others off guard. "You want a pill haul. However, even if I give it to you, you won't be able to keep it." Yin Zhaoga suddenly laughed. "It's just like whether you can keep your lives here. It's no longer up to you to decide." Li Xingba and the others roared in anger. Shameless boasting. Gong Sunhui tried his best to defend against Yin Zhaoga's cyclic heavenly seal. Although he didn't underestimate his enemy from the start, he still couldn't defeat Yin Zhaoga due to the disparity in strength. "You can only suppress me at most, but you can't kill me. If you drag this on for a little longer, the ancient devil would descend. If that woman can't even fend for herself, my master and the others would be able to kill you like a dog." Although Gong Sunhui was furious, he wasn't afraid. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt his mind go blank. As a Duo Chi's profound immortal, he seemed to be at the bottom. On the contrary, Yin Zhaoga, who was in the true immortal realm, seemed to be standing high above the clouds, looking down at him. "Evil people will be tormented by evil people. That's right, I'm your torment." Then, an ethereal sword light poured down towards him like the heavenly river descending from the skies. Chapter 1402. Being brushed by the ethereal sword light, Gong Sunhui's body suddenly shook. At this moment, he felt that as a tranquil, mysterious immortal, his immortal energy had actually collapsed without the slightest sign, and it was once again divided into 2 different types of immortal energy, clear energy and righteous energy. Even though the 2 types of immortal energy were still interweaving, they no longer merged together, becoming indistinguishable. Affected by this, his Xian immortal body, which had been tempered by the immortal aura and could hardly be injured by a perfected immortal, reverted back to the body of a perfected immortal the moment he was hit by the sword. At this moment, he had fallen from the Duo Qi Xian immortal stage back to the true immortal stage. What kind of sword technique is this? Gong Sunhui turned pale with fright. How can this be? Various scenes uncontrollably appeared in his mind, familiar yet strange. Shockingly, it was his experience of successfully passing the pure, profound tribulation and ascending to the profound immortal realm. At this moment, the scenes before him seemed to be playing in reverse, and he watched helplessly as he grew further and further away from the mysterious immortal realm. Gong Sunhui had been practicing martial arts for thousands of years. Although he lived in seclusion most of the time, he had no lack of experience traveling outside. But even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he still felt horrified and panicked at this moment. Before today, he had never heard of such a sword technique. The fallen deity's fallen deity sword. In that battle that year, Yin Zhaoge had banished a true immortal expert to the mortal realm as a martial saint. In today's battle, the banishing deity sword's edge had reappeared, causing the dual qi profound immortal Gongsun Hui to fall to the true immortal realm. As the ethereal sword light that resembled a heavenly river surging in reverse descended, Yin Zhaoge executed a cyclic heavenly seal with his other hand, slapping down on the crown of Gongsun Hui's head. "Do you have anyone's skirt that I can crawl into?" Yin Zhaoge's laughter resounded, causing Gongsun Hui to feel like his guts were being torn apart. How could he, who had fallen to the true immortal realm by the fallen deity sword, withstand Yin Zhaoge's palm? Halfway through his shocked cries, his head had already been shattered by Yin Zhaoge's palm as he instantly lost his life. The instant Yin Zhaoge unleashed the fallen deity sword, Li Xingba and the crane race small saints' expressions changed. Their eyesight naturally far surpassed that of ordinary people as they immediately felt that that sword of Yin Zhaoge's was extraordinary. Unfortunately, under Feng Yunqing's attacks, they couldn't even take care of themselves. How would they have the energy to take care of Gong Sunhui? Retreat quickly. Just as Li Xingba could order his disciple, he saw his disciple being struck down to the true immortal realm by the sword light. Then, Yin Zhaoge's palm smashed his head into a mist of blood. His jujube-red face first turned pale, then it swelled and turned purple. He flew into a rage, but he couldn't do anything about it. Instead, he was almost killed by Feng Yunqing. But at the same time, the surging demonic qi had become completely clear. Even though they were in the Milky Way tributary, everyone could still feel the terrifying demonic thoughts. While their bodies were numb, they were also driven mad. Outside the heavenly river tributary, a terrifying figure stood in the endless void. It was like fog and illusion, appearing unreal. However, it was as if it was the ruler of this part of the universe. The grand heavenly realm elder devil had finally revealed himself. The blue and black demonic flames in Feng Yunqing's eyes flickered. She turned her head to look at Yin Zhaoge, and Yin Zhaoge was also looking at her. The two nodded in unison. Then, Feng Yunqing's figure soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of black light. She slashed apart the watery sky above. Under the illumination of the ruthless black light, the chaotic spatial transformations within the starry river tributary were slashed apart. As a result, the starry river tributary's unpredictable spatial transformations couldn't obstruct Feng Yunqing's footsteps. Destruction was easy, but construction was difficult. Although she couldn't freely roam within the chaotic spatial transformations and go wherever she wanted, Feng Yunqing's unique concept allowed her to successfully leap out of the spatial turbulence. As the black light flickered, she had already leaped out from the river of stars rising and falling. She faced the elder devil that appeared within the void. As Feng Yunqing left, Li Xingba and the crane race small saint could finally let out a sigh of relief. After relaxing, rage surged within Li Xingba's heart once again. This time, "I like to see who else can protect you, Val Spawn." He glared at Yin Zhaoge, only to see Yin Zhaoge's figure slowly fusing into the watery sky. The starry river tributary's water flow had fused with the unpredictable spatial transformations. As it drifted along with the flow, no one knew where it would end up. Trying to escape, Li Xingba snorted coldly. Without Feng Yunqing's help, the majestic, sonorous voice of the great Dao rumbled. The grand virtual realm, Li Xingba, made his move. Under the envelopment of his immortal essence, it was sufficient to seal off the entire foreign dimension, preventing others from escaping using the spatial turbulence. However, Yin Zhaoge's figure continued fusing into the watery sky, as if he wasn't affected at all. Li Xingba was startled. Although Yin Zhaoge was unique and wasn't afraid of the sonorous voice of the great Tao as a true immortal, his true immortal's immortal qi was still powerless against a virtual immortal's immortal essence. Wherever a virtual immortal's immortal essence reached, a single true immortal's immortal qi would be instantly destroyed. This had nothing to do with the martial art practitioner, nor did it have anything to do with the martial art practitioner's cultivation. However, an abnormal scene happened right now. The problem isn't with him, but the water. After all, Li Xingba was a veteran expert that had attained the Tao during the ancient era. His knowledge wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. He immediately understood where the problem was. Yin Zhaoge disappeared within the watery sky. At this moment, the illusory water flow's color instantly turned from transparent to dark yellow. Looking at the dark yellow water flow, Li Xingba was startled. Ripples surfaced within the depths of his memories. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge's voice seemed to resound from all directions. It seems like neither the exalted solar luminary nor Chun Qianhua mentioned anything about me to you. Yin Zhaoge said plainly, I can roughly guess your plan. You're using the 9 underworld's great devils to restrict my wife, while you two work together to capture me. Although you've seen my later Earth text previously, you, Li Xingba, aren't afraid of the later Earth text with your cultivation and the Earth-splitting pearl. That's why you're fearless. However, I've never intended to use the Earth Goddess's treasured writings again. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Although the Earth Goddess's concept of power is unique, and she possesses a unique secret art, which allows her to leave behind a scripture imprint that other grand heavenly immortals wouldn't be able to leave behind, allowing us juniors to benefit from it. It's still an engraving treasure, after all. We have to be careful when using it. If it was used too frequently without sufficient time to recuperate, the later Earth text would deteriorate irreversibly. It might even lead to its destruction. However, this place is a starry river's water vein. The smile within Yin Zhaoge's voice disappeared. He said indifferently, to me, this is a favorable geographical environment. However, to you guys, it's the heavens that want you dead. I've already said it before. Whether or not your lives can be preserved here isn't something you could decide anymore. Instead, accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's voice, the entire starry river tributary turned dark yellow. Waves of black winds howled above the water's surface. Instead, it's up to me. Chapter 1403. The water curtains collapsed at the same time and merged with the entire heavenly river tributary. At this moment, the majestic and vast heavenly river tributary had completely turned into a dark yellow color. Above the dark yellow river, there were gusts of chilly wind and black fog. Even the rising and falling light in the river was covered, temporarily disappearing without a trace. As they were swept by the dark yellow river and enveloped by the chilly wind and black fog, Li Xingba and the Crane Race small saint felt their minds turning blurry, as if they were drunk. To 2 grand virtual immortals who had come into contact with the true essence of the great Tao, this situation was extremely abnormal. But at this moment, it was happening right before his eyes. As the chilly wind whistled, the sonorous voice of the great Tao seemed to be muffled by the sound of the wind. As they were engulfed by the chilly wind and the black fog, Li Xingba and the other man felt dizzy and wanted sleep. 9 Bend's yellow river formation. Li Xingba looked at the scene in disbelief and couldn't help but exclaim. He had already attained the Tao during the ancient investitures of the Gods era, and had once listened to the teachings of the prime clear lineage. How could he not recognize the prime clear bigwig 3 sky, Fairy's 9 Bend's yellow river formation that had shaken the world? But it was precisely because he recognized it that he was even more surprised. Compared to the others, he was more familiar with this peerless and ominous formation. Looking at the talisman patterns that occasionally surfaced in the dark yellow river, Li Xingba's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Secluded immortal art. The legendary yellow river of 9 Bend's formation contained the wonders of heaven and earth. Among them were the immortal bewitching pill, the secluded immortal mantra, the ability to lose an immortal's spirit, vanish an immortal's soul, trap an immortal's form, damage an immortal's aura, lose an immortal's original form, and damage an immortal's body. Among the 9 tunes, there was no straight line. The tunes contained the wonders of creation and the secrets of immortals. Among them, the secluded immortal mantra and the immortal bewitching pill were the core and vital items. It was difficult for others to imitate them. Only immortal experts who had obtained the true inheritance of the 3 immortal island could refine them. When Yin Zhaoge had set up a formation in the world beyond worlds that year, his cultivation base had still been shallow. Also, he had not been able to refine the immortal bewitching pill or compose the secluded immortal mantra. Thus, the 9 bins Yellow River formation that he had set up with the help of the geography had merely been in shape. And now, he himself had pushed open the immortal door and achieved an immortal body. All the conditions that he did not have in the past were now complete. Although the current celestial river tributary was not as powerful as the real celestial river, compared to the water veins in the mortal world, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just as Yin Zhaoge stepped into the starry river tributary, before he started searching for the bright connection Emperor's burial ground, he purposely stopped for a period of time. Then he tossed the spirit talismans formed by the secluded immortal mantra into the river water in preparation. Before he and Feng Yunsheng had even entered, this place had already been his, Yin Zhaoge's, home ground. Although he hadn't discovered any traces of the enemy at the time, Yin Zhaoge didn't mind making some arrangements first, just in case. Fortunately, Chun Qianhua didn't enter the starry river tributary. Otherwise, even if he had 100 illusory mirage pearls, Yin Zhaoge would have drowned him in the starry river. Chun Qianhua managed to escape this calamity, but Li Xingba couldn't. Within the grand formation, Yin Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, forming hand seals with one hand while holding a vermilion pill with the other. Wisps of black mist floated out of the pill and merged with the river. With the profound sky purple golden furnace in hand, as well as the pill hall's remaining medicinal ingredients and spiritual treasures, Yin Zhaoge didn't waste too much time and successfully refined the immortal bewitching pill. Now, he finally revealed his true prowess in laying down the 9 bins Yellow River formation. After all, his opponent was a virtual immortal. The difference in their cultivation realms was huge. Normally, he would have to think about how to throw Li Xingba and Little Xingba into the formation. After all, he didn't possess a supreme treasure like the chaotic origin Golden Dipper. However, his opponent was currently within the starry river tributary. Once the formation was activated, he would naturally be trapped within the formation. Yin Zhaoge's final obstacle in laying down the formation was eliminated. Now, he was free to do as he pleased. As the formation circulated, a bizarre yet tyrannical power engulfed Li Xingba and Little Xingba, wanting to devour them. Is he related to the heavenly court's divine palace, just like Gao Han? Li Xingba cursed in his heart. Otherwise, how did he obtain the 9 bins Yellow River formation's formation diagram? The Crane Race small saint had extraordinary eyesight as well. He recognized how powerful the formation was and looked at Li Xingba in frustration. 9 bins Yellow River formation? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Let's think of a way first. Li Xingba was flustered. He lifted the earth-splitting pearl and wanted to rush out of the 9 bins Yellow River formation. However, how could it be so easy to rush out of the starry river tributary's boundless waters? The chilly winds howled, and as the black mists engulfed the surroundings, Li Xingba's strength was constantly being weakened. His consciousness was being confused and sealed. Fortunately, the stars were still floating within the river. Although they were affected by the formation, they were still trembling. With the help of the faint starlight, Li Xingba and the crane demon stumbled and barely managed to determine their direction. Unfortunately, under Yin Zhaoge's formation's control, the water's momentum changed and space became chaotic. As a result, Li Xingba and the others couldn't rush out of the formation. Under the 9 bins Yellow River formation's weakening, the brilliance above Li Xingba's head started dimming and eventually disappeared. He was anxious, afraid, and enraged. He was so furious that the three corpses god was hopping mad. However, there was nothing he could do. The crane demon was in the same situation. His immortal physique and soul were damaged by the formation's power. He was both shocked and enraged. What should we do? If this continues, the situation will only worsen. If we fall unconscious, our 1,000 years of cultivation would all be wasted in a single move. He's only in the true immortal realm. Although he can lay down a formation, it won't be easy for him to deal with two virtual immortals like us. Li Xingba forcefully calmed himself down. If we keep going in circles within the formation, we won't be able to get out. We'll die here sooner or later. Only by destroying the formation's core will we have the chance to turn the tables around. At the very least, we'll be able to escape. Li Xingba pointed at the faintly discernible starlight within the dark yellow river. Follow the starlight. The starlight is constantly changing, and we can't get out of the formation. However, we can only find a place without starlight. The place where the starlight can't get close to would be the location of the formation's core. That little bastard would most likely be there as well. The two gritted their teeth and endured the weakening of the Nine Bends Yellow River's chilly winds and black mists. They no longer attempted to get out of the formation and instead rushed towards the formation's core. In the past, when Yin Zhaoge laid down this formation for the first time in the world beyond worlds, his opponents that were trapped within the formation had used the same method to deal with it. Li Xingba and the crane demon roused their immortal essence and demonic essence to maintain their clarity of mind. They followed the starlight's guidance and successfully rushed towards the formation's core. Yin Zhaoge's figure reappeared within their vision. However, before they could rejoice, Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Good timing. As he spoke, he raised both his hands, and a vermilion, immortal, bewitching pill appeared in each of his hands. As Yin Zhaoge raised his hands, two vermilion pills flew out from his hands. They were enveloped by the boundless chilly winds and black mists, and were supported by the surging dark yellow river's water. They instantly smashed onto Li Xingba and the crane demon's heads. The two virtual immortals let out an ouch and fell backwards. While feeling dizzy, Li Xingba felt his immortal essence leaking out, transforming into immortal aura and dissipating. Chapter 1404. After being struck by the vermilion immortal bewitching pill, both Li Xingba and the crane demon's immortal physique became unstable. Their immortal essence and demonic essence disintegrated, and the 5 chis within their chest dispersed. Under the chilly winds and black mists, they fell back to the profound immortal realm. When they were hit, there was a moment of dizziness and they almost fainted. Fortunately, their wills were firm and their souls were resilient. They managed to maintain the last bit of clarity within their minds. Currently, they were only being suppressed by the formation's power. If they fainted and stopped resisting, the Nine Bends Yellow River formation's weakening of their immortal physique would truly destroy their foundations. By then, they would truly fall from an immortal realm expert back to the mortal realm. Their years of hard work would go down the drain. The earth-splitting pearl above Li Xingba's head trembled violently. Circles of materialized ripples expanded outwards. Within his eyes, ripples were shaking as well. The internal and external intersected, allowing Li Xingba to maintain his consciousness. He patted the crane demon beside him, and the trembling force prevented him from fainting. However, even so, the Yellow River's Nine Bends formation's immense strength was still continuously being utilized. After their 5 chis unifications were broken, they felt the formation suppression becoming even more obvious. Under the chilly winds, black mists, and Yellow River's invasion, their immortal physique's disintegration rate became even faster. Currently, their immortal aura was still refined with 4 types of immortal chis. However, under the formation's weakening, they were about to fall from the 4 chis profound immortal realm to the 3 chis profound immortal realm. Go! Li Xingba didn't dare to hesitate. He kept away all his selfish thoughts and only had one thought left: to defeat Yin Zhaoge and destroy the 9 Bends yellow river formation in front of him. Otherwise, he might not be able to leave this place alive. With a thought, the earth-splitting pearl above his head shot towards Yin Zhaoge. At the same time, he leaped up and pounced towards Yin Zhaoge. Although his grand virtual immortal artifact square-edged golden swordbreaker was sliced apart by Feng Yunxing's saber, Li Xingba's punch was akin to lifting a huge iron swordbreaker. With a boom, it shattered the void and smashed towards Yin Zhaoge's head. The earth-splitting pearl and Li Xingba's fist simultaneously erupted, shattering the thick earth and destabilizing the universe. On the other side, the Crane Clan's small saint also knew that it was a critical moment, so he endured the dizziness and attacked with all his might. The Crane race's small saint's long neck stretched out, and his long beak pointed at Yin Zhaoge. Streams of gentle wind surged, temporarily dispersing the black fog of the nether wind, heading straight for Yin Zhaoge himself. As the gentle wind blew against Yin Zhaoge's face, he even felt like his immortal chi was being blown away, making it hard for him to exert any strength. This was He Yao's innate divine ability, and when combined with his demonic aura, it revealed extraordinary might. With gentle wind leading the way, an earthquake followed closely behind. Li Xingba's earth-splitting pearl and fist instantly arrived in front of Yin Zhaoge. Upon seeing this, Yin Zhaoge remained fearless. He changed his hand seals, and a torrential river water instantly engulfed Li Xingba's earth-splitting pearl. Then he stood up from his cross-legged position and straightened his body. Without dodging, he struck out with his fist and took Li Xingba's fist head-on. Floating and sinking, the 12 light wheels rose and fell at the same time, rotating light and darkness. As it spun, the darkness faded away, leaving behind endless light. Within the 12 light wheels, 12 divinities seemed to be seated. The divinities' faces were illusory, and they were shrouded within the radiance. However, when Li Xingba looked over, he felt as if he could see the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, the True Martial Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and many other legendary bigwigs. As Li Xingba was in shock, the 12 Radiance Divinity incarnations followed Yin Zhaoge's movements and punched out together. As they punched out, the 12 Radiance Divinity incarnations shattered. The 12 light wheels that they resided within shattered as well. After the radiance, the darkness disappeared. The great Tao collapsed, and the two forms ceased to exist. After Yin Zhaoge ascended to the immortal realm, his great shattering brightness fist fused with the various martial arts concepts he had cultivated throughout the years. Then, with all Daos extinguished, it transformed into an incomparably horrifying strength, which went head-on against the 4 Chi's profound immortal. Li Xingba, explosion versus shattering. Both sides clashed head-on. Yin Zhaoge's body trembled, and his arms couldn't help but tremble. As for Li Xingba, he was forced to take a few steps back. Such a ferocious and violent fist art. Li Xingba kept retreating, dispelling the explosive strength within. The moment their fists clashed, he even felt that if it weren't for the immortal aura protecting his body, his arm would have exploded into a mist of blood. As for Yin Zhaoge, he felt as if he had transformed into the earth, and an earthquake was forcefully triggered within his body. The fist was the most obvious, followed by the arm. The closer one was to the fist, the more intense the tremors became. For a moment, his immortal physique's blood vessels, meridians, bones, internal organs, and orifices felt as if they were about to crumble apart. His expression remained unchanged. The boundless chaos within him was like a bottomless abyss, absorbing the tremors and dispelling them into nothingness. At this moment, the Crane Race small saint took the chance to attack from the other side. He wanted to attack while Yin Zhaoge was dispelling Li Xingba's fist force, causing Yin Zhaoge to be overwhelmed. The phenomenon of yin and yang intersecting appeared in front of Yin Zhaoge. As it rotated, it was about to divert his opponent's attack. However, the Crane Race small saint extended his beak and blew out another gentle breeze, dispersing the yin and yang qis in front of Yin Zhaoge, dispelling Yin Zhaoge's jade, clear, yin-yang heavenly scriptures defenses. As his wings flapped, the sharp astral winds were akin to a blade that could slash the heavens and split the earth apart. They continued slashing towards Yin Zhaoge. Good. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. The boundless chaos within his body circulated, opening up the transformation. He pointed his left finger towards the crane demon. The formless and incorporeal grand commencement, earlier heavens, chi shot out from Yin Zhaoge's fingertip. Wherever the grand commencement chi reached, it split into three within the void, transforming into three streams of clear chis. Ganging up on the few, huh? Amidst Yin Zhaoge's light laughter, the three streams of clear chis manifested and transformed into three human figures. Their facial features went from blurry to clear. They were clearly Yin Zhaoge's appearance. Within the void, for Yin Zhaoge's instantly appeared. One chi transformed into three clears. The crane race small saint was dumbfounded. Li Xingba was also startled. However, he quickly reacted. It's not the one chi transformed into three clears. It's the grand clear lineage's grand commencement, divine fingers, one chi transformed into three clears. One chi transformed into three clears. The grand commencement divine finger was one of the grand supreme earlier heavens one chi divine fingers, most superior transformations. It easily reminded one of the grand clear lord of Tao and virtues one chi transformed into three clears, which was renowned throughout the world. This supreme martial art was equivalent to a weakened and simplified version of the one chi transformed into three clears. Even so, only a few had managed to cultivate it throughout the ages. However, at this moment, Yin Zhaoge witnessed it once again. His three clones went against the crane demon. Grand clear Tai fist, jade clear cyclic heavenly seal, prime clear immortal exterminating sword. The three of them were as one, and the three supreme martial arts were unleashed simultaneously. With the jade clear cyclic heavenly seal as the link, they connected the grand clear fist, which symbolized the beginning, and the prime clear sword, which symbolized the end. Both of them displayed the reversal of heaven and earth, and the scene of life and death being overturned. Cyclic heavenly seal, reversal of creation, a power capable of toppling mountains and overturning oceans, struck towards the crane demon. Yin Zhaoge himself remained calm. He strode forward and unleashed another punch towards Li Xingba. Chapter 1405. Yin Zhaoge strode forward and arrived in front of Li Xingba. Then, he unleashed another punch. Li Xingba's ferocious nature was triggered. He ignored Yin Zhaoge's fist and unleashed his own fist, aiming for Yin Zhaoge's vitals. It was a fighting style where both sides would suffer. However, even though he was weakened by the 9 bends of the Yellow River, he was still a Xian immortal. When Xian immortals were quiet, true immortals would find it difficult to harm them. Li Xingba's plan was to rely on his immortal aura's protection against immortal Chi's attacks to fight against Yin Zhaoge. At most, he would just take a punch from Yin Zhaoge. Anyway, nothing major would happen to him. However, if Yin Zhaoge were to forcibly take a punch from him, he might not be able to withstand it. For a Xian immortal to fight a true immortal in such a manner, it was almost shameless. He didn't care about face at all. However, to the current Li Xingba, defeating Yin Zhaoge was his top priority. Nothing else mattered. While Yin Zhaoge was currently fighting against them, no longer presiding over the formation, the power of the 9 bends Yellow River formation was still being exerted unceasingly. In the dim Yellow River water, flashing talismans were faintly discernible, maintaining their own operation. The chilly winds and black mists were endless, continuously wearing down the duo's immortal physique and immortal aura. After losing the 5 Chi's unifications and falling from the virtual immortal realm to the mystic immortal realm, it became increasingly difficult for them to resist the strange and overbearing power of the Yellow River of 9 bends formation. After exchanging blows for a short while, Li Xingba felt that he had fallen from a 4-cheese profound immortal to a 3-cheese profound immortal. As a result, he dared not delay any longer, only wishing to defeat Yin Zhaoge as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if more time passed, he simply dared not imagine what would happen. Facing Li Xingba's suicidal attack, Yin Zhaoge remained calm. Before his punch landed on Li Xingba's body, its power had already exploded in the void. Yin Zhaoge's fist directly broke through the void within the Starry River tributary. The place where his fist landed was empty. There was no water, no air, nothing. Even the concept of time and space no longer existed. In the next moment, the surrounding space was forcefully pulled and swept, converging towards the point where Yin Zhaoge's fist force exploded to fill it up. Affected by this, Li Xingba's fist, which was originally aimed towards Yin Zhaoge, changed its direction and rushed towards that spot. The Jade-clear lineage's heaven-opening scripture broke through creation and vaguely revealed the concept of reopening the heavens and earth. Li Xingba's mouth was filled with bitterness. However, his fist's force was involuntarily guided by Yin Zhaoge. Even though his fist was just a foot away from Yin Zhaoge, it currently seemed as far away as the horizon, hard to reach. If he was still a 4-cheese profound immortal, he could still attempt to persevere and continue in his original direction, resisting the influence of Yin Zhaoge's fist force. However, after falling to the 3-cheese profound immortal realm, Li Xingba no longer had the strength to do so. However, this expert who had been famous since ancient times still did not lose his cool at this moment. He wasn't in a hurry to retract his force or exert it beforehand like Yin Zhaoge. On the contrary, Li Xingba followed Yin Zhaoge's pulling force and pounced towards the empty spot. He wanted to make use of Yin Zhaoge's move to forcibly rip apart the 9 bins Yellow River Formation seal on this region of the universe, making use of the chance to rush out of the formation. The reason why he fought against Yin Zhaoge was to find an opportunity to rush out of the 9 bins Yellow River Formation. Now that he had taken advantage of the situation, it was exactly what he wanted. Your reaction is fast, Yin Zhaoge praised. However, his actions weren't slow at all. Without any delay, the heaven-opening scripture's concept immediately transformed into the cyclic heavenly scripture. Yin Zhaoge flipped his palm and reversed the universe, blocking the empty spot. In front of Li Xingba was no longer a smooth path. Instead, it was Yin Zhaoge's incoming cyclic heavenly seal. Rumbling air currents intertwined and transformed into a huge vortex, which enveloped Li Xingba within. It didn't give him any chance to change his move and injure both sides. He was forced to receive Yin Zhaoge's attack head-on before facing Yin Zhaoge himself. Li Xingba's red face darkened from anger. However, he could only helplessly receive Yin Zhaoge's palm head-on. One of them trembled, and the other fell back. However, this time, Yin Zhaoge's figure only trembled slightly. His arm trembled slightly before returning to normal. As for Li Xingba, he was sent flying. He couldn't even control his body and was forced to spin. Under the continuous weakening of the Yellow River's 9 bins, Li Xingba's strength plummeted. On the other side, the Crane Race Small Saint suffered the same fate. Using the Grand Commencement Divine Finger's 1 cheese 3 clears transformation, Yin Zhaoge manifested 3 clones. However, their strengths were clearly weaker than the real person. However, with the 3 of them working together, their movements were smooth and seamless. Their auras were even able to communicate with each other, and they could gather and disperse as they wished. Even the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, who had 2 bodies and 1 soul, couldn't match up to this. When Yin Zhaoge's 3 clones worked together, their strength wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 3. With the profundities of the 3 clear supreme martial arts, the Crane Race Small Saint couldn't even take a single step forward. The 3 clones quickly weakened and finally disappeared. However, in such a short period of time, the Crane Demon also became weaker and weaker under the 9 bins Yellow River Formation's attrition. As time passed, Li Xingba and the crane demon's immortal physique was worn down. Unavoidably, they fell from the three Qis fused aura realm to the duo Qis fused aura realm. The chilly winds and black mists constantly blew, causing them to feel dizzy and about to fall asleep. However, when they truly fell into the duo Qi's profound immortal realm, both of them were shocked. What made their minds clear was the sudden fear that arose from the bottom of their hearts. Gong Sunhui, who possessed the duo Qi's fused aura, was instantly reduced to the true immortal realm by Yin Zhaoga's sword. At this level, Yin Zhaoga no longer needed to wait for the Nine Bends Yellow River formation to slowly wear them down. The profound sword lights appeared once again. Yin Zhaoga's expression was leisurely, as if he was standing above the nine heavens, overlooking the Li Xingba and the Crane Ray Small Saint. The sword lights that resembled the Milky Way flowing in reverse seemed even more majestic than the dusky, yellow river's waters. They descended from the sky and descended towards Li Xingba and the Crane Ray Small Saint. After being slashed by the sword lights, the immortal aura of the duo Qi's profound immortal realm became unstable. They instantly dissipated and transformed into intertwining yet distinct immortal Qis. After being struck by Yin Zhaoga's fallen deity sword, the two of them were immediately reduced to the true immortal realm. The chilly winds and black mists within the Nine Bends Yellow River formation took advantage of this opportunity and suppressed Li Xingba and the Crane Ray Small Saint to the true immortal realm. Not only did it stop for an instant, but it even weakened them further. Now, do you still want to continue fighting with the same method? Yin Zhaoga smiled and slammed his palm towards Li Xingba. Li Xingba helplessly raised his palm to block. However, his waist was instantly suppressed by Yin Zhaoga. The seemingly boundless and endless power suppressed Li Xingba's entire immortal Qis to the point of crumbling, and his soul became numb. On the other side, Yin Zhaoga's other palm descended and suppressed the crane demon to his original form. Do the two of you still doubt my words? Yin Zhaoga stood above the torrential, turbid waves with a relaxed expression. Chapter 1406. Here, whether or not your lives can be preserved is no longer up to you. Instead, it's up to me. If a true immortal dared to say such words to two virtual immortals, others would think that he had lost his mind. In the past, Li Xingba and He Zhaoga believed so as well. However, when they recalled Yin Zhaoga's previous words, boundless coldness surged from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, Li Xingba didn't hate Yin Zhaoga as much anymore. Currently, the people he hated the most were Gao Han and Chen Qianhua. Now that Li Xingba thought about it, Chen Qianhua was even more unreliable. As for Gao Han, he was obviously using Li Xingba as a tool. He used the pill hall as bait to incite Li Xingba to trouble Yin Zhaoga. However, no matter if it was Gao Han or Chen Qianhua, they didn't tell him that Yin Zhaoga possessed the Nine Bends Yellow River formation. Otherwise, how could he have foolishly stepped into such a huge water vein of the heavenly river tributary and walked right into the trap? Previously, when Chen Qianhua didn't enter with his main body and used the illusory Mirage Pearl as a substitute, Li Xingba thought that a true immortal knew his limits. Now, he finally understood that knowing one's limits had nothing to do with a true immortal's cultivation. The crane demon was currently regretting his actions to the point that his intestines were turning green. He wanted nothing more than to smash his head against the ground. Under Yin Zhaoga's palm suppression, their figures were already starting to distort. It was as if two opposing forces were acting on their bodies, causing every inch of Li Xingba's skin to be torn apart. Traveling monk Huiyan was right about something. Yin Zhaoga looked at Li Xingba and said with a smile, "It wasn't easy for you to leave the investiture of gods. You should be recuperating and keeping a low profile. Yet, you insist on causing trouble. Are you tired of living?" You. Li Xingba straightened his neck and attempted to raise his head to look at Yin Zhaoga. However, he was suppressed to the point that he couldn't move. Yin Zhaoga said calmly, "Back then, it wasn't the era where you could cause trouble. You blindly left the mountain and entered the investiture of gods. Now, it isn't your era anymore. If you seek death again, you'll be dead for sure. Without the investiture of gods, you wouldn't be able to continue living." As he spoke, Yin Zhaoge unceasingly increased the force beneath his feet. Li Xingba let out a painful roar. Under Yin Zhaoge's palm force, his body crumbled apart and shattered into pieces. From his body to his divine soul, he was completely annihilated. This was a bigwig expert who had attained the Tao in the ancient era. He had suffered a tribulation and entered the investiture of the gods. Because of this, he had safely survived 2 changes of epochs and lived until near ancient times. After the great calamity, he had extricated himself from the investiture of the gods. Not only had he not perished in the great calamity, he had even regained his freedom and lived until now. Many experts who were stronger than him had perished due to various reasons. They had passed away for many years, yet he, Li Xingba, was still alive. But today, this ancient almighty had died at the hands of a true immortal. He had died in a place he had never imagined he would fall. The impermanence of life was full of ridicule. As for the crane demon, under the suppression of Yin Zhaoge's palm, he followed Li Xingba's footsteps. A Taoism virtual immortal and a demon race small saint, who was equivalent to a Taoism virtual immortal heavenly monarch, had both perished by his hands. Yin Zhaoge's expression remained calm. He waved his hand, and a pearl surfaced within the dark yellow river. It was the earth-splitting pearl that had been devoured by the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation. Without its owner's control and being suppressed by the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation, the pearl's brilliance dimmed and became quiet. However, it still resisted Yin Zhaoge's touch. However, it wasn't difficult for Yin Zhaoge to collect it now. After quickly cleaning up the battlefield, Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked towards the sky. Currently, outside of the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation, which was the boundless void outside of the Starry River tributary, horrifying devilish chi was rampaging, filling up the entire universe. Fortunately, Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. Although he was confident in his previous battle, it wasn't without pressure. The pressure didn't originate from Li Xingba and the Crane Demon. Instead, it originated from Feng Yunxing's battlefield outside of the formation. Yin Zhaoge used his fastest speed to finish off his 2 opponents in order to prevent Feng Yunxing from fighting for too long. The longer the battle dragged on, the more devilish intent would corrode Feng Yunxing, causing her self-control to deteriorate. At the same time, it would easily attract more Devil Dao experts or Grand Heavenly Realm experts from other factions. Now, Yin Zhaoge didn't have to spend too much time on Li Xingba and the Crane Ray Small Saint. As such, Feng Yunxing's pressure wasn't as pressing anymore. Yin Zhaoge changed his hand seals and clasped them together. The Immortal Bewitching Pill and the secluded Immortal Mantra were retracted by him. Along with his actions, the chilly winds calmed down and the dark fog dissipated. The dark yellow river water became clear once again. The Starry River tributary gradually returned to its original state. The stars floating within the river water also radiated with blazing radiance, illuminating the entire void. The stars surged once again, causing the originally chaotic space to become even more distorted. Within the Starry River, layers of water screens erected once again, separating the space apart. After noticing that the Starry River tributary had returned to its original state, Feng Yunxing immediately swung her saber and parried her opponent's attack. Then, she retreated. She went all the way down and returned to the Starry River. Yin Zhaoge had already caught up to her. The two supported each other and positioned themselves within the chaotic space. They traversed through layers of water screens and converged together. However, the ferocious ancient devil had already chased after them. His horrifying devilish chi instantly tore apart the Starry River, causing its waters to turn turbid. However, Yin Zhaoge were already prepared for this. Feng Yunxing waved her saber against her opponent, while Yin Zhaoge held onto her other hand and separated a water screen. Then, the two entered it together. The ancient devil intended to seal the spatial transformations within the Starry River tributary. However, Feng Yunsheng consecutively slashed out 9 times, shattering the myriad of Daos and cleansing the ancient devil's devilish qi. In that instant, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Zhaoge's figures had already disappeared. Within the starry river tributary, space was in chaos. It could lead to any direction. After entering a spatial passageway, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Zhaoge instantly teleported far away. Feng Yunsheng retaliated with her saber and severed the future passageway, making it hard for the ancient devil to chase after them. After doing all this, the blue-black devilish flames within her eyes darkened and finally extinguished. She retracted her strength as much as possible. Yin Zhaoge brought her along and rapidly shifted through space, passing through layers of folded boundaries between the voids and leaving the battlefield. It was hard to tell the direction, and they couldn't determine where they were going to land for a moment. But the more they did, the harder it was for the ancient devil to track them. It should be fine for now. Feng Yunsheng heaved a sigh of relief. A grand heavenly-level ancient devil is indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, it's not the wood devil or the hard devil. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, "If he couldn't take you down quickly, he wouldn't want to continue fighting with you. Otherwise, other grand heavenly immortals would be attracted to him. After all, the 9 underworlds are still public enemies." "The remains of the Bright Connection Empress?" Feng Yunsheng asked. "It's here." Yin Zhaoge opened his palm, jade green light circulating within. He murmured, "Come, let's bring the Bright Connection Empress home. P.S. Add updates. Thanks to Piao Hong from strolling in the courtyard listening to the Wind and Rain Alliance." Chapter 1407. After escaping from the starry river tributary and shaking off their pursuers, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng tried to ascertain their location and return to the awakened sky cosmos. When they returned to the awakened sky cosmos and the sky beyond skies, they arrived at the Broad Creed mountain range. At the north of the mountain range, a jade-green radiance surged to the skies, illuminating half of the sky green. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng walked towards the jade-green radiance. There was a valley there. In the past, Yin Zhaoge had moved the Bright Connection Valley of the Kunlun mountain range along with the Tao Universe's world beyond worlds. Now it was located within the Broad Creed mountain range. That was the residence of the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin. Currently, a towering divine tree already existed within the valley. Its leaves were lush, and its white flowers were swaying in the wind. Boundless jade-green radiance surged from its branches, which was the source of the jade-green radiance. An even larger Sawa divine tree was formed by the exalted wood luminary, Xiao Juanhuang's corpse. Other than that, there was also a cenotaph, which belonged to Hu Yuexin's disciple, Xue Chuqing's master. Around the divine tree, within the Bright Connection Valley, there were people living there. Yin Zhaoge didn't conceal his aura, which was noticed by the people living there. They came out to welcome them. Seeing the two descending from the sky, they smiled and bowed. "Welcome back to the sky beyond skies, young master and young madam." It was the jade crane Su Yun, who lived in the floating life world. Although she hadn't reached the martial saint realm, the Broad Creed Mountain had sufficient treasures to guide a portion of the floating life world's snow crane sex people through the sky's wound, allowing them to ascend to the sky beyond skies and settle there. The environment here was excellent, and the spirit qi was abundant. Naturally, it far surpassed the lower realms like the floating life world. Su Yun and the others cultivated here, and it was also convenient for Xue Chuqing to move around with them. This place could be considered as Xue Chuqing's personal cave manor in the sky beyond skies. She had inherited Xiao Juanhuang and Hu Yuexin's legacy. When Yin Di wasn't around, although Xue Chuqing had a harmonious relationship with the Broad Creed Mountain, she wasn't a disciple of the Broad Creed Mountain. Most of the time, she would return to the Bright Connection Valley and await Yin Di's return. However, as Yin Zhaoge had left the sky beyond skies, Xue Chuqing had to take care of the formation and the hall in his place. Xue Chuqing had to take care of the pill hall. Su Yun was the one who took care of Brightness Valley and the Tsanghua Divine Tree, as well as Xue Chuqing's master cenotaph. To Xue Chuqing, rather than saying that she and Su Yun were master and servant. They were more like sisters or master and disciple. However, Su Yun had always abided by etiquette, addressing Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng as young master and young madam. Aunt Yun, it's been hard on you these days. After the two landed, they greeted Su Yun. Then, they looked towards Shun Rong and the other Snow Crane sect disciples who had arrived at the sky beyond skies. Thank you for your hard work. Shun Rong and the others hurriedly said that they dared not. Su Yun looked at Yin Zhaoge. Since young master is here, does that mean that the bright connection emperor— That's right, Yin Zhaoge sighed lightly, opening his palm. His palm also emitted an azure radiance, which complemented the Tsanghua divine tree in front of him. Then, yet another towering tree that flickered with a jade luster flew out from Yin Zhaoge's palm, growing with the wind as it rapidly grew in size. Yin Zhaoge carefully processed the second Tsanghua divine tree. After that, he transplanted the second Tsanghua divine tree into the Bright Connection Valley. The two towering divine trees stood side by side with a certain distance between them. The Tsanghua divine tree formed by Xiao Juanhuang's slough was even larger. It was almost twice the size of the second tree formed by Hu Yuexin's slough. As the two divine trees stood side by side, they seemed to be resonating with each other. The jade luster on the surface of the tree became even more dazzling, illuminating the vast land around the valley into a shade of green. Facing the taller divine tree, the leaves of the second Tsanghua divine tree rustled even though there was no wind. Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Su Yun, and the others stood under the tree in silence. I'm afraid I'll have to leave first today. I sincerely hope that you're still alive. Unfortunately, I can't wait until the day you return. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng recalled how Yuexin prayed for Xiao Junwang to return one day. However, Xiao Junwang had already perished before her. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng were filled with sorrow. Looking at the two Tsanghua divine trees in front of him, Yin Zhaoge walked forward silently. As he lifted his hand, a huge black iron wheel appeared. As the iron wheel rotated, the 12 holes on it shone brightly. They were neither bright nor dark and appeared blurry. When the intertwining lights came into contact with a shorter Tsanghua divine tree, there were also countless blue flowers on the divine tree. Without any warning, they bloomed and hung all over the branches. No wind blew within the valley. However, the two Tsanghua divine trees, one white and one blue, swayed at the same time. It was as if a soundless song was being sung. Yin Zhaoge remained silent and bowed towards the two divine trees. Feng Yunsheng and the others behind him did the same. Senior, you're the same as Senior Xiao and the dim radiant emperor. You're all dedicated to the revival of our Taoism. Yin Zhaoge looked at the Tsanghua divine tree, formed by Hu Yuexin, and said softly, people like you and the dim radiant emperor wouldn't insist on staying together on the surface. Please allow me to hold onto this dim radiant wheel for a while longer. I'll witness the downfall of the heretics and the revival of orthodox Taoism together with our juniors. One day, I'll use this treasure to finish off the heretics who besieged the dim radiant emperor. Then, I'll send it back here and let it accompany you. Yin Zhaoge waved his hand. The dim radiant wheel trembled and returned to Yin Zhaoge's hand. The Tsanghua divine tree's leaves swayed lightly, as if it was sending them off peacefully. Aunt Yin, I'll have to trouble you here. However, Mother will be back soon. I'll go to the Broad Creed Mountain to take her place. Yin Zhaoge turned his head and said to Su Yun. Su Yun answered, Rest assured, young master. Yin Zhaoge nodded. After bidding farewell to the Snow Crane sex people, they left the Bright Connection Valley. Looking back, the Tsanghua divine trees in the valley shone upon each other. It was peaceful and harmonious. Mother's master didn't push open the immortal door. After his death, his body wouldn't turn into its Tsanghua divine tree. When he perished in the hands of Taoist One Heaven, he didn't leave behind any remains. Mother could only use the belongings of her master to build a cenotaph. After looking at it for a while, Yin Zhaoge sighed and said, Otherwise, there would be 3 Tsanghua divine trees here. Let's go and report this to Mother. The two returned to the Broad Creed Mountain. After Yin Zhaoge returned to the pill hall, Xue Chuqing could move around freely. After talking about the feelings of parting with her son and listening to their experiences, Xue Chuqing's expression turned slightly gloomy. However, her emotions remained calm. Great Grandmaster, Grandmaster, and Master all sought for benevolence. That's why I'm able to stay together with my husband and you, Zhaoge. Their sacrifice won't be in vain. The future they yearn for will come true one day. Yin Zhaoge said slowly. Chapter 1408. I've never doubted that such a day will come, although I don't know if I can see it. Xue Chuqing smiled. She stood up and bade farewell to Yin Zhaoge and Xiao Junwang. Since you're back, I'll return this place to you. I'll return to the Bright Connection Valley and pay my respects to Grandmaster. Compared to Xiao Junwang and Hu Yuexin, Xue Chuqing's master was still the closest to her. Although her expression was gloomy, her emotions were still considered calm. However, Hu Yuexin's slew had returned from the void's outskirts. As her grand disciple, she naturally had to pay her respects and take care of her. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng sent Xue Chuqing off the mountain. Looking at her disappearing back, Feng Yinsheng sighed. The exalted with luminary's lineage only had one heir, but they still continued to wither. When it came to Grandma's generation, the tragedy didn't happen anymore. This was the result of the previous generations. However, it's still not enough. This is only the beginning, said Yin Zhaoge slowly. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. In the past, my mother was also in danger. If not for my father and I being vigilant, as well as the help of Jade, Capital Crag's senior apprentice brother Nye, and senior apprentice brother Wang, who knows what would have happened. Feng Yinsheng had heard about the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengxing's plan to capture the crane from Yin Zhaoge. She knew the details. Wang Zhengxing, Taoist One Heaven, black-clothed brocade emperor were killed. Chun Qianhua and the Heavenly Emperor were the key figures. She frowned. If not for Chun Qianhua, who possessed the origin heavenly scripture, Wang Zhengxing and the others wouldn't have found Grandma so easily. I still haven't settled the score with him, and he's here to cause trouble again. Yin Zhaoge said coldly. He better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll let him know what's worse than death. After that day, he disappeared without a trace. He possessed the origin heavenly scripture. It's easy for him to find others, but it's hard for us to find him. When we first entered the pill hall, he tried to take advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, I was busy dealing with the hall spirit, awakened sky, and he escaped. Otherwise, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. This scoundrel is indeed slippery. This time, he didn't even enter the Starry River tributary. Otherwise, I would have taken care of him on the spot. You've struck him down from the immortal realm and covered his entire body with Tao injuries. Even if he wants to cultivate again, it would be extremely difficult. There's a high chance that he would die under the immortal mortal tribulation. Feng Yinsheng said, first teach him a lesson and collect some interest. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Feng Yinsheng pondered for a moment and said, although the 9 underworld's ancient devil was summoned by Li Xingba, it might not be unrelated to Qin Qianhua. Just like what you've said, he had once entered the 9 underworlds. Do you think it's possible that he, as Feng Yinsheng said this, she looked rather hesitantly at Yin Zhaoge. It's not impossible, but it's not certain. Yin Zhaoge could hear the hidden meaning within her words. He nodded and said, whether he falls to the devil or not, that bastard doesn't care about it. After a slight pause, Yin Zhaoge seemed to have recalled something. When living beings other than the 9 underworld's evil devils fall to the devil, it's usually due to a certain obsession or evil intent within their heart being too strong. In the end, it would surpass a certain limit and transform into a devilish intent. In the end, the devilish chi of the 9 underworlds intersects with one another, transforming into an evil devil. Rather than saying that Chun Qianhua might fall to the devil, it's more accurate to say that he's a devil amongst humans. Yin Zhaoge squinted his eyes and said, if he doesn't fall to the devil and doesn't mind being associated with devils, even the 9 underworlds wouldn't treat him as a normal person. To him, Even if he becomes a devil, it's more of a ritual than a fact. However, the moment he falls to the devil, it might help him heal his injuries. In fact, it might even allow him to challenge the immortal mortal tribulation, said Feng Yinsheng. Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked towards the sky. Let's find a chance to get rid of him. He looked back at Feng Yinsheng. How much longer can you suppress yourself? Under normal circumstances, 1,000 years shouldn't be a problem, said Feng Yinsheng. As long as I don't encounter a grand heavenly realm opponent like this time. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. I can foresee it. At the very least, I might encounter again. Feng Yinsheng nodded. The exalted water luminary, Senior Chu, and little June and his mother. Other than this time, the 9 underworlds had been too quiet for the past few years. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. The battle between the heretics and the war between the demon race and the Western Pure Lands gave us an opportunity. At the same time, it loosened the shackles on the 9 underworlds. He turned his head and looked at Feng Yinsheng. This time, the ancient devil came to the Starry River tributary to make things difficult for us. Now that I think about it, his goal might not be to achieve something. Instead, he's trying to probe us. Probing, Feng Yinsheng muttered to herself. Not only was he trying to probe her, but he was also trying to probe the reactions of the other bigwig experts. The result of the probe might be a retreat. Or, Feng Yinsheng looked at Yin Zhaoge. A large-scale operation? Yin Zhaoge nodded lightly. From the looks of it, I think the latter is more likely. Feng Yinsheng's expression turned solemn. However, she wasn't worried about herself. As for the exalted water luminary, let's wait patiently. Yin Zhaoge said softly, Danger, danger. Danger is also an opportunity. This might be our chance to solve our problem. It all depends on whether we can grasp it or not. Feng Yinsheng said, Unfortunately, Senior Chu's whereabouts are unknown. Otherwise, we could have decided on the location ourselves. That Starry River tributary is a decent location. It'll be beneficial for you to unleash your full potential. Let's do it according to the situation. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, It's Li Xingba's fault for being unlucky. However, I've benefited from it. As he spoke, Yin Zhaoge took out a dark yellow pearl and held it in his palm. It was Li Xingba's treasure, the earth-splitting pearl. Breaking through earth with earth. True to its name. Yin Zhaoge praised. No wonder he still came looking for trouble after knowing that I have the later earth text. Feng Yinsheng was also surprised and asked, Did you gain anything else? As if Yin Zhaoge suddenly recalled something, the corner of his mouth curled up. Of course. Not only did I gain something, but it's also an unexpected surprise. After keeping the earth-splitting pearl, he flipped his palm, and numerous crane feathers appeared. That crane demon's feathers are quite valuable. However, Yin Zhaoge's other palm had an additional silk ribbon that was flickering with radiance. However, all of the feathers added together can't compare to this. As he spoke, he squinted his eyes. After feeling the silk ribbon's aura, Feng Yinsheng went into deep thought. Is this the root of its innate divine ability that could dispel its opponent's techniques that you mentioned before? That's right, Yin Zhaoge said slowly. With this, I'll have more confidence in dealing with the 9 underworlds. He stood on the broad Creed Mountain's peak and looked at the sky beyond skies, mountains, and rivers. Hopefully, some of the remaining problems can be resolved. Chapter 1409. To Yin Zhaoge and the sky beyond skies, other than the immeasurable heavenly lord illuminating Fu Ting, Meng Wan, He Shixing, and the others, the 9 underworlds threat remained. Not only were the Astro Sovereign, Chan Xuanzong, and Chu Lily being harassed by the Water Devil, there were also the Broad Creed Mountain's internal problems, such as Shijun and Yuzhen. In the past, their knowledge was limited. However, as Yin Zhaoge and the others' cultivation grew, and as they interacted with more and more experts, they gradually understood Shijun and his mother's situation. Especially after Feng Yinsheng's return, it further confirmed Yin Zhaoge and Chen Xuanzong's conjecture. Back in the 8 extremities worlds, even Yin Zhaoge didn't expect the 9 underworlds' evil devils related to Shijun and Yuzhen to have such a huge background. Back then, he only thought that the 2 of them were severely injured, and would require a long period of recuperation before they could awaken. He never imagined that they were the reincarnations of a great devil. Furthermore, they were extremely suitable reincarnations. When a great devil reincarnated, choosing a person as a reincarnation wasn't related to the person's cultivation or potential. Instead, it depended on the great devil's compatibility. Jun was targeted by a great devil that was equivalent to a Taoism grand virtual immortal before he perished. His mother, who was also Song Tao's wife, Yuzhen, was even more shocking. A great devil that wanted to use Yuzhen's reincarnation body was a top-notch evil devil, one of the 12 devilish gods. The Earth Devil, one of the 12 devilish gods. Before he perished, he was equivalent to a Taoism grand heavenly immortal, a top-notch great devil in the 9 underworlds. Such a devil's reincarnation through Yuzhen's body was even more troublesome than the water devil's reincarnation through Chen Xuanzong. After all, Chen Xuanzong had pushed open the immortal door for thousands of years and was already a profound immortal. He was only a step away from becoming a grand virtual immortal. Even so, he was treading on thin ice. As for Yuzhen's cultivation, when compared to great devils like Chen Xuanzong, the Water Devil, and the Earth Devil, her strength was negligible. To a certain extent, Yuzhen's injuries were too severe, which caused her reincarnation to be delayed until now. But as time passed, the day of the Earth Devil's reincarnation was getting closer and closer. In recent years, I feel that the Earth Devil has already made his preparations. He could erupt at any time. Feng Yunqing's expression was solemn. She, Chen Xuanzong, and Yin Zhaoge could be considered as the people who were most familiar with the 9 underworlds and the sky beyond skies. Regarding Yuzhen and the Earth Devil, the 3 of them came to the same conclusion after carefully observing them. The Earth Devil understands sister-in-law Yuzhen's situation very well. He also has a rough sense of her surroundings. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. Returning and being reborn is his goal, but he definitely wouldn't want to be slain once more immediately after his rebirth. After all, Yuzhen's cultivation was too low. Even with the Earth Devil's reincarnation and the Fiend God's empowerment, he would still be weak in the beginning. Even if one's cultivation realm and power were to advance by leaps and bounds, it would still take time. No matter how short this period of time was, in the end, it was not something that could be achieved in one go. There was a process involved. If this process wasn't handled appropriately, the Earth Devil situation would undoubtedly be perilous. It would be much more dangerous compared to the Water Devil reincarnating through Chu Lili or Chen Xuanzong. As such, the Earth Devil had to grasp the right timing to achieve his goal of reigning supreme under the heavens. He shouldn't die again just to satisfy his craving. He might be waiting for the Water Devil to act together. Feng Yunsheng said, the great devils of the 9 underworlds should be preparing to receive them as well. Yin Zhaoge nodded, indeed. After pondering for a moment, he turned to look at Feng Yunsheng and asked, are you sure that the evil devil using little June as his reincarnation is the Earth Devil's subordinate? There shouldn't be any mistake, answered Feng Yunsheng. Yin Zhaoge pondered and said, no wonder he's been quiet until now. Compared to the unconscious Yuzhen, Jun had already woken up. His actions were as usual, and he cultivated his martial arts. Currently, he was the leader of the Broad Creed Mountain's 4th-generation disciples. He had ascended to the martial saint realm for many years and had been continuously climbing upwards. As for the unique rune within his body, it remained hidden until now. Normally, it wouldn't affect his movements. However, even Jun himself knew that it was a hidden danger within his body that could erupt at any moment. Yin Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain had always been paying close attention to Jun's condition. After Feng Yunsheng and Chen Xuanzong analyzed Jun's condition, they realized that Jun's condition was unique as well. The great devil that wanted to borrow his body to reincarnate was the Earth Devil's subordinate devil. Only when both of them perished would the Earth Devil be reborn. Only then would the subordinate devil have a chance to reincarnate. Otherwise, even if the Earth Devil found a suitable body, he could only wait. Moreover, its concept was the same as the Earth Devil's reincarnation. For example, if the Earth Devil transformed into a Rock Devil after his reincarnation, this subordinate devil's nature would be similar as well. Hence, even though Shi Jun's condition had been normal for the past few years, the miniature Earth Devil had never shown any signs of activity. He was waiting for his master. Now, the time was ripe, and he was only waiting for the final moment. Hopefully, this thing can be put to use. Yin Zhaoge kept the ribbon. I'll go visit little June and sister-in-law Yuzhen. Feng Yinxing nodded. Just now, I heard from the sect's elders that the roving Jade Heaven senior apprentice sister Yu is here. I'll go accompany her. All right, I'll be there in a while, answered Yin Zhaoge. After the two bid farewell, Yin Zhaoge went to look for Shi Jun. Now that the broad Creed Mountain was flourishing, its disciples that had attained a certain level of cultivation and status could already set up their own residences within the mountain range. However, Shi Jun's condition was rather unique. As such, he remained within the sect. He was more than happy to accompany his slumbering mother. When Yin Zhaoge arrived at Shi Jun's residence, someone else was there. It was Shi Jun's master, Heavenly Rock Su Fei, senior apprentice brother Su. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands and sighed. Currently, Su Fei was the Broad Creed Mountains Assignment Hall's first seat. As the older generations slowly faded away from the sect's management, he became the sect master, Yindi's #1 assistant. He could even be considered as the first in command under Yindi. Just like his master, Shi Tai, Su Fei's way of handling matters was won over by everyone within the sect. While Shi Jun was his disciple, Su Fei had always been impartial and strict when it came to official matters. However, Su Fei's concern for Shi Jun had never been cut off. After learning about the Earth Devil situation, Su Fei was filled with worry. Junior apprentice brother Yin. Su Fei smiled and nodded, greeting Yin Zhaoge. On the other side, Shi Jun hurriedly stood up and said happily, Senior apprentice Uncle Yin, you've returned? Chapter 14:10. While Shui Fei was worried about Shi Jun and Ing Yuzhen, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he acted as carefree as usual. Shi Jun even greeted Yin Zhaoge with a joyful expression. Yes, we're back. Yin Zhaoge said, we brought back the Bright Connection Emperor's remains. While Shui Fei and Shi Jun weren't aware of the Immortal Court's existence, they had naturally heard of the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin. Yin Zhaoge had vaguely mentioned about Hu Yuexin and the Dim Radiant Emperor, Yin Tianxia. As such, Shui Fei and Shi Jun said with a solemn expression, it's a good thing for the senior's soul to return home. The Exalted Wood Luminary's lineage is filled with heroes. Other than this small matter, the only thing we can do is to work hard and not disappoint them. Yin Zhaoge smiled at Shi Jun while pretending to be relaxed. Little Jun, you've improved greatly over the years. I brought you something good again. Shi Jun curiously asked, something good? Yin Zhaoge revealed the silk ribbon he obtained from the Crane Demon. This treasure can help you and sister-in-law Yuzhen eliminate the Devil Calamity's latent dangers. After resolving these problems, you'll be able to soar into the skies without any obstructions. After hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Shi Jun happily said, thanks to senior apprentice Uncle Yan's auspicious words, how would I dare to slack off? However, there's only one silk ribbon. If it's limited, I'll have to take care of my mother first. He said embarrassedly, I believe that senior apprentice Uncle Yin, the chief, and my master have already considered everything. There's no need for me to interrupt. However, I'm still worried about her. Yin Zhaoge and Shui Fei both smiled. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. Don't worry. This isn't only for one person. It can take care of you and your mother, and even the Astro Sovereign and the others. Oh, that's good. That's good. Shi Jun instantly smiled. Yin Zhaoge entered the house with the two and arrived at the back hall. An ice coffin was quietly placed there. Within the ice coffin, a woman's eyes were closed, as if she was in deep slumber. She was Shi Jun's mother, Ing Yuzhen. Yin Zhaoge flicked his finger, and streams of lights flickered, releasing the ice coffin seal. Although he knew that the Earth Devil would be cautious and wouldn't act recklessly, it was still necessary to take precautions. After removing the formation seal, Yin Zhaoge opened the ice coffin. He extended his hand, and placed it on top of Ing Yuzhen's forehead. Following Yin Zhaoga's immortal qi, a seal appeared on Ing Yuzhen's forehead. After this sigil had appeared, Yin Zhaoga instantly felt as though there was a formless pair of eyes staring back at him. This feeling flashed by and disappeared in an instant, causing people to wonder if what they felt just now was an illusion. Yin Zhaoga's expression did not change. With a flick of his fingertip, that silk ribbon instantly broke apart. Then, as if blown by a gentle breeze, it fell accurately onto Ing Yuzhen's forehead, concealing that rune. Then, Yin Zhaoga kept the remaining silk ribbons. He drew with his finger in the air and wrote numerous runes. Then, the runes floated down and landed on the surface of Ing Yuzhen's forehead. A short while later, a pocket-sized but complex and profound glyph formation fused into it. Having done all this, Yin Zhaoga retracted his hand and entered seclusion once more, setting up the seal once more. The woman within the ice coffin did not move at all. She did not have any feelings or changes. She had already fallen into a deep slumber. "Let's go." Yin Zhaoga nodded. The three of them came out together. Then, Yin Zhaoga turned his head to look at Shi Jun. Shi Jun immediately sat in a meditative position and concealed his qi. He closed his eyes and retracted his aura. Yin Zhaoga did the same thing. He cut off a small piece of the silk ribbon and engraved it on Shi Jun's forehead. Shi Jun sat in silence. Currently, he was exceptionally sensitive towards his own body. He could only feel his mind trembling slightly. It seemed to be clearer and more agile than before, yet also more turbid and sluggish. Two contradictory feelings appeared at the same time. They seemed right yet wrong, mysterious yet mysterious. After hearing Shi Jun's description, Yin Zhaoga nodded. "That's right. This means that my previous guess was correct." When Xue Fei and Shi Jun heard this, both of them felt excited. "Little Jun, just focus on cultivating. You don't have to worry too much about sister-in-law Yuzhen. Now is still not the time for us to fight against them." Yin Zhaoga stood up and took his leave. They are waiting for an opportunity. However, their opportunity is also our opportunity. When the time comes, let's see whose methods are superior. He looked straight into Shi Jun's eyes. In fighting against devils, external help is ultimately just a supplement. The core still lies in one's own will. Shi Jun said solemnly, "This disciple understands. I will follow senior apprentice Uncle Yan's teachings. I still have matters to deal with in the clan. I will leave with you, junior apprentice brother Yan." Su Fei looked at Shi Jun. "Today's lesson ends here. You just have to carefully ponder over it. Breaking through space and seeing true divinity cannot be rushed. You need to accumulate." Shi Jun sent the two out. "Rest easy, master. This disciple understands." After leaving the residence of Shi Jun and his mother, Yin Zhaoga said emotionally, "So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Yeah, it's been decades." Su Fei was slightly out of sorts. "Senior apprentice brother Su, it's been hard on you these years," Yin Zhaoga said. "I can't be bothered with the clan's matters. It's all up to you to help my father take care of it." Cultivating in the Tao required time. Dealing with the clan's daily affairs similarly required time. Even if it was not that he had to personally handle everything. Instead, choosing people properly, many things still required a leader to make the decisions. If not for the fact that the younger generation could already shoulder such great responsibilities, Broad Creed Mountain's older generation would not have been able to relax either. Meanwhile, Su Fei himself was truly a genius in the martial Tao as he cultivated diligently. While he usually seemed inconspicuous, every step he took forward was extremely stable as there were rarely any bottlenecks that he encountered. Along the way, while helping Yin Di, Yuan Jingfeng, Feng Jun, and the others in handling the clan's affairs, his cultivation base had not fallen behind either, as he had already attained the 6th level of the martial saint realm, the late seeing divinity stage. In terms of cultivation base alone, Su Fei was currently only behind Yin Zhaoga, Feng Yinsheng, Yin Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, and Feng Jun. His martial potential and strength were outstanding as he handled the clan's daily affairs in an orderly manner, impartial and strict. Aside from Yin Zhaoge, whose situation was unique, he was believed to be the one most likely to succeed Broad Creek Mountain. Regaining his wits, Su Fei laughed straightforwardly. What are you talking about? As a disciple of our clan, I am duty-bound. Moreover, speaking of which, you have done so many major things all these years in the outside world. Which of them were not heaven-shocking and earth-shattering, being much more difficult than the daily, trifling matters of the clan? Yet, you have managed to accomplish them all. That is what true ability is. Be it big or small, people still have to do it. Those who can actually do it are all impressive, Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Su Fei could not help but laugh. Indeed, I don't need to praise you. You've already done it all yourself. After laughing, his expression turned solemn as he asked softly, Zhaoge, is this tribulation of our clan's conflict with the 9 underworlds already imminent? Chapter 14:11. As for when exactly, I can't be sure. Although it's a little frustrating, the other party did have the upper hand. Yin Zhaoge's expression also turned solemn. However, it's indeed getting closer and closer. No matter if it's me, Yun Sheng, or the Astro Sovereign, we all have the same opinion. Shui Fei nodded silently. He untied a leather pouch from his waist and pulled out the stopper. The fragrance of wine wafted out from the pouch. After raising his head and gulping down a few mouthfuls, he casually passed it to Yin Zhaoge beside him. Yin Zhaoge received it out of habit, gulping it down before handing it back to Su Fei. Shui Fei took back the wineskin and gulped down the rest of the wine in one gulp. Then he let out a long sigh. The depressed look on his face disappeared, and he said with a carefree smile, Originally, we were like fish on the chopping block. Now, the other party is only leading by half a point. We have already caught up a lot. It's not like we don't have a chance. Right now, we have a 50-50 chance. However, the other party has the upper hand. We need to strike later to gain the upper hand. After walking a few steps, Yin Zhaoge's footsteps gradually slowed, finally coming to a halt. Standing where he was, he pondered for a moment before saying, Actually, it might not be impossible for us to make the first move. Shui Fei also stopped and looked at Yin Zhaoge. Then we need to find Senior Chu, the disciple of the Astro Sovereign first, right? Yes, that's right, Yin Zhaoge nodded. The reason why I say that I'm half a step behind is precisely this. If we can find Senior Chu's whereabouts before the other party makes a move, we'll be able to snatch the last half step back. The one who makes the first move will no longer be decided by 9 nether alone. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his palms, sighing. Senior Chu, could it be that the water demon has already fallen into the hands of the 9 underworlds? The reason why the water demon hasn't made a move yet is because he covets the Astro Sovereign's reincarnation body. On the other hand, he's waiting for the earth demon to finish his preparations before making his move. Yin Zhaoge answered slowly. It is not impossible. Yin Di had gone out with Chun Xuanzong. Although he hadn't returned, he hadn't completely lost contact with him. Of course, for the sake of keeping the awakened sky cosmos location a secret. Even if there was a connection, it would be done in a simple and secretive manner. They were still trying to find Chu Lily and Jie Mingkong. Currently, there was no good news, but it was worth mentioning that it wasn't completely without results. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. But at the same time, when the final grudge between the two sides was about to be settled, the news that spread made people secretly vigilant. They were on guard against any traps and fell into the enemy's trap. The other side is also planning to expand their advantage, succeeding in a single blow. Yin Zhaoge let out a ha. In this tribulation, even if Yin Zhaoge and the others could seize the initiative, the final outcome would still be 50-50. Still, whether it was Yin Zhaoge or Su Fei, they were both people with a heroic spirit. While they were worried, their fighting spirits were even higher. Just like Grandmaster's teachings in the past, do your best to fulfill the will of heaven, and do your best to fulfill the will of heaven. Su Fei's eyes shone brightly. Yin Zhaoge smiled as well. Only by doing our utmost would we be able to calmly face fate. Let us first do our best to battle against those great devils of the 9 underworlds who have existed since time immemorial. The two brothers looked at each other and smiled. They stretched out their fists and bumped fists together. Then, they started walking again. Su Fei had said to Jun earlier that he still had clan matters to deal with. On one hand, it was because he had things to discuss with Yin Zhaoge in detail, not in front of Jun. On the other hand, it was also because he was indeed tied up with official matters. Amongst us fellow disciples, there are few who can help you share your burdens, Senior Apprentice Brother Su. There are many things that you still have to do personally, Yin Zhaoge sighed. Su Fei smiled. I am not someone who has to do everything personally. If there are fellow disciples who are able to handle things independently, I will never be stingy with delegating authority, letting them do as they please. The most outstanding figure of Broad Creed Mountain's third generation could be ignored due to Yin Zhaoge's unique circumstances. Of the others, Feng Yunsheng could also be considered a special person. Still, even without having entered the 9 underworlds that year, she was also not proficient in handling clan affairs, nor was she passionate about them. While Si Kongqing was currently in charge of the Martial Inheritance Hall, that was all there was to it. She was passionate about the martial Dao in the first place and could not be bothered with other matters. Being in charge of the Martial Inheritance Hall was already the greatest use of her talents. It was impossible to expect her to take charge of things independently or replace Su Fei in charge of the assignment hall. After passing the trial, Xiaoguang was about to become the first seed elder of the disciplinary hall. While he was no longer as irritable as he had been in his youth, his fierceness and straightforwardness had not changed. While it was not a problem for him to oversee the disciplinary hall, it would be a major flaw for him to oversee the overall situation. This was especially so when his popularity within the clan was far inferior to that of Feng Zhuan and Su Fei. Of course, as time passed and he gradually grew older, it was still uncertain whether Xiaoguang's views would change further in the future. Still, for now, he had already become Su Fei's right-hand man amongst those of the same generation. It would not be a problem for him to sit over the clan or take charge of things independently. Fairly speaking, the disciplinary hall and the martial inheritance hall might be necessary. Still, in the assignment hall, when it came to the management of the clan's internal affairs, it did not necessarily have to be completely linked to a martial practitioner's cultivation base. At the end of the day, people like Yin Di, Feng Zhuan, and Su Fei who were well-versed in both the pen and the sword were few and far between. Still, this involved one's lifespan as well as one's ability to respond to emergencies. Thus, the balance had to be considered. While the middle and lower level deacons could be dealt with flexibly, the highest level, especially the first seat elder of the assignment hall, still had to be considered carefully. There were 2 things Junior Apprentice Brother Xia could never forget in the past. One was revenge, and the other was searching for his kin. Yin Zhaoge said, 3-Foot Mountain has long since been destroyed. Sadly, his kin has never been found. Su Fei nodded. While we moved away from the world beyond worlds, we also secretly communicated with some sects and powers that remained in the world beyond worlds, asking them to search for them on our behalf. Still, we did not find anything. From the looks of it now, while he had not finished speaking, Yin Zhaoge could naturally understand what he was implying. Thus, he could only sigh. While Junior Apprentice Brother Xia has never given up all these years, he is probably already mentally prepared for this, as his mental state is much more stable now. Su Fei no longer mentioned this depressing matter as he changed the topic. He possesses the Thunderbolt blood, being tough and fierce to the extreme. If he tries to advance rashly, he will instead easily fall into a bottleneck. If he can stabilize his mind, he will be able to improve by leaps and bounds in a single day. He had originally already been surpassed by Junior Apprentice Brother Ing, falling behind him. Still, he has caught up again in recent years. The Junior Apprentice Brother Ing that Su Fei spoke of was naturally Hanlong, Inglong too. Hanlong, mind could already be considered mature as he was no longer as naive and foolish as he had been in his childhood. Still, his personality was still simple and honest, as simple as a newborn baby's. Hanlong, Big Dipper body does not cultivate one acupoint at a time like most people when he attempts to see divinity. Instead, he sees true divinity through 36 acupoints at once. As soon as the first acupoint achieves divinity, The first acupoint will immediately be connected, and all 36 acupoints will be connected. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Bystanders can only be envious of this. Chapter 14:12. Ing Long Tu's Big Dipper body was also known as the 36 acupoints true dragon body, or the Big Dipper dragon body. As the saying goes, one's muscles and bones are like dragons and elephants, and one's mind is as clear as the gods. Not only is one's physical body strong and vigorous, but one's mind is also extraordinarily sensitive. It is one of the rare innate physiques that are extraordinary in both body and soul, and it is even reflected in the power of comprehension. Although Ing Long Tu was a bit slow and foolish in his youth, that was only in his daily life. When it came to learning martial arts, his comprehension ability was extremely outstanding. Body-refining martial artists and grandmaster-level martial artists placed great importance on tempering their qi and blood during the inner and outer invulnerability realms. Therefore, at this stage, Ing Long Tu's rate of improvement was so fast that it could be said that no one could compare to him. His innate advantage allowed him to continuously break through bottlenecks. What others needed time to accumulate, he accomplished in a single step. After that, Han Long also had a unique advantage in his cultivation. He was much faster than most people, but he wasn't as fast as before. However, after this, he would usher in another growth spurt. That was the moment when he broke through the void and saw the true God. To Ing Long Tu and Broad Creed Mountain, who had just entered the clan and were still struggling in the Eight Extremities world that year, this seemed like something incomparably distant. After all, there had never been anyone in the Eight Extremities world who had attained the seeing divinity martial saint realm and ascended to the world beyond worlds previously. The only suspect was the former chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Zhang Chao. It was later proven that the Radiant Light sect had still been half a step away from descending into the Eight Extremities world. Of course, with the passage of time and the vicissitudes of time, the current Ing Long Tu and Broad Creed Mountain were no longer comparable to the past. Han Long had already reached the martial sage realm and successfully broke through the void to see the true gods. When his first acupoint experienced seeing divinity, due to his Big Dipper body, all 36 acupoints experienced seeing divinity at the same time. Having stabilized his foundation slightly, his foundation was already extremely robust. It was far easier for him to light up Starfire and attempt to break through to the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. Because of this, Ing Long Tu had even surpassed Xia Guang and Sikong Qing in terms of cultivation base. After this upgrade, Ing Long Tu's rate of improvement returned to normal. While he was still faster than others, he no longer had any advantage over Xia Guang, Sikong Qing, and the others. In the cultivation of the martial Dao, the higher one's cultivation base was, the longer the time required for a breakthrough would generally be. Therefore, Xia Guang and Sikong Qing had gradually managed to catch up once more. In terms of martial attainments, other than Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, who had unique circumstances, Han Long, Su Fei, Sikong Qing, and Xia Guang were the leaders of the Broad Creed Mountain's third-generation disciples. They were known as the East Mountain's 4 heroes by the sky beyond skies. According to their current ages, in comparison to their cultivation realms and lifespans, they could all be said to be extremely young. They had great potential and great futures ahead of them. Of course, compared to Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing, Han Long was even worse at managing internal affairs. There are some good seedlings among the 4th-generation disciples. Senior Brother Su, why don't you train them as soon as possible? Yin Zhaoge smiled. Jun temperament is more like junior apprentice Brother Xia's. Now, he is also much steadier, and it is enough for him to take care of himself. However, if he wants to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the clan, he still needs more tempering. Shuefei also laughed. Yes, there are many outstanding young people. Back when it had still been in the world beyond worlds, Broad Creed Mountain had already been sufficiently attractive to attract heroes of the world to join them. Now that they had established themselves in the sky beyond skies, they didn't have to worry about the source of talents anymore. Instead, they had to choose more carefully. As the two walked, they met Shui Fei's disciple along the way. He came to inform their master that his wife had come to the mountain. Shui Fei's wife was the Eight Extremities World's Turbid Wave Pavilion successor, Xie Yuchan. In the past, Yin Zhaoge was also acquainted with her. Xie Yuchan had an independent personality. She was gentle on the outside, but tough on the inside. In the past, after Broadcreed Mountain had stabilized themselves in the world beyond worlds, southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea, they had started to lead their descendants to the world beyond worlds in batches. Compared to the Eight Extremities World, Vast Ocean World, and other lower realms, martial art practitioners cultivating in the world beyond worlds were undoubtedly much more beneficial. Shui Fei and Shi Jun had also gone to the world beyond worlds from the Vast Ocean World. After Broadcreed Mountain situation in the world beyond worlds had stabilized, Shui Fei had returned to the Eight Extremities World to meet Xie Yuchan. However, at that time, Xie Yuchan had hoped that she could break through to the Seeing Divinity realm and ascend to the world beyond worlds instead of being brought along by Shui Fei. Afterwards, when the world beyond worlds had been separated and relocated, the Eight Extremities World and other lower realms had been brought along with it. At this time, Broadcreed Mountain's significance to the entire Eight Extremities World was already completely different. Even though the Eight Extremities World still retained Broadcreed Mountain's ancestral territory and allowed the other sects and powers of the Eight Extremities World to coexist, in the eyes of Turbid Wave Pavilion, Jade Sea City, Infinite Boundless Mountain, and other powers, this former neighbor was completely different. That was when Broadcreed Mountain had established itself in the world beyond worlds and even occupied the eastern Vast Heaven Territory to confront Kunlun Mountain. The impact it had on the Eight Extremities World was far less intense. From a certain perspective, the current Turbid Wave Pavilion and the other sects already had the feeling of looking up to the Nine Heavens immortal realm when they looked at Broadcreed Mountain again. With this, the mentality of Turbid Wave Pavilion and its descendants had naturally changed as well. The two were on completely different levels. The way they considered things would naturally change as well. Xie Yuchan similarly did not need to persist. She did not intend to obtain anything from Shui Fei, nor did she need to act as a middleman for Turbid Wave Pavilion. When the disparity in background and status had reached a certain extent, everything instead became indifferent. This was because it was only related to herself and not her background. At this time, it was instead more important for the two to understand and stay together. A warm smile appeared on Shui Fei's face. You've come out of seclusion? Looking at the date, it should be within these few days. With his current cultivation and status, he could already establish his own Dao arena and cave manor. However, because he was responsible for the sex matters, Shui Fei basically stayed on the Broadcreed Mountain. Naturally, his original residence had always been maintained. Just like Shui Chuqing, Xie Yuchan was not a descendant of Broadcreed Mountain. She usually stayed in Shui Fei's Dao arena and cultivated peacefully. After coming out of seclusion, she would stay on the mountain for a few days and reunite with Shui Fei. Senior apprentice brother Su, there's no need to rush things. Let's have a good chat with senior apprentice sister Xie first. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, I won't disturb you. I'll visit you another day. Shui Fei laughed and shook his head. We're already an old couple. It's not as exaggerated as you said. The two continued forward and went their separate ways. Yin Zhaoge went to greet Yi Yi, who came from the roving Jade Heavens, while Shui Fei went to the assignment hall. After settling some matters, he immediately returned to his residence. Within the house, a woman was leisurely sitting there, drinking tea by herself. The woman had a tall figure. Her facial features were only above average. However, she had a straightforward demeanor. She was Xie Yuchan. It seems like the results of your seclusion aren't bad. Shui Fei smiled and walked to her side. Xie Yuchan had already prepared a teacup and poured tea for him. Just as she was about to reply, Xie Yuchan was slightly startled. She stared at Shui Fei. Is something the matter? Shui Fei's expression was calm. It's nothing much. No matter what the outcome is, the boulder in my heart has finally been lifted. Chapter 14:13. A huge burden. After hearing Shui Fei's words, Xie Yuchan seemed to have understood something. Is it about Shi Jun and sister-in-law Yuzhen? Yes, it's imminent. Shui Fei sat upright and nodded lightly. Xie Yuchan extended her hand and held onto his broad palm. Everyone has been preparing for so many years. We'll definitely be able to overcome this calamity. Shui Fei held onto his wife's slender palm. The 9 underworld's infernal devils have been preparing for so many years as well. The odds are only 50-50. Yuchan, I'm not a narrow-minded person. However, I'm quite concerned about it now. The mountain-like man's gaze was like water. I mind my own insignificance. Xie Yuchan held onto her husband's hand. As a married couple, she naturally wished for Shui Fei to be safe. However, she understood her husband and knew what he was thinking. Xie Yuchan was also a straightforward person. In life, there are things that we should do and things that we shouldn't do. There are some things that we shouldn't force ourselves to do, but there are some things that we should at least try to force ourselves to do a little better than the best situation that we can imagine. I'll just force myself. Shui Fei smiled. Don't force yourself. Xie Yuchan tilted her head slightly. Based on what you said, if the opponent is so strong, there's no point in me forcing myself. I can only try my best not to drag you down. Shui Fei hugged his wife. Yes, the opponent is very strong. Not only you, but even I can't interfere. His gaze was calm yet resolute. However, as long as Shui Fei could do his best, no matter what method I use, I'll do my best. On the other side, after Yin Zhaoge bade farewell to Shui Fei, he strolled around and went to the courtyard that was used to receive guests. When he arrived, he saw 2 ladies chatting within the pavilion from afar. One of them wore white clothes, which was naturally Feng Yinsheng, while the other wore green clothes, which was Yu Yi. Senior apprentice sister Yu, how have you been? Yin Zhaoge greeted her with a smile. Yu Yi turned around. Junior apprentice brother Yin, long time no see. I haven't congratulated you for pushing open the immortal door and ascending to the immortal realm. You've returned to the 9 heavens. You're too polite, senior apprentice sister Yu. Yin Zhaoge sat down and looked at Yu Yi. Senior apprentice sister Yu, you've also decided to sheathe edge and nurturing sword? Yu Yi nodded. That's right. Grandfather, grandmother, and uncle all suggested this. The Yu Yi before him was still a 10th level martial saint, a human exalt. Previously, in the pill hall, the fake body created by the hall spirit, awakened sky using pills and treasures was torn apart. It transformed into pill chi essences and was divided among Yin Zhaoge and the others. One of them was Yu Yi. With her talent, even though it would be difficult for her to improve as a sword cultivator, with a boundless core chi essence as a foundation, she could save a lot of time and effort to push open the gate of immortality, transcend the immortal mortal tribulation, and become a leakless true immortal. For example, Nie Jingshin had pushed open the immortal door and achieved the true immortal realm after Yendi. In fact, he had even achieved it earlier than Yin Zhaoge. It was just that he had spent most of his time cultivating after ascending to immortality. Back then, although the pill chi essence was split among everyone, when it landed on everyone, it was still a vast amount. Martial sages could not refine it all. After Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, Nie Jingshan, and Yu Yi ascended to the immortal realm, they would also benefit from it for a long period of time. Similarly, it would be beneficial to their future cultivation. For a considerable period of time, the few of them did not need to waste time on accumulating vitality. Just this point alone was enough for them to improve faster than others under the same conditions. The reason why Yu Yi remained in the human immortal realm wasn't because she couldn't push open the immortal door. Instead, it was because she used the prime clear sword cultivator's sheath edge and nurture sword secret art to temporarily suppress her cultivation progress. Her current temporary stop was for her future path to be smoother, and faster. However, this method could not be used by everyone. On one hand, one's talent had to be sufficiently high. Otherwise, it might backfire. On the other hand, it was related to the different martial wills of sword cultivators. Although they were all outstanding geniuses, some weren't suited for the sheath edge and nurture sword. For example, Yu Ye's uncle, Long Shueji. or the Cloud Conquest Emperor's disciple, Mian, who was known as the roving Jade Heaven's twin prodigies alongside Yi. Although most sword cultivators were fierce and prideful, they were all different. Gao Xuebua and Long Xueji were siblings, and their sword arts were taught by their parents. However, Gao Xuebua could use the sheathed edge and nurture sword, while Long Xueji couldn't. If Long Xueji were to nurture his sword, it would only result in him losing his sharpness and vanishing into the masses. By the same logic, if Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di relied on the prime clear sword arts as their foundation, Yin Zhaoge would be fine with cultivating the sheathed edge and nurture sword, while Yin Di might be harmed. However, with senior apprentice sister use accumulations, you should be able to unsheathe your edge in no time, said Yin Zhaoge. Although the sheathed edge and nurture sword technique sounded mystical, it was still a support technique. No matter how talented a martial saint was in nurturing his sword, he wouldn't be able to pass the immortal mortal tribulation and true profound tribulation the moment he unsheathed his edge and ascended to the profound immortal realm. However, the sheathed edge and nurture sword technique wasn't something that could only be used once in one's lifetime. As such, one could hide his edge again after unsealing the tribulation. After the second nurture, he would unsheath his edge again and soar to the skies. Let's nurture it first, said Yi curiously. I heard from Yunsheng that something might happen in the 9 underworlds. Is it related to the Astro Sovereign and Senior Chu? Yin Zhaoge nodded. Not just the Water Devil. The Earth Devil might be involved as well. 2 extinct devils seeking for a chance at rebirth. It's no small matter. Yi was in a daze. The Water Devil, the Earth Devil, seeing the green-clothed woman in front of them spacing out again. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Feng Yinsheng secretly sent a voice transmission to Yin Zhaoge. Zhaoge, would all those who possess the heaven-containing purified soul be like this? Something like that. Yin Zhaoge replied. Those who possess the heaven-containing purified soul would be extremely compatible with the heavens and earth. As such, when one's concentration isn't focused, they would unknowingly enter a thoughtless state and automatically receive the laws of the heavens and earth. When Yin Zhaoge first met Yi, he already knew that her soul was different from others. It was the rarely seen heaven-containing purified soul. Those who possessed such a soul would be closer to the profundities of the great Tao, allowing them to comprehend the various laws much easier than others. Externally, it would be manifested in the cultivation of martial arts. Their comprehension would be insanely high. This was also considered a type of talent. Its rarity and heaven-defined degree were on par with Nie Jingshin's earlier heaven-nascent form. One was manifested in the soul, while the other manifested in the body. In history, the most recent and famous example of the earlier heaven-nascent form was the head of Taoism's 4 imperials, the heaven-reigning purple tenuity Polaris Grand Sovereign Emperor. As for the most recent example of the heaven-containing purified soul, Yin Zhaoge was extremely familiar with it. His grandfather, Yin Xintong. Chapter 14:14. But it's not entirely because of the heaven-containing purifying soul. As Yin Zhaoge said this, he pulled back the corners of his mouth. According to Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao's words, Senior Apprentice Sister Yu herself was originally a little, a martial fanatic. They are similar to the exalted fire luminary and Junior Sister Sikong. They are fond of martial arts and often immerse themselves in the boundless sea of Tao. Yin Zhaoge didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, if she possesses the heaven-containing purified soul, she would be able to comprehend the Tao without any thoughts at any time. She would be able to enjoy herself within, which is exactly what she wants. As a result, the combination of the two is extremely obvious. This is also a kind of happiness, Feng Yinsheng said with some yearning. The state of thoughtless and thoughtless was a state that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. It was like returning to the primordial world of the mother's womb. It was the closest to the Tao. Practicing martial arts in this state was the most efficient, far surpassing the usual days when he had to think hard. But for the vast majority of martial artists, this was a state that could only be encountered by chance. In fact, most people would not even encounter it once in their entire lives. This was a rare experience even for experts who had ascended to the immortal realm. Only when one's realm reached a certain level would they be able to enter this state more easily. Feng Yinsheng herself, after having a trip to the 9 underworlds, had entered the state of no thoughts and thoughts in martial arts cultivation. Only then did she have a knack for it. However, she wasn't completely confident that she could enter it as she wished. Apart from a few exceptions like Chun Xianhua, most martial artists who could reach a certain level would be filled with yearning and curiosity towards the mysteries of heaven and earth. The higher the realm, the more one wanted to explore further. Feng Yinsheng was no exception. Naturally, she was envious of Yu Ye's current state. The benefits don't stop there, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Senior apprentice Sister Yu is innately immune to the sonorous voice of the great Tao. Feng Yinsheng thought for a moment. That's right. Although she often involuntarily enters a state of no thoughts and no thoughts, it's very easy for her to withdraw from this state. When others use the sonorous voice of the great Tao to suppress her, it's no longer effective. A grand virtual immortal was accompanied by the sonorous voice of the great Tao. Those who hadn't reached the profound immortal realm and hadn't cultivated the immortal astral continent would be suppressed. Their minds would go blank, as if they had fallen into a thoughtless state. Strictly speaking, there was still a difference between it and the true state of no thoughts and no thoughts. One was on his own, the other was being suppressed by an external force. But comparatively speaking, there were similarities. This kind of situation was naturally the dream of martial artists. Thus, in ancient times, there were virtual immortals who used the sonorous voice of the great Tao to suppress their own disciples, forcing them to enter a state of no thoughts and thoughts so that they could comprehend the Tao. However, if he did this for too long, it would be detrimental to the person being suppressed. Secondly, if he did this, comprehending the principles of heaven and earth might not be in line with the profound mysteries of his martial arts. Therefore, this method was only done by a few people by chance. Most of the time, the sonorous voice of the great Tao was a symbol of a virtual immortal's identity and a sharp weapon to defeat enemies below the mysterious immortal realm. Yin Zhaoge possessed the peerless heavenly scripture as a foundation, simultaneously wielding the grand clear Tai fist and the prime clear immortal exterminating sword. Moreover, he simultaneously cultivated in the 3 purities, having mastered many supreme martial arts as he wished. Only then could he resist the suppression of the sonorous voice of the great Tao at the true immortal realm. However, this was also related to the level of his cultivation. If Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base was too low, he would still be suppressed by the sonorous voice of the great Tao, his mind unable to move. On the other hand, Yu Yi, who possessed the heaven-containing purified soul, had an innate resistance towards the sonorous voice of the great Tao. Then, should we not disturb her for now? Feng Yinsheng glanced at Yu Yi. Yin Zhaoge smiled and nodded. However, they didn't have to wait for long. Yu Yi quickly regained her senses. This matter involves existences like the 12 devilish gods. I'll have to report this to my grandparents. I'm afraid that the incongruence Divine Mother would be alerted. You don't have to worry about that. When we return to the sky beyond skies, we'll also send a message to the roving Jade Heavens to inform Senior Gao, Senior Apprentice Uncle Long, and the others. Yin Zhaoge said, Senior Apprentice Sister Yu, you might have already left the roving Jade Heavens and headed towards us. That's why you don't know about it. Yu Yi came to a realization, oh, that's good. Senior Gao and the others would probably contact the incongruence Divine Mother as soon as possible. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, we've also contacted the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the Exalted Fire during our return. We naturally have to consider everything thoroughly in the battle with the 9 underworlds this time. After all, they have more than one expert of the devil path that's equivalent to a golden immortal realm heavenly exalt of our Tao sect. Even if the 9 underworlds are hated by everyone, we have to be cautious. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. The evil devils are the common enemy of all living beings. As a result, when the Taoism grows and the devils vanish, they hide in the 9 underworlds and only dare to act in the dark. However, the 9 underworld strength is still extremely formidable. Even if they've been jointly attacked for many years, they still shouldn't be underestimated. Of course, Yu Yi said, if we're talking about individual forces, the immortal court heretics and the blessed lands of the White Lotus might even be inferior to the 9 underworlds. Feng Yinxing nodded. The righteous and the demonic stand opposite each other, like 2 extremes. Although they might not be equal, the evil of the demonic demons can be foreseen. Before the heavens were split open, when creation had just begun, within the primordial chaos, the 3 clear Grand Masters established Taoism. The 3 ancient sovereigns were still alive, and the Western sect's second patriarch started his own business. However, when the Devil Tao rose, everyone could be considered to be on the same side from a certain perspective. As for the Devil Tao, among the 12 devilish gods, the 6 peerless ancestral devils appeared one after another. Under normal circumstances, even if the last doomsday heavenly devil didn't appear, the Devil Tao would have a total of 5 Tao ancestors. Regardless of whether there was a difference in strength between them, just looking at the numbers, the Devil Path would shockingly be the path with the most Tao ancestors in a single orthodoxy. In the end, because the ancestral devils didn't appear at the same time, they appeared one after another. The Taoism's grand clear lord of Tao and virtue transformed into the grand heavenly devil and occupied the 3rd ancestral devil. As for the Western sect's sect master, the guide Taoist, also known as the Amitabha Buddha, transformed into the faceless heavenly devil and occupied the 4th ancestral devil. With that, the Devil Tao's fate was severed. Moreover, the various sects worked together to suppress the Devil Tao. The 1st ancestral devil, the ancestor of all devils, the primordial heavenly devil, was suppressed. The 2nd ancestral devil, the creation heavenly devil, was slain, and his remains transformed into the 9 underworlds. With that, the trend of Taoism growing and the devils vanishing was set in stone. The Devil Tao became the target of everyone's scorn. Although they had the 9 underworlds as their shelter and had been plotting in the dark, they were never able to make a comeback. However, even so, the 9 underworld strength wasn't to be underestimated. This time, it wasn't a normal reincarnation. Instead, 2 of the 12 devilish gods and devils of the 6 extinct devils were seeking for reincarnation. The 9 underworlds would definitely be extremely concerned about it. Even existences like the vast freedom heavenly devil, the heart devil, and the shadow devil would be restrained in fear of the other major forces' reactions. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly. There are other powerful devils in the 9 underworlds as well, said Yin Zhaoge softly. Feng Yunsheng and Yu Yi nodded in agreement. Chapter 14:15. The vast freedom heavenly devil hasn't shown himself for a long time. Is he still alive? Asked Yu Yi curiously. Yin Zhaoge turned to look at Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng said softly, there's a high possibility that the vast freedom heavenly devil has yet to transcend or perish. Instead, he's still alive. However, I can't be sure of his current situation. The great freedom heavenly devil was one of the 6 great ancestral devils among the 12 devilish gods. He was born during the early heaven era and was one of the Devil Tao's Tao ancestors. He was the leader of the Devil Tao, standing above the heart devil, the shadow devil, the water devil, and the earth devil. The primordial heavenly demon was suppressed, and the karma heavenly demon had fallen. The Mahasvara heavenly demon fully deserved to be the strongest cultivator of the fiend Tao, the ancestor of the Tao that could compete with other Tao realm cultivators. Although he had not appeared for a long period of time, no one could ignore the existence of this ancestral fiend. The heart devil and the wood devil are still around. The water devil is bothering the astro sovereign, while the earth devil is bothering your sex disciples. Yu Yi asked again, what about the aged metal devil and the fire devil? Yin Zhaoge answered, I'm not sure about the devil of tertiary fire, but the devil of aged metal was still in a perished state. There were no signs of him reviving. In the past, when Yin Zhaoge had entered the 9 underworlds to look for Feng Yinsheng, he had encountered the battlefield where his grandfather, Yin Xintong, had fought against the previous devil of aged metal's incarnation, the Sword Devil, Yin Shiyang. In that place, Sword Devil Yin Shiyang's vital energy still had a remnant imprint, but it was withered, only a piece of history. If the new devil of Gengjin was reborn, the traces left behind there would most likely undergo corresponding changes. After all, that place was located in the 9 underworlds. Still, after having left the world beyond worlds, in order to ensure that his whereabouts were not leaked, Yin Zhaoge had no longer set foot there. He could not be certain of the current situation. Great demons borrow bodies to be reborn. Sometimes we can discover traces of them in advance, but sometimes it's very difficult to detect them. Yin Zhaoge said a little helplessly, or rather, even if it is detected, there would not be enough time to deal with it, unless the bodies was strong enough, being able to stably defend itself for a long time. For example, the Astro Sovereign Chun Xuanzong or Chu Lily, who was under his protection back then. On the other hand, people like Ing Yuzhen and Shi Jun had problems with their health. Hence, they were forced to delay the process. However, there were quite a number of situations where the Great Devil actually came into contact with the body and reincarnated as an incarnation. It actually didn't take much time, and it was impossible to guard against it. Sword Devil Yin Shiyang and Chu Lily's father, Ice Devil Chu Hong, were both in the same situation. It was also because of this that the reincarnation of a peak great demon and the God-fiend empowerment were impossible to guard against. Perhaps there was a relatively long incubation period, but there were few signs during the incubation period. Once it flared up, it would be like a wildfire that was difficult to extinguish. Otherwise, if it was exposed prematurely every time and needed a long time to prepare, the great demon's path of resurrection would definitely be blocked one after another, and very few would succeed. Although it was a little cruel, there have been cases in history where one's physique was exposed prematurely and then killed on the spot, ending things once and for all. It was just that Yin Zhaoge and the others naturally did not want to consider such a method. We are still a little passive now, but we can't be impatient. Otherwise, it would instead be easy for the other side to take advantage of us, Yin Zhaoge said. Let's just wait patiently. Feng Yunsheng and Yu Yi nodded. Yin Zhaoge looked at Yu Yi and smiled. Before senior apprentice brother Nye returns, senior apprentice sister, are you going to wait here or at the Jade Capital Crag? I'm fine with either, said Yu Yi blankly. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, let's stay here then. When senior apprentice brother Nye returns, he should be here as well. He should be arriving soon. I know. Before I came here, Uncle had asked about the Jade Capital Crag. He said that senior apprentice brother Nye would be returning soon. So he asked me to come here directly, said Yu Yi with a nod. Yin Zhaoge asked with interest, this should be your third battle, right? You've already tied twice. Senior apprentice sister, did you come here with something new? I've gained something. As she spoke about this, Yu Yi's eyes lit up, and she seemed a little proud. Then, I wish you victory in advance. Yin Zhaoge smiled and cupped his hands. Yu Yi opened her mouth and wanted to say something. Then, she felt a little dejected. Victory is hard to say. Senior apprentice brother Nye always brings something new. Then, she smiled and said, every time we fight, I've gained a lot. I feel that learning is boundless, and the myriad of profundities within it. Every time, I'm immersed in it. How joyous is sparring with the sword. In the past, senior apprentice Uncle Long went to the roving Jade Heavens. Although his words were a little intense, his original intention was to experience the prime, clear sword Dao. According to him, my ancestors' fight with Senior Gao and my ancestors' mother left a deep impression on him. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. Unfortunately, as the world changed, the anger between the two grew stronger and stronger, to the point that hatred was formed. He said sincerely, it would be a good thing if the hatred could be eliminated. As the roving Jade Heavens moved into the awakened sky cosmos, the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, who had the worst relationship with the Jade Capital Crag, left. As a result, the conflict between the roving Jade Heavens and the Jade Capital Crag eased up slightly. Their relationship was still far from friendly. In fact, they were even faintly hostile towards each other. However, it wasn't as intense as before. However, it would be difficult to hope for them to let go of their past enmity. After all, when the two were hostile towards each other, casualties had occurred. Moreover, even Gao Qingxian, who was the friendliest amongst the prime clear lineage's bigwigs, didn't forget about Yin Xintong's suppression of the roving Jade Heavens. Her greatest regret in her life was that she couldn't spar against Yin Xintong again to cleanse her past defeat. While her son, Long Xueji, was exceptionally talented, his father, Long Xingquan, had taught him the Jade clear sword art during his rise to power. Regardless of the outcome of his spar against the Jade clear sword cultivators, it would be difficult to judge the superiority of the Jade clear and prime clear sword arts. Fortunately, outstanding geniuses were emerging endlessly from both sides. Moreover, their ages and cultivations were similar. The prime clear lineage had high hopes for Yu Yi and He Mian. They hoped that they could defeat Yin Xintong's grand disciple, Nie Jingshun, and cleanse their past humiliation. He Mian fought against Nie Jingshun and was ultimately defeated by his sword. As for Yu Yi and Nie Jingshun, they would spar once every 10 years. 20 years ago and 10 years ago, they both ended in a draw. Now that the 10-year deadline had arrived, Yu Yi came to fulfill it. Nie Jingshun had previously left the sky beyond skies and traveled around the awakened sky cosmos. However, he would soon return to fulfill his promise. Actually, it's not really a contest. It's just that my grandmother and the others were still gambling. Yu Yi looked at Yin Zhaoge. If we were to compare, neither I nor He Mian would be able to defeat you, junior apprentice brother Yin. After all, you're the exalted gold luminary's bloodline descendant. Yin Zhaoge waved his hand. However, I'm not a sword cultivator. Honestly speaking, my attainments in the Jade illusory heaven-opening sword can't compare to senior apprentice brother Nya. I can't represent the highest standard of my ancestors' sword arts. Even senior apprentice brother Nya couldn't defeat you with the Jade illusory heaven-opening sword, let alone me. He smiled and said, I don't think there's a need for you to set a time limit. If you're interested, just spar. It'll be beneficial for everyone's improvements. Chapter 14:16. The clash between prodigies would often ignite sparks of inspiration. Falling in love with Lin, especially when they cultivated similar types of martial arts, but had different inheritances. However, a competition was ultimately a matter of winning. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation, and the easier it would be to squeeze out one's potential or discover the flaws. Time is needed to reflect and accumulate. Yu seemed to be tempted by Yin Zhaoge's suggestion. However, after thinking about it, she still answered, 10 years is quite a good time. I can comprehend some new things and perfect them first. Then, I can compare them with senior apprentice brother Nya. Or, if he ran into a difficult problem, he might be able to use his knowledge to help him through a competition with Nya Jingshun. To a certain extent, the two weren't that close to each other. Compared to when sparring with swords, it would be more beneficial for them to perform better. If there weren't any grudges between fellow disciples, it wouldn't be hard for them to perform at their usual standard during sparring. However, it would be hard for them to perform exceedingly well. After Long Xingquan and Gao Qingxuan's marriage, sparring was a common occurrence. However, according to Long Xingquan, while they often benefited from it, it wasn't as significant as when he fought against Gao Qingxian when he first arrived at the roving Jade Heavens. The prime clear lineage and the Jade Capital Crags lineage had been entangled for thousands of years. Now, both sides had a deep understanding of each other's sword arts. It wouldn't be easy for them to innovate and further analyze each other's sword arts. Nie Jingshun and Yu Yi were both rare geniuses in the art of the sword. As the two of them clashed against each other, both sides benefited greatly from it. Most martial art practitioners were competitive. Even Yu Yi and Nie Jingshun weren't an exception. While their consecutive draws allowed their sword arts to improve by leaps and bounds, they were also trying their best to defeat their opponents. Due to the grudges between their masters, their seniors might still mind it. However, to the two of them, Every sparring was akin to a sublimation of themselves. It was an exploration of the sword art's profundities, which further spurred them to climb higher. Well said, Senior Apprentice Uncle Long. After the battle between my ancestor and my mother, only when the two of you fought against each other did a pinnacle sword battle of the same level appear. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, "That's right. Please allow us to spectate your sparring. Don't chase us away." Feng Yinsheng nodded with a smile. She was brimming with interest. Most of the martial artists who could reach a higher cultivation realm had a passion for the martial way. Although she didn't practice sword arts, and her current cultivation realm was much higher than Ye Jingxin and Yu Ye's, she still felt that she could comprehend and broaden her horizons. "I'm fine with it. I'll leave it to Senior Apprentice Brother Nye." Yu Yi nodded. What she said actually meant that there was no problem. As long as they did not interfere with the competition, Nye Jingxin did not care if there were spectators or not. Speaking of her duel with Nye Jingxin, Yu Yi gradually fell into a daze. The transformations of their sword arts appeared in her mind, and she recalled the contents of their duel, as well as the process of the duel. Seeing her gaze gradually lose its focus, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng could not help but laugh involuntarily. "I still have some preparations to make regarding the demons of the netherworld." Yin Zhaoge didn't disturb Yu Yi. Instead, he sent a sound transmission to Feng Yinsheng. "Accompany her for a while and arrange her residence. Inform me when Senior Apprentice Brother Nye returns." Feng Yinsheng nodded. "Don't worry." After bidding farewell to them, Yin Zhaoge returned to his residence on the Broad Creed Mountain. On his way back, he had already thought through the relevant matters. As such, when he arrived, he immediately set up a formation within the secluded room. Then, Yin Zhaoge took out the ribbon of light he obtained from the crane demon. After cutting off another portion of the silk ribbon and packing up the rest, he wrapped the piece of silk ribbon in cinnabar talisman paper. Yin Zhaoge took out a small bottle, which contained the devil sealing godly water. The cinnabar talisman paper rolled up the ribbon, and Yin Zhaoge placed it within the small bottle, immersing it in the devil sealing godly water. He made a hand seal, and the formation's power augmented the small bottle. The small jade bottle gradually turned transparent and silently disappeared. As for the devil sealing godly water, it transformed into leaping flames. Yin Zhaoge sat in a lotus position and gathered the clump of flames in front of his chest. Then his hand seals continuously changed, and seals after seals flew into the flames. Just like that, 48 hours passed. When the flames finally extinguished, only a talisman paper was left floating in mid-air. The cinnabar diagram on the talisman paper had also disappeared. The ribbon that was wrapped around the talisman paper had also disappeared. Only the transparent talisman paper that flickered with a faint radiance remained. Yin Zhaoge extended his palm, and the radiant talisman paper laid flat on his palm. Then it disappeared and fused with his palm. He was still sitting on the ground. He didn't stand up, and instead, he slowly meditated. Only after this night had passed did Yin Zhaoge feel his fatigue vanish. He continued cultivating in his secluded room. After that, Feng Yinsheng ordered a young disciple to report that Nye Jingxin had returned to the sky beyond skies. Senior Apprentice Brother Nye. Seeing Nye Jingxin again, Yin Zhaoge smiled and cupped his hands. A smile also appeared on the cold, black-clothed youth's face. "Junior Apprentice Brother Yin, how have you been? If you allow me and my wife to spectate the battle between you and Senior Apprentice Sister Yu, I'll definitely be fine." Yin Zhaoge smiled. Nye Jingxin nodded nonchalantly. "Of course." Feng Yinsheng smiled and said, "Sorry for disturbing you." As everyone was talking, Yin Zhaoge's expression suddenly changed. "There's news from my father and Senior Chun." Hearing that, Feng Yinsheng, Nye Jingxin, and Yu Yi all looked towards him. They knew what Yin Di and Chun Xuanzong were doing, and they had been paying attention to them, waiting for news. "Please wait." As Yin Zhaoge spoke, faint blue radiances surfaced within his eyes. They interweaved into numerous troublesome runes, which streaked across his pupils like flowing water. After a long while, the blue radiances gradually dissipated, and Yin Zhaoge's pupils returned to normal. He let out a long sigh and looked towards everyone. There's news from Senior Chu Lily. Upon hearing that, everyone's spirits rose. Then, they calmed down and asked in unison, "Is Senior Chu safe now?" "I'm not sure yet. I'm still waiting for further confirmation." Yin Zhaoge shook his head. "The clue is related to the exalted solar luminary." Feng Yinxing asked, "Are we rushing over now?" "My father and the others are already there. We don't have to rush." Yin Zhaoge squinted his eyes. If Senior Chu had already fallen into the hands of the 9 underworlds, she might have been purposely released as bait to attract our attention. This means that the 9 underworlds plan is more or less complete. They want the Water Devil and the Earth Devil to act together. Yin Zhaoge raised his hand and looked at his palm. "We mustn't let them lead us by the nose. We have to turn the tables." Chapter 14:17. The best-case scenario would be for Senior Chu to be safe and sound. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. "However, we have to prepare for the worst-case scenario as well." Nie Jingshan looked at Yu Yi. "With such a sudden occurrence, can we postpone our competition?" "Of course." Yu Yi nodded. "I've met Senior Chu once in the roving Jade Heavens. I hope that she's blessed by the heavens." Yin Zhaoge said, "Since the clues are related to the exalted solar luminary, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor should be aware of it as well. Let's contact Senior Suo and the Incongruence Divine Mother respectively." Yu Yi answered, "I'll immediately send a message back to the roving Jade Heavens." Yin Zhaoge went to look for Su Fei first. The two met up. After Yin Zhaoge explained the situation, Su Fei asked, "What do you plan to do?" "The worst-case scenario would be for the Water Devil and the Earth Devil to take action at the same time, causing us to lose sight of them." Yin Zhaoge calmly said, "If we want to take care of both sides, we'll have to expend our manpower and strength, giving them a chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Whatever our enemies want to do, we'll have to stop them from doing so." As Yin Zhaoge spoke, he waved his hand and walked outside. Su Fei followed beside him, and the two headed towards the pill hall. After a while, Ahu, who had already received Yin Zhaoge's orders, brought Shi Jun along and transported the ice coffin containing Ying Yuzhen's body to the pill hall. Under Yin Zhaoge's lead, the group entered the pill hall's core pill room. Yin Zhaoge took a deep breath and slammed his palm on the center of the pill room's floor. Then, streams of radiance were released from his palm and spread towards the surroundings, covering the entire secret room like water ripples. Countless runes surged and densely covered the entire floor. After giving some instructions to Shi Jun, Yin Zhaoge and the others left him and Ying Yuzhen in the room. "If we stay here, wouldn't it be easier for them to locate the pill hall and the awakened sky cosmos?" asked Su Fei. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. "Unless the vast freedom heavenly devil personally makes a move, he would be safe for a short period of time. If that person were to act recklessly, the other Tao ancestors wouldn't agree." He let out a long breath and said, "If we fall one step behind, we'll always fall behind. The other party has seized the initiative. If we want to act later and arrive first, we'll have to take some risks. You and Sect Master Martial Uncle should be careful too." Shui Fei nodded silently. "I understand," Yin Zhaoge said. "Before I came here, I've already informed my mother to rush over from the Bright Connection Valley. She'll be taking over the Pill Hall on my behalf. With the Pill Hall's help, I believe we can hold on for a period of time." Shui Fei sent him out. "Your mother's attainments and formations are outstanding, and she has just ascended to the supreme martial artist realm. She'll be able to display her strength better. It's naturally good to have her watching over us." After bidding farewell to Su Fei, Yin Zhaoge met up with Feng Yunsheng and left the sky beyond skies. He left the awakened sky cosmos and entered the void's boundless outskirts. The two traversed the boundaries of the void and flew through the void. They followed the clues left behind by Yin Di and Chan Xuanzong to meet up with them. It was hard to tell the length of time within the void. After flying for a long time, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng exited the void's crack. As they appeared, a person's silhouette appeared within the dark void. It was the exalted water luminary, Chan Xuanzong. "Your father went to look for Lily first." Chen Xuanzong didn't waste any time and said, "Go and receive him. I'll proceed to the domain of 1,000 scales according to our original plan." Yin Zhaoge said with a serious expression, "Rest assured, Senior. We'll escort Senior Chu to meet up with you." Naturally, Chen Xuanzong couldn't wait to find Jim Mingkong and Chu Lily. However, now that he knew Chu Lily's whereabouts, he had to restrain himself and refrain from acting recklessly. After all, that might be a trap set up by the 9 underworlds. Now that the other party had released Chu Lily, it meant that their preparations were complete. Once Chu Lily and Chen Xuanzong met up, the Water Devil might launch his counterattack. As such, despite feeling anxious, Chen Xuanzong still maintained his calm. He let Yin Di, Yin Zhaoge, and Feng Yunsheng search for Chu Lily while he went to another place. No matter if it was Chen Xuanzong, Yin Zhaoge, or the others, they all had the same thought. They mustn't let the 9 underworlds lead them by the nose. They had to seize the initiative as much as possible. As such, during these years, Yin Zhaoge, Chen Xuanzong, and the others have been secretly making their own arrangements while searching for Chu Lily and Jim Mingkong. As Chen Xuanzong traveled by the void's boundless outskirts, he unintentionally found a strange, starry sky known as the domain of 1,000 scales. There, everyone had been making their own arrangements. Currently, the domain of 1,000 scales could be considered as Yin Zhaoge's home ground. Mingkong's whereabouts are still unknown. Chen Xuanzong looked at the distant starry sky. His gaze moved and turned into a sigh. "We'll meet again later." As Yin Zhaoge watched Chen Xuanzong's disappearing silhouette, he let out a sigh. If the Astro Sovereign's prediction is correct, the female emperor had been looking for Senior Chu all these years. If Senior Chu had already fallen into the hands of the 9 underworlds, the female emperor's situation would be worrisome. We have to be on guard against this. He shook his head. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. Hopefully, it won't be like that. Let's go. Let's go and receive the chief and Senior Chu. Feng Yunsheng nodded silently. After receiving Chen Xuanzong's further guidance, the two wanted to travel to another space to search for Yin Di. Naturally, Yin Zhaoge and his father didn't lose contact. However, it wasn't easy to contact each other within the boundless outskirts. After a series of twists and turns, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng finally found Yin Di. Currently, Yin Di was standing by the periphery of the Starry Sea's stone belt. He's inside. Sensing the two's arrival, Yin Di didn't turn around and said. Yin Zhaoge turned around and looked at Feng Yunsheng. Blue-black, devilish flames lit up within Feng Yunsheng's eyes, which were flickering faintly. After a while, Feng Yunsheng shook her head lightly. "For now, I haven't discovered any other devils nearby." The three immediately entered the stone belt. After passing through it, they reached the central region and stopped. On a meteorite with a circumference of an acre, there was a stone mountain. A cave was formed beneath the mountain. As Yin Zhaoge and the others entered, they saw a woman sitting in a lotus position. She didn't speak or move, and her eyes were closed as if she was in a deep sleep. On her forehead, a devilish pattern split open vertically, from which ice-blue brilliance was emitted. The woman was naturally Chu Lily, whom Yin Zhaoge hadn't seen for many years. Currently, when she reappeared in front of Yin Zhaoge, her appearance was still as tender as before, as if she was a 16-year-old girl. However, compared to the lively woman in the past, she seemed to be focusing all of her attention on fighting against the devilish intent. She didn't have any other reactions towards herself or the outside world. Chapter 14:18. Yin Zhaoge looked at the devilish pattern on Chu Lily's forehead. There seemed to be an eye within, traversing through the long river of time, traversing through the boundless void, traversing through the numerous principles and laws to stare at Yin Zhaoge. That eye was cold and emotionless. It was as if there were no emotions in it, just like the pitch-black and cold universe. Yin Zhaoge's expression was indifferent as he methodically imitated the gourd, cutting off a small piece of silk and engraving a rune on it, using a secret technique to seal it on Chu Lily's forehead. The demonic matrix that looked like a crack slowly closed and disappeared. The problem was not fundamentally solved, but it could at least affect Water Demon's perception of the outside world through Chu Lily's body to a certain extent. Seeing the crack gradually closing up, Yin Zhaoge did not make any further movements as he stood calmly where he was, patiently observing. The pair of eyes that had met his before were gone. However, Yin Zhaoge instinctively felt that an indistinct will seem to still exist. However, there was no further movement. Both sides seemed to be competing in patience. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunsheng, whose expression was stern as she nodded lightly. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath, then extended his palm, light vaguely appearing on his palm. As the light shone on her, Chu Lily's body, which seemed to be in a deep slumber, quickly shrank and flew into the light, disappearing without a trace. "Let's go and meet with Senior Chun," said Yin Zhaoge. Since the enemy didn't see Chan Xuanzong appear, they decided to endure it for now. Yin Zhaoge and the others inspected the asteroid belt one last time. After confirming that there were no more discoveries, they left together and headed towards the domain of Thousand Scales to meet up with Chun Xuanzong. On the way, Yin Zhaoge was also unceasingly contacting the others. For a time, the wind and clouds surged, and people, both in the light and in the dark, began to gather in the same place. After a long journey, Yin Zhaoge's group finally arrived at their destination. Looking from afar, the dark void suddenly sparkled, as if a long river had appeared. After getting closer, he could clearly see that it wasn't river water, but streams of light. They were densely packed, as if tens of thousands of giant silver carps had leapt out of the water and then fallen back down. The streams of light merged into one, and from a distance, it looked like a long river. This was the place that Yin Zhaoge and the others had meticulously selected and prepared in order to contend against the evil devils. Regardless of whether it was Chan Xuanzong, Chu Lily, or Shi Jun and Ying Yuzhen, they would have to seize the opportunity to deal with the situation when their opponents made their move. Yin Zhaoge and the others had to wait for the other side to make the first move before they would arrive first, grasping the chance amidst the danger. This meant that he was naturally one step behind his opponent. There was a 50-50 chance that he would be able to catch up to his opponent. Therefore, since he was at a disadvantage in terms of timing, Yin Zhaoge would try to make up for it in terms of location. Being able to set the location of the duel as their own home ground was naturally better than setting it as a neutral location or even the opponent's home ground, the Nine Nether Abyss. Previously, when Chun Xuanzong went out to find such a place, Yin Zhaoge was overjoyed. While water veins similar to the Starry River tributary were more beneficial for Yin Zhaoge to unleash the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation's power, it would also be more beneficial for the Water Devil under such circumstances. As such, it was inferior to the domain of Thousand Scales. After arranging for Chan Xuanzong to wait here, he and the others would bring Chu Lily over. This way, they could ensure that when the enemy made their move, they would be in the domain of Thousand Scales and not somewhere else. Although Chan Xuanzong was worried about Jie Mingkong and Chu Lily, he still endured it and came here first. Senior Chun is already prepared. After arriving at the domain of Thousand Scales, Yin Zhaoge first notified Chun Xuanzong. After a while, Chun Xuanzong replied. After receiving the reply, Yin Zhaoge and the others immediately entered the domain of Thousand Scales. After entering the domain of Thousand Scales, Yin Zhaoge and the others seemed to have lost control of their bodies, and they were constantly shifting between the streams of lights. Here, time seemed to have stopped, losing its original concept. Yin Zhaoge and the others seemed to be floating within the river of time, rising and falling. Order! Yin Zhaoge extended his hand and wrote numerous runes in the air, which transformed into clumps of lights that enveloped the three of them. Then, they sank downwards together. When the radiance in front of them dissipated, the scene before them changed. Their surroundings were still filled with rays of lights, as if a torrential river was continuously flowing. From the outside, they seemed to be connected together, resembling a long river. However, upon reaching the interior, streams of lights were flowing in all directions, resembling the surface of a sphere which enveloped Yin Zhaoge and the others within. In front of them was a shiny, jet-black metal ball. It was as huge as a star, and it was heavy. It quietly hovered within the void and was enveloped by the streams of lights. The metallic sphere's surface was smooth, without any bumps or gaps. When Yin Zhaoge arrived beside the metallic sphere and extended his hand to touch its surface, a huge rune lit up above the sphere. Then, the sturdy metallic sphere's shape remained the same. However, its texture seemed to have softened, as if it was a water ball. Yin Zhaoge and the others immediately passed through the sphere's surface and entered it. It was pitch black within, without any traces of light. However, Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel that someone was already here. It was the exalted water luminary, Chun Xuanzong. You brought Lily over? How's the situation? Chun Xuanzong's voice resounded from within the darkness. Did you see Mingkong? Yin Zhaoge answered. I didn't see Senior Jia. Senior Chu's condition is still stable, so I added another layer of seal. With that, including the domain of thousand scales outside and the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual that we spent so much effort to create, we have 3 layers of defense. He opened his palm, and radiances appeared on his palm. As long as the vast freedom heavenly devil doesn't make a move, we should be able to hold on for a short period of time. If the other Dao ancestors gave the vast freedom heavenly devil a chance to personally make a move, losing to him wouldn't be a crime. However, if the other great devils were to directly attack this place and engage in close combat with us, it would be hard to say if they managed to breach the domain of thousand scales and the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual, said Yin Zhaoge with a solemn expression. Therefore, we have to hurry up. From the radiances on his palm, a tiny figure flew out and gradually returned to its original size. It was Chu Lily. That's right, we have to hurry. Chun Xuanzong received Chu Lily's body. With the radiances on Yin Zhaoge's palm that had yet to dissipate, Chun Xuanzong looked at Chu Lily's sleeping face. He slowly said, if that's the case, let's begin. The radiances on Yin Zhaoge's palm dissipated, and darkness returned. Chun Xuanzong sat in a lotus position and faced Chu Lily. They sat within the void together. He formed a hand seal with both of his hands. One of his index fingers pointed towards his forehead, while the other finger pointed towards Chu Lily's forehead. Chapter 1419. Ever since they parted, 1,000 years had passed. Today was the first time Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lily met. However, although her master was right in front of her, Chu Lily didn't feel anything, as if she was in a deep sleep. Chun Xuanzong looked at his little disciple, and the image of her when she first became his disciple surfaced in his mind. She was only 4 or 5 years old, and she was just an ignorant little girl. She didn't know that she was the water devil's suitable physique. She didn't know that her father and master were the same. She didn't know that her father, Chu Hong, was killed by her master, Chun Xuanzong, after becoming the water devil's incarnation. Gratitude and hatred intertwined, and this continued for her entire life. The cause of the past, the effect of today. Chun Xuanzong's expression remained calm. I hope that everything can come to an end this time. He closed his eyes, and the crack on his forehead gradually cracked open. Ice blue devilish radiances surged out from within. They were vicious, lonely, and ominous. As for Chu Lily, who was sitting opposite him, the crack on her forehead had split open again. The ice blue radiances released from their foreheads vaguely showed signs of intertwining and fusing together. However, at that moment, Chun Xuanzong's hand seals suddenly changed. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge, who was quietly standing by the side, did the same thing. He formed a hand seal and clasped it in front of his chest. Within the metallic sphere, rays of radiance suddenly appeared within the pitch-black space. In midair, 81 clumps of flames appeared at the same time. Following a unique formation, they surrounded Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lily. From each of the 81 clumps of flames, a long tongue of fire extended out. Then, they converged at the center of the void and landed on Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lily's bodies. As the flames appeared, the two's bodies trembled slightly, and the ice-blue radiances on their foreheads gradually dimmed. Chun Xuanzong extended his finger again and tapped on both his and Chu Lily's foreheads. Then, his two hands slowly moved toward the center. Along with the movement of his fingers, the blue radiances within the devilish patterns on their foreheads became brighter. As if they were being guided by Chun Xuanzong's hands, they started surging out from their bodies and converging at the void where the blue radiances converged. In midair, the ice-blue devilish radiances gradually converged and vaguely formed a fist-sized talisman seal. The rune became clearer and clearer, and the demonic intent that seeped out from it became stronger and stronger. On the other hand, Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lily's originally rampant demonic qi started weakening. During the entire process, not a single trace of the water devil could be seen in the cracks on Chun Xuanzong's and the others' foreheads. On the contrary, the talisman mark that was gradually taking shape was flashing with an increasingly dazzling blue light. Within the blue light, there seemed to be a pair of eyes slowly opening. A terrifying, ice-cold, and desolate will emanated from it. Still, Yin Zhaoge and the others had long since been prepared for this. Powerful light simultaneously emanated from the 81 clumps of flames, focusing on that talisman. As the scarlet-red light crisscrossed, it firmly locked onto the ice-blue rune and suppressed it. The metal ball outside, which had been stable and motionless, suddenly began to spin. As the metallic sphere rotated, the streams of light flowing in the domain of thousand scales at the periphery also sped up. The various methods that he had set up earlier were now being put to use. There was only one goal: to remove the devilish intent that entangled Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lily, and to suppress the water devil's path of rebirth, forcefully sever it, and block it back. The ice-blue radiance on the talisman mark grew brighter, and the will that seeped out from within became even more ruthless and cold. Within the radiance, there seemed to be an extremely powerful will that was constantly shaking the domain of thousand scales. However, under Yin Zhaoge, Chun Xuanzong, and the others' efforts, it was firmly suppressed. After all, the water devil had already perished. Now that he was seeking for rebirth, he wasn't truly living in this world. Being trapped within the domain of thousand scales in this metallic sphere, the water devil, Chun Xuanzong, and Chu Lily were almost completely isolated from the other evil devils. It was difficult for them to communicate with each other. Yin Zhaoge and the others' arrangements were to first trap the water devil in a helpless state while simultaneously suppressing him. At this moment, the Devil's Sea's abyss, which was located at the center of the 9 underworld's depths, suddenly trembled. The water devil is in trouble. It's those people's doing. The clues were cut off just now. We can't find them anymore. We can roughly determine the area. As long as we send more people, we'll be able to find them. Time is limited. We can't help the water devil now, but we can help the earth devil. Let's do it. The 9 underworld's devilish domain trembled. Previously, in order to not attract the attention of other forces, they didn't make a move. Suddenly, a storm came. A large number of evil devils rushed out of the 9 underworlds and stepped into the void's boundless outskirts, rushing towards the place where Chu Lily disappeared. The group of devils that were already hiding by the void's outskirts started moving. To prevent Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and the others from noticing them, they didn't pursue too closely. As a result, they lost track of Yin Zhaoge, Chu Lily, and the others. However, they still managed to map out a rough spatial region, which included the domain of thousand scales. At the same time, within the awakened sky cosmos, the sky beyond skies, and the Pill Hall on the Broad Creed Mountain's peak, which seemed to be unrelated to this place, a sudden change occurred. Within the Pill Core's pill room, Shi Jun, who was calmly cultivating, suddenly let out a groan. Without any warning, a vertical crack appeared on his forehead. From the crack, yellowish-brown radiance shot out. It was heavy and desolate. Beside him, within the ice coffin, devilish patterns also appeared on Ing Yuzhen's forehead. Yellowish-brown radiance surged from within, which was similar to the devilish patterns on Shurjun's forehead. However, it was even more calamitous and ruthless. However, at practically the exact same time, dense talisman markings appeared on the ceiling, floor, and walls of the core pill room they were in. As the radiances intertwined, they fell onto Shurjun and Ing Yuzhen's bodies like chains. Runes also appeared on their foreheads. As they circulated, they continuously suppressed the devilish patterns and the yellowish-brown radiance within. Shui Fei, who was guarding outside the pill core's pill room, saw the radiances flickering within the pill room. His heart jolted. It's here! Amidst the commotion, a yellowish-brown pearl suddenly appeared within the pill room. It was the earth-splitting pearl. The earth-splitting pearl transformed into a clump of radiance and fused with the pill room's entire structure. Then, the runes on the pill room's walls turned yellowish-brown. Under such suppression, the devilish intent surging from Shurjun and his mother's bodies was further suppressed. With this, we should be able to delay them for a long time. Shui Fei's gaze didn't even blink as he observed everything happening before his eyes. A great devil had just been revived, and his strength wasn't the same. In fact, he might even be very weak and require time to recover. Naturally, the 9 underworlds hoped that the 2 extinct devils could return to the 9 underworlds safely. Hence, the 2 devils were revived at the same time, causing Yin Zhaoge and the others to lose sight of the other. Yin Zhaoge made use of this to delay the Earth Devil's revival and lure the Water Devil into the domain of 1,000 scales. He would first deal with the Water Devil before dealing with the Earth Devil's threat. Yin Zhaoge and the others had grasped the timing and location in their hands. The gap that they had been lagging behind for a long time was finally closed and even surpassed. Chapter 14:20. Within the vast and boundless void, undercurrents were surging. The 9 underworlds' devilish domain seemed to be filled with vitality and turned into an independent life form. It continuously expanded outwards and devoured the vast void. However, within the void, more than one unfathomable, immeasurable, and indescribably powerful will manifested. It seemed to be an existence that surpassed the creation of the world. It was unfathomable and existed on a completely different level. Even those who had already pushed open the immortal door wouldn't be able to sense its profundities. However, the 9 underworlds could clearly sense it. As such, the restless devilish domain quickly regained its calm. However, it didn't stop the immortal realm experts from leaving the 9 underworlds and disappearing within the void. The one in the lead was a clump of shadow. It didn't even have a specific shape, as if it had merged with the boundless dark void. It was one of the 12 devilish gods, one of the 6 extinct devils alongside the Water Devil and Earth Devil, the Wood Devil. He could also be called the Shadow Devil. The Shadow Devil took the lead and led the group of devils towards the region where Chun Xuanzong, Chu Lily, and the others disappeared. Behind him, devilish chi surged, accompanied by other grand heavenly realm devils. This battle concerned the rebirth of the 2 extinct devils, Water Devil and Earth Devil. Naturally, the 9 underworlds couldn't ignore it. Even if they knew that the other forces might surround them, they had no choice but to take the risk. However, within the boundless void, someone quickly obstructed their path. A Taoism grand heavenly realm expert. The 2 sides immediately clashed. Both sides were wary of each other. The 9 underworlds had to prevent other forces from interfering, while the orthodox Taoism had to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. Even if the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were engaged in an intense battle, the immeasurable heavenly lord's profundities couldn't be underestimated. In the past, Suo Mingzhang's sudden rise in strength resulted in the immortal court's current predicament by slaying numerous immortal court members. If the immeasurable heavenly lord had the chance to lock onto his tracks, he might even take the risk and take action. Due to this, the 2 sides continued to fight. The group of 9 underworld's devils were obstructed, and they couldn't do anything. Only the group of devils that were previously scattered around the outskirts helplessly shrunk their encirclement and continued searching for Yin Zhaoge and the others. With limited manpower, the search speed was naturally much slower. Time slowly passed. Within the domain of thousand scales, Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lily within the metal ball were continuously removing their devil intents. The talisman incantation floating between the two of them grew larger and larger, and the icy blue light on it grew brighter and brighter. The cold and cruel will from the water demon kept roaring and struggling. The talisman incantation didn't just hover in the air, but was constantly swaying left and right. In the beginning, the talisman incantation tried to approach Chun Xuanzong. Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lily finally met again. The devilish marks that were split apart due to Yin Zhaoge and Jim Mingkong had now been restored. For the water demon, Chun Xuanzong was the most suitable body for him. However, Chun Xuanzong's cultivation realm was higher than Chu Lily's in the first place. At this moment, his willpower was even clearer and more resolute than Chu Lily. Therefore, after a short tug of war, the talisman incantation started to move towards Chu Lily. However, the initiative was currently in Yin Zhaoge and Chun Xuanzong's hands. Although the water devil was tyrannical, it was hard for him to succeed. However, at this moment, everyone's mind suddenly trembled and their vision blurred. No matter if it was Chun Xuanzong or Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and Yin Di, they all felt their hearts surging and they couldn't control themselves. Chu Lily, who had remained silent all this while, suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils were pitch black, devoid of any radiance or emotions. Although the voice that came out of her mouth was her own, her tone was completely different from before, so it's the domain of thousand scales. No wonder it could obstruct our search and communication. Yin Zhaoge forcefully stabilized his fluctuating emotions while staring at Chu Lily. Heart Devil, he yelled with a deep voice. Together with the Water Devil and the Wood Devil, they were known as the 6 great extinct devils. They were one of the most ancient existences among the devils, the true, undying Heart Devil. Legend had it that as long as sentient beings existed in this world, the Heart Devil could be reborn. It was publicly acknowledged as the hardest existence to kill. The other party's tone was calm, as if an old man was chatting with his junior. You're Yin Zhaoge, right? In recent years, I've heard of your name. Now that I've met you, you're truly extraordinary. As she spoke, Chu Lily turned around and looked at Feng Yunsheng. If you've had enough fun, remember to return home, my child. Feng Yunsheng shook her head and said, I'm afraid you've mistaken me for someone else. The Heart Devil smiled and glanced at Yendi. She nodded and said, The 9 underworlds welcomes prodigies like you and your son at any time. The Elder Lord's thoughts are hard to fathom. Now that your Taoism doesn't have a Tao realm bigwig leading you, you're still trying to survive in the cracks and walking on the edge of a blade. Although your Taoism heritage wouldn't be severed, your personal safety isn't guaranteed. If anything goes wrong, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Although my 9 underworlds is being suppressed by the other Taoism factions, we're still stronger than your 3 clear lineage. As for how we progress, it'll depend on fate. At the very least, we don't have to worry about preserving our heritage. Chu Lily's tone wasn't panicky. It wasn't overly sincere, causing others to feel bewitched. At the same time, it was filled with sincerity, causing others to have a favorable impression of her. However, Yendi remained unmoved. He only stared at the Heart Devil calmly. Upon seeing this, the Heart Devil didn't say anything else. She only smiled and shook her head. She stared at Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di. No matter how today's matter ends, what I said earlier will still be effective. She finally looked at Chun Xuanzong. I can see that your heart isn't calm anymore. That's not important. What's important is that your heart is already in a mess. The Heart Devil smiled and closed her eyes again. Chu Lily seemed to have lost all signs of life. However, Chun Xuanzong let out a groan and frowned. Within his eyes, black radiances faintly flickered. However, Chun Xuanzong didn't panic. Instead, his expression remained calm. Because during their conversation, Yin Zhaoge's hand seals continuously changed. In the end, he formed a seal with both of his hands and placed it in front of his chest. Duo. Yin Zhaoga's voice was like thunder, and he let out a loud yell. The metallic sphere that enveloped everyone and the void suddenly underwent another transformation. The 81 clumps of flames within the sphere were already burning fiercely. As for the metallic sphere itself, it radiated with radiance and became completely transparent. Countless talismans and patterns converged at this moment to form a total of 81 radiant paths, resembling 81 rings with different trajectories and directions before beginning to circulate in unison with Yin Zhaoga and the others at their center. The 81 radiant halos had the same center. However, they were rotating in different directions and intertwined with each other. It was as if the 81 constellation trajectories were revolving in unison. This chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual is only secondary against other devils. Its main purpose is to guard against you. The Heart Devil, said Yin Zhaoga quietly. Chapter 1421. The 81 radiances revolved around each other, bringing forth rays of light that landed on Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lily's bodies. Under the radiance's illumination, black radiances surfaced on Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lily's bodies. Then, the black radiances distorted and transformed into a clump of multicolored clouds with an indeterminate shape. Within the multicolored clouds, lights of various colors could be seen. It was as if all sorts of people and matters of the mortal world were presented at the same time, filled with the bustle of the mortal world. The black radiances disappeared, and the multicolored clouds appeared. There weren't any devilish intents or devilish intents within a void. Although there were sufferings, they stemmed from the various phenomena of the mortal world. They weren't cruel and ruthless intents. Looking at the multicolored clouds, one would feel as if they were witnessing the myriad forms of the mortal world. However, just like how the multicolored clouds were distorted and indescribable, if one were to observe the myriad forms of the mortal world carefully, one would feel a peculiar and awkward feeling amidst the ordinariness. At this moment, the rays of light that descended from the void were like chains that entangled the multicolored clouds. After being locked by the rays of light, the multicolored clouds' influence towards Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lily was instantly weakened. Even Yin Zhaoga and the other two were enveloped by the radiance. Their previously unstable emotions immediately calmed down. Chu Lily reopened her eyes. However, the black radiance within her pupils was flickering, and it was hard for her to maintain her stability. The multicolored clouds above her head were being encircled by rays of light. Although they were distorted, they couldn't break free. Chu Lily asked, "What is this? I'm not an ignorant person, yet I don't recognize the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. I've never heard of this treasure before." In terms of seniority, the Heart Devil was one of the most ancient existences within this world's creation. He was undying and had existed for a long time. He had experienced the ancient era, the middle era, and even now. Even during the primordial chaos before the creation, while he wasn't born yet, he had heard of many things. Due to his unique authority, his knowledge was vast. Among the grand heavenly realm experts, he could be considered as one of the few top-notch existences. As one of the strongest and most ancient devils in this world, the Heart Devil had experienced countless battles between the Devil Tao and other orthodoxies. The Heart Devil knew all of the methods used by other orthodoxies to slay devils. But at this moment, even he felt unfamiliar with the changing metal sphere in front of him. There were some principles that the inner demon could figure out on their own, but when he combined them together, he was at a loss for a short period of time. "I've embarrassed myself in front of you. It's normal that you don't recognize me. This chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual is a little trick that I invented together with my wife and Senior Chun." Yin Zhaoga's hand seals continued changing without stopping. Indeed, it has never appeared before. The chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual that you saw today is the first one in history. At the same time, it is also the first time it is being used. Yin Zhaoga clasped his hands together in front of his chest once more, then pushed his arms forward together. "It exists specifically to guard against you. Please correct me." The chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual's 81 halos spun faster and faster. At the same time, the radius of the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual began to shrink. More and more chain-like beams of light descended, denser and denser. Under the entanglement of the light mist, the colorful clouds gradually turned into sparse mist and then disappeared. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Prodigies. The heart devil's voice gradually became weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared. The colorful clouds above Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lily's heads disappeared as well. Chu Lily closed her eyes once again, as if she had lost consciousness and was in deep slumber. Chun Xuanzong's gaze regained its clarity, and he continued removing the devilish intents within his and Chu Lily's bodies. Don't be careless. Yin Zhaoga's voice resounded within the void. The heart devil is unpredictable. Currently, he's only temporarily being isolated by the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual. If there's any mistake, he would immediately take advantage of it and resurrect himself. In fact, if time drags on for too long, he might even slowly infiltrate us once again. Yin Zhaoga's expression turned serious. Other devils might also find their way to the domain of thousand scales. Everyone nodded with a serious expression. Everyone knew that if time drags on for too long, not only would Chun Xuanzong and Chu Lily's situation change, even the awakened sky cosmoses, Shi Jun and Ying Yuzhen's situation would become more and more disadvantageous. Chun Xuanzong's expression was calm, but his gaze was focused. The ice-blue radiance between him and Chu Lily became brighter and brighter and expanded. As time passed, the results became more and more obvious. However, very quickly, Feng Yunsheng, who was standing by the side, frowned. They still found us. Within her pupils, the blue-black devilish flames flickered. Yin Zhaoga and the others knew that Feng Yunsheng was extremely sensitive towards most evil devils. Even with the chaotic heavenly devil-slaying ritual and the domain of thousand scales between them, she could still sense that some devils were already nearing the domain of thousand scales and had discovered their location. The domain of thousand scales had a miraculous effect of isolating the evil devils. It was nurtured by the world of creation and was a famous and rare devil suppression holy land. Yin Zhaoga and the others were within, causing the great devils to have a hard time searching for them. However, on the other hand, the devils didn't have any suspicions when they saw the domain of thousand scales from afar. Naturally, they knew that their target was here. After finding one, they contacted the others. Without any hesitation, everyone started gathering there. In almost an instant, the great devils communicated with each other and stepped through the void, descending upon the universe where the land of thousand scales was located. At this moment, many twisting holes and vortexes appeared in the pitch-black void. Violent, ice-cold, and bloodthirsty devilish qi surged from within. As if dark clouds obscuring the void, they shrouded the entire space. Amidst the surging devilish qi, blood-red lightning twisted and flickered. Under the great devil's actions, the entire universe seemed to have transformed into the 9 underworlds. The surrounding regions even seemed to be evolving into the land of tranquil streams. Under the gloomy, devilish qi, only the domain of thousand scales was filled with streams of lights. They were like fishes with flickering scales, continuously leaping out of the water's surface and falling back down. Within the boundless devilish domain, a majestic will manifested from within. Strange and abstruse syllables resounded. They were completely different from the evil devil's messy languages. They were filled with a sense of reversal and distortion. While opposing the great Tao, they seemed to contain their own unique principles, making them extremely abstruse. As the syllables changed, they were still abstruse. However, the other 9 underworld's evil devils could understand their meaning. I'll deal with the woman who stole the doomsday heavenly devil's authority and went astray. Quickly destroy the domain of thousand scales. Today, we welcome the Water Emperor and the Earth Emperor back. Chapter 1422. A majestic will manifested transforming the entire void into a devilish domain. While Taoism's top-notch bigwigs tried to obstruct them, the demon race and the Western Pure Lands interfered, causing the four sides to engage in a chaotic battle. No one could differentiate between friend and foe. In the end, a powerful grand heavenly realm devil still slipped through. This great devil didn't care about the chaotic situation and commanded the other devils to search for Yin Zhaoge and the others. As he descended upon the domain of thousand scales, his devilish qi filled the skies, instantly suppressing the domain of thousand scales. Under the command of this horrifying grand heavenly realm great devil, blood-colored radiances flickered amidst the boundless devilish qi, tearing through the void. One after another, powerful devils revealed their true forms. These great devils had different forms. There was an existence that resembled a devil god. He had 4 heads and 4 arms, but his head didn't have any facial features. His torso was akin to a cloud with no legs. This was a great devil that originated from the 9 underworlds and was nurtured by the devilish qi. He had never taken on a human form. He had a sharp mouth and a hairy face. His arms drooped down past his knees, giving him the appearance of a giant ape. His entire body was jet black, with only his eyes resembling a pool of blood. This was a demon monkey. After falling to the dark side, he entered the 9 underworlds and transformed into a great devil. While he retained the appearance of a giant ape, his entire body was filled with devilish qi. He was no different from the 4-headed, 4-armed great devil beside him. There was an existence that was much smaller in size, but his strength wasn't any inferior. He had the appearance of a human middle-aged scholar, other than his pale complexion and bloodshot eyes, which made him look a little haggard. His appearance wasn't much different from an ordinary human. However, he was also a great devil. Before the Great Calamity, he was a famed devil Dao top-notch expert. His name was the Blissful True Monarch. He was a human expert that cultivated devil Dao martial arts, and he was known as the Blissful Devil Monarch. However, he entered the 9 underworlds and became a true devil, no longer being a human. Welcoming the Water Emperor and Earth Emperor back is the most important matter. The great devil that was still in his human form said leisurely, "However, it would be even better if we could bring that woman back." The giant ape-like great devil next to him glared at him. "She possesses the doomsday heavenly devil's authority, yet you're even thinking of getting your hands on her?" For the demons of the netherworld, when addressing the 6 extinct demons, they would add honorifics like Your Majesty. When he mentioned the 6 ancestral fiends, he addressed them as sky fiends. It wasn't that it was disrespectful to call him by his name, but that the title of Heavenly Demon was the most respectful title, and only the Tao Realm Demon ancestor was worthy of it. When the evil devils mentioned the name of the Heavenly Devil, it was equivalent to the Buddhists mentioning the Gautama Buddha and the Taoists mentioning the 3 pure ones. This woman stole the doomsday heavenly devil's authority in the first place. Plucking her is just a punishment. The blissful devil monarch said unhurriedly, "If I can gain the doomsday heavenly devil's favor because of this, and become the doomsday heavenly devil's reincarnation body in the future, it'll be my honor." The great ape sneered, "Go then. I won't stop you. Still, have you forgotten that the heart demon mentioned that she's just a step away from becoming a grand Luo? Do you think you'd be able to defeat her who wields the doomsday heavenly demon authority? Can she defeat the entire 9 underworlds? She'll eventually fall into our hands." The blissful devil monarch smiled. "I don't mind sharing it with everyone." The great devil with 4 heads and 4 arms whose facial features could not be seen said coldly, "The vast freedom heavenly demon and the other emperors will decide on how to deal with this woman. If you dare to make a decision on your own, prepare to die. We have to capture her first, don't we?" The blissful devil monarch was neither angry nor flustered, and his expression remained calm. The great ape snorted, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's end this quickly and deal with them. Let's welcome Emperor Water back and interrogate them about where they hid Emperor Earth's reincarnation body. Apart from them, More and more 9 underworld's great devils appeared. For a time, the devils danced wildly, and the devil flames filled the skies. Behind them, the grand Luo-level evil devil oversaw the formation. The group of devils charged towards the domain of Thousand Scales in an attempt to tear it apart. However, at this moment, a patch of black suddenly appeared amidst the sparkling waves. Then, a horrifying saber light appeared and swept through the void. Other than helping Chan Xuanzong and Chu Lily get rid of the devilish intent, Yin Zhaoge and the others were guarding the domain of Thousand Scales. Not only did the domain of Thousand Scales and the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual conceal their tracks and isolate the devilish cheese invasion, they also assisted Chen Xuanzong and Chu Lily in getting rid of the devilish intent. With so many preparations and assistance, Chen Xuanzong could successfully erase the water devil's devilish seal and attempt to suppress it further, preventing its rebirth. As such, they had to concentrate their strength and execute the ritual to deal with the water devil. While they could defend against the devilish intense infiltration of the inner devils, they couldn't use it as a defensive formation to defend against the enemy's true body. As such, when facing the evil devils, Yin Zhaoge and the others had to defend against the domain of Thousand Scales and the chaotic heavenly devil slaying ritual. The reason why they temporarily relied on the Pill Hall and the Earth-splitting Pearl to delay the Earth Devil's rebirth was so that they could effectively gather their strength to guard the domain of Thousand Scales. Feng Yunsheng took the lead and slaughtered her way out of the domain of Thousand Scales. She fought against the invading devils, and all who stood in her way were annihilated. However, her mind quickly shuddered. Under the devilish domain's shroud, an extremely horrifying existence shook the void. Feng Yunsheng wasn't unfamiliar with the other party's devilish intent. It was the evil devil that fought against her at the Starry River tributary, a top-notch great devil expert that had ascended to the grand heavenly realm. The two sides didn't need to speak any further and immediately engaged in battle. Although she was a grand virtual immortal, her opponent was equivalent to a Taoism's grand heavenly immortal. However, Feng Yunsheng didn't hold back. Twin black radiances flickered above her head, manifesting the might of Luo Yuan's chaos annihilation. While blocking the enemy's attacks, she also attacked the other devils present. As for her opponent, he seemed to be using softness to overcome toughness. Dense devilish qi enveloped Feng Yunsheng like a spider web, slowly tightening around her. While this great devil was tyrannical, he had to be cautious. Feng Yunsheng was only a step away from the grand heavenly realm. She stayed within the great void to maintain self-control. The 9 underworlds was delighted to see Feng Yunsheng lose control and become a devil. However, before that moment arrived, no one was willing to face the grand heavenly realm's doomsday saber. The outcome of this battle was unpredictable. Even if Feng Yunsheng had her concerns, she had already let it go and focused on the battle in front of her, allowing her to perform at a higher level than before. As for her opponent, he wasn't as reserved as he was when he probed her outside the Starry River tributary. Instead, he displayed greater strength. Since the devils had left the 9 underworlds and wanted to fight openly, the great devils had also let go of their worries. Chapter 1423. This grand heavenly realm great devil displayed greater strength. Yet, at the same time, he was more patient. Against Feng Yunsheng, whose cultivation was lower than his, he appeared rather conservative. Only, amidst his conservatism, viciousness and ruthlessness could be seen. He wasn't afraid of Feng Yunsheng's saber, and his attacks were both offensive and defensive. Instead, he was helping the other great devils to block Feng Yunsheng's attacks. Most evil devils were cruel or manic. They rarely cared about other devils. While this great devil seemed to be helping the other evil devils to block Feng Yunsheng's attacks, he was actually secretly laying down a trap. Strands of devilish qi crisscrossed and didn't disperse for a long time, and they formed into an expanse that gradually transformed into a heaven-encompassing net that trapped Feng Yunsheng within. The blissful devil monarch and the other devil's plan was coincidentally this great devil's. Since Feng Yunsheng wasn't here, they would capture her and bring her back to the 9 underworlds. The water devil and the earth devil's return was naturally the most important matter. They were the first priority. However, it would be best if they could bring Feng Yunsheng back to the 9 underworlds. After all, Feng Yunsheng had entered the awakened sky cosmos together with Yin Zhaoge. Her whereabouts had always been difficult to track down. Now that they had the rare opportunity to drag her here and fight to the death, the great demons naturally had to seize this hard-won opportunity. As Feng Yunsheng fought against the grand heavenly realm devil, the other evil devils didn't join the battle. Instead, they continued attacking the domain of Thousand Scales. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di's silhouettes surfaced from the domain of Thousand Scales streams of lights. Yin Zhaoge looked at the chaotic devils before him and took a deep breath. Then, he flipped his palm and slapped the streams of lights beneath his feet. Within the streams of lights that resembled a long river, clumps of lights floated up one after another. Then, runes extended out from the clumps of lights, intersecting with each other and gradually fusing together, manifesting a humongous formation rune. Then, Yin Zhaoge flipped his palm. As he flipped his palm, the entire domain of Thousand Scales that resembled a long river seemed to have flipped over. Upon seeing this, the great devils were startled. Then, as the domain of Thousand Scales flipped over, space was distorted. Due to the domain of Thousand Scales' unique ability to suppress evil devils, the boundless devilish domain that sealed the surrounding void couldn't stop the distorted space from opening. Streams of light flew out from the broken space-time. The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, prime clear lineage, #1 expert of the roving Jade Heavens, sword rotating duality, Gao Qingxian, sheathe edge and nurture the sword. After unsheathing his edge, he went from a true immortal to a peak profound immortal. His title was changed to Spring Emperor, Long Xingquan. Daoist Cloud Conquest was also known as the Sheathe Edge and Nurture Sword Daoist. During the battle of the roving Jade Heavens migration, he reached the peak of the profound immortal realm and changed his title from Emperor Cloud to Emperor Cloud. Taoism's orthodox lineage experts appeared one after another, blocking off the great demonic army's path towards the domain of Thousand Scales. Although today's battle wasn't directly related to the prime clear lineage's roving Jade Heavens, this matter involved the 9 underworlds and the reincarnation of the 2 extinct devils. Since they were of the same mind, Gao Qingxian and Daoist Cloud Conquest acted together to protect Chen Xuanzong and assist him in successfully subduing the devils. If he allowed the Water Devil and the Earth Devil to be reborn and return to the 9 underworlds safely, it wouldn't take long for them to return to their peak state under the Fiend God's empowerment. The threat was self-evident. The heretics were the enemies of the orthodox Taoism lineage. The same was true for the 9 underworlds. Their invasion towards the human realm was omnipresent. No one could guarantee that their disciples wouldn't be lured into the devils by the 9 underworlds, or be targeted by the great devils and become their reincarnation vessel. If they could weaken the 9 underworlds as much as possible, Gao Qingxian and the others were willing to contribute. When the 9 underworlds' great devils attacked, there were plenty of Taoism's grand virtual immortals among them. Similar to the sonorous voice of the great Tao, the devilish voice that distorted one's heart and caused one to lose control resounded throughout the universe. Feng Yunsheng was busy fighting against the grand heavenly realm evil devil and didn't have the time to care about this. However, as the 2 virtual immortals, Ling Qing and Gao Qingxian arrived, the sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded and instantly slowed down the distorted devilish voice. The bright moonlight transformed into sparse radiance that scattered across the void, cleansing the torrential devilish aura. The dazzling sunlight transformed into boundless golden radiance that shone within the dark starry sky. Gaohan wasn't present. However, his grand virtual immortal artifact, the Holy Radiance Banner, was in Ling Qing's hands once again. Under the illumination of the sun and moon, Ling Qing's attack forced the group of devils to retreat. The ape-like great devil opened his mouth wide and revealed his ferocious fangs. His eyes were as ominous as a blood pond. As he roared, a shocking power erupted from his body, scattering the radiance of the sun and moon as he charged towards Ling Qing. Ling Qing remained fearless. With the combination of the sun and moon, she clashed head-on against the great devil that resembled an ancient divine mountain. She would fuse with the sun and moon to face the enemy head-on, or converge with yin and yang to reverse the enemy's attack. Or she would use the extreme yin stratagem to defend and neutralize the enemy's attack. Her various transformations were flawless, with both offense and defense. She fought against the grand virtual ape devil without backing off at all. Even when the world was flipped upside down, she still maintained her position and didn't give her opponent any chance to take a step forward. All she could do was stare at the domain of thousand scales and lament. On the other side, Gao Qingxuan's attacks weren't as watertight as Ling Qing's. However, her murderous aura was much heavier. Two sword lights fused together. In an instant, a few evil devils were slain. The four-headed, four-armed great devil that had dark clouds as his legs hurriedly went up against the attacks. However, he didn't expect Gao Qingxuan's clone to be so sharp. As soon as they clashed, one of his arms was severed. As he roared, black radiances gathered above the great devil's head. Majestic devilish chi manifested. He didn't dare to hold back any longer and attacked with all his might. However, under Gao Qingxuan's dual swords fused, the sword lights revolved and reincarnated as if the world's creation was changing. Even if the four-headed, four-armed great devil possessed extraordinary strength, he was still battered by Gao Qingxuan's attacks. As his movements slowed down slightly, his head was severed by Gao Qingxuan's sword. The great devil was both shocked and enraged. As he defended against the attacks, he felt a chill in his heart. His recovery speed was astonishing. He constantly gathered devilish chi in an attempt to heal his severed head and arm. However, his efforts were futile. The Taoism's prime, clear lineage's sword arts were so ferocious that they could extinguish vitality. Even the great devil found it hard to defend against them. Upon seeing this, the blissful devil monarch's brows twitched slightly, and he leaned over. Although he didn't have a good relationship with the other great devils, they were all in the same boat now. He couldn't just sit by and watch. However, very quickly, the blissful devil monarch stopped moving. On the battlefield before him, a majestic and tyrannical saber light waved around. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, it slaughtered the evil devils that attempted to invade the domain of thousand scales. Even Taoism's tranquil, profound, immortal-level devils couldn't withstand the saber light.